Lenin and the Logic of Hegemony. Alan Shandro. Chapter 1. A Philosophical Fact, Hegemony in the Class Struggle. Everything is political, even philosophy or philosophies, and the only philosophy is history in action. It is in this sense that one can interpret the thesis of the German proletariat as the heir of German philosophy, and one can affirm that the theorization and realization of hegemony carried out by Ilyich Lenin was also a great anti-metaphysical event. Antonio Gramsci. The proposition that men acquire consciousness of structural conflicts on the level of ideologies should be considered as an affirmation of epistemological and not simply psychological and moral value. From this, it follows that the theoretical practical principle of hegemony has also epistemological significance, and it is here that Ilyish's greatest theoretical contribution to the philosophy of praxis should be sought. In these terms one could say that Ilyich advanced philosophy as philosophy insofar as he advanced political doctrine and practice. The realization of a hegemonic apparatus, insofar as it creates a new ideological terrain, determines a reform of consciousness and of methods of knowledge. It is a fact of knowledge, a philosophical fact. Antonio Gramsci. The aim of this book is to trace the contours of the anti-metaphysical event Gramsci signaled, the emergence of hegemony in Lenin's theory and practice, and thus to throw some light upon the kind of philosophical fact it represents. If the argument of the book is thus inevitably historical, it does not aim to be genealogical. That is, while I don't shy away from the occasional parallel between Leninist insight and Gramscian formulation, I am not trying to rediscover Gramsci in Lenin and so make no attempt at a systematic or even extensive comparison. If the argument is historical, it is not, I hope, a history of ideas but of something like an anti-metaphysical event, something like a shift in the relation between theory and practice that establishes a philosophical fact, a practical conceptual field, open to analysis of the nuances of the relation of leadership and hence of political agency, a field in which consciousness and spontaneity, vanguard, and movement, play different, potentially complementary but sometimes essentially contradictory parts in the class struggle. The very weight of organized numbers in motion, of the masses, can lead to the emergence of unforeseen political forces, possibilities, and positions. But a position staked out today can always be invested and transformed tomorrow in accordance with the strategic calculation of an adversary. So the struggle for hegemony presumes the ability to adapt to the changing conjunctures of political struggle, to combine awareness of the underlying forces that shape the logic of struggle with openness to the ways in which different, and differently situated, actors can innovate in the struggle. Leadership in the class struggle thus demands a consciousness open to the struggles of the masses, yet willing, where necessary, to counterpose its own political analyses to their spontaneous movement. It might be objected that this opposition between leader and led simply provides a sophisticated rationale for minority, Jacobin, dictatorship. But this objection would be persuasive only if the concepts and distinctions that inform Lenin's approach to leadership and to political agency did not afford a superior analysis of the logic of class struggle. The question of the truth of the analysis is, in this sense, unavoidable. And if Lenin's analysis does illuminate the logic and dynamics of class struggles, then the real question is the one posed by Gramsci. In the formation of leaders, one premise is fundamental: is it the intention that there should always be rulers and ruled, or is the objective to create the conditions in which this division is no longer necessary? 3. The notion of hegemony first gained currency in the English-speaking world in the 1960s and 1970s through the influence of Gramsci's prison notebooks. This was in large measure because it seemed to represent the possibility of combining clarity of analysis with some explanatory depth, and thus to afford a measure of intellectual discipline, in the study of processes whereby the exploited are constituted ideologically and politically as subaltern and consequently also those whereby they may come, in turn, to assert their own hegemony, disrupting and even overturning the constitution of domination and subordination and the basis of exploitation. The notion of hegemony thus served to designate a terrain where the logic of political strategy and leadership intersects the practical, economic, cultural, and pedagogical, organization of everyday life, a terrain that was then befogged by broad-brush deployments of false consciousness when it was not simply spirited away by the magic of social scientific positivism. The assumptions that enter into the conduct of social actors are to be understood not as simple givens of experience, but as shaped by a logic of struggle, directly by clashes of ideas, less directly perhaps, but no less importantly, by struggles over the structure of the social relations, institutions, and practices that sustain, or fail to sustain, the assumptions of our lived relation to our world. The contradictions of common sense, always an uneven amalgam of practical wisdom and myth, have their roots and their possible resolution in these struggles. Although the terrain of hegemonic struggle has been staked out in a number of works of historical materialist scholarship, a couple of decades of postmodern mischief have done much to throw this work of exploration, and with it the notion of hegemony itself, into cliched obscurity. And insofar as it comes to inform the actions of those engaged in struggle, the concept of hegemony may itself become an object of and a stake in that struggle. That Gramsci himself traced the roots of the notion of hegemony to Lenin is reasonably well known and has informed some useful discussions of Gramsci's conception. 4 The protean influence of this conception in contemporary political and cultural criticism has, however, generated no sustained attempt to track the emergence of the anti-metaphysical event in Lenin's theory and practice and thereby to clarify the nature of the philosophical fact it represents. Although a cursory check of the reference index to the English translation of Lenin's collected works turns up half a page of incidences of the term hegemony, the editors of selections from the prison notebooks express perplexity that Gramsci should have assigned responsibility for the construction of the concept, its theorization as well as its realization, to Lenin, since, conflating concepts with words, they opine that the word hegemony as such does not figure prominently in Lenin's work. 5 Apparently, Gramsci's reference point is Lenin's practice, not his theory. Lenin was a practitioner of hegemony, in need of a theorist. Similarly, although in his influential essay on the strategic implications of Gramsci's political thought, Perry Anderson references passages where Lenin asserts the indispensability of the idea of hegemony to the workers' consciousness of themselves as a class, he construes the significance of hegemony in Lenin's thought narrowly, as nothing more than a strategic orientation within the bourgeois democratic revolution, dispensed with, and hence obviously dispensable, once Bolshevik strategy and practice were reoriented in 1917 towards a socialist revolution, org to theorize the role of the working class in a bourgeois revolution, it was rendered inoperative by the advent of a socialist revolution. 6 Again, although Gramsci did indeed trace the concept of hegemony to Lenin, Beto Laca and Chantal Mouffe, in their Hegemony and Socialist Strategy, hardly draw at all upon Lenin himself in explicating the Leninist concept of hegemony that is the foil for their own concept. Although the prison notebooks sharply contrasts the Bolshevik understanding of hegemony both to Trotsky's approach to permanent revolution and to the orthodox Marxism of the Second International, Laca and Mouffe see fit to trace the logic of its evolution in Russian Marxism with primary reference not to Lenin, but to Trotsky and Plekhanov, at one time, albeit from very different stances, the two foremost Marxist critics of the Bolshevik strategy of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. 7 There is, finally, to my knowledge, no reflection in the literature on hegemony upon the fact that it could be characterized, during Lenin's lifetime, as the central idea of Leninism by no less prominent a Bolshevik than Grigory Zinoviev, no longer much esteemed as a theorist, to be sure, and arguably self-serving, but, more significant in the present connection, both intimately familiar with Lenin and his work and head of the Communist International during Gramsci's sojourn in Russia. 8 Indeed, where Gramsci's reference to Lenin is not simply circumvented, the sense of Gramscian hegemony is oriented, according to the conventional wisdom even of Western Marxist scholars, by means of a contrast with Leninist dictatorship, as consent versus coercion, spontaneity from below versus conscious control from above, democracy versus dictatorship. Here Jeremy Lester's dialogue of negation may stand in for a broad spectrum of interpretation. Lester identifies the notion of consent as pivotal. In its optimal form, hegemony is primarily a means for acquiring the consent of the masses through their self-organization in a range of activities and institutions situated within civil society, and the struggle for hegemony as the formation of a national popular will which binds together a historical block of forces. 9 Relations of power are understood as broadly diffused rather than concentrated in the state apparatuses, and the task of mediating these relations as correlatively devolved throughout society as a whole. The state, shaped by responsibilities of a universalising and hence an ethical character, is not merely the organization of repression but also an organization of constructive consensus. Thus, in an effective challenge to hegemonic rule, the spontaneous feelings of the masses must be transcended in a more authentic consciousness and new active and expansive forms of consent instantiated in popular forms of participation. This supposes an expansive form of party politics where unity emerges from multiplicity only through the friction of the individual members and action is grounded in the everyday lived experience of the participants. It supposes a broader counter-hegemonic historical bloc where active forms of consent are derived not through co-optation and assimilation, but only through a genuine process of interest articulation. 10 Once the concept of hegemony is thus interpreted through the notion of consent and the contrast between coercion and consent, it is all too easy to abstract Lenin's deployment of the concept from the context of his own reading of the strategic problems and theoretical debates of Russian Marxism and to read it, as Lester does, as nothing more than a kind of institutional realpolitik of revolution that would sanction the crudely instrumental utilization of allies, indeed, of the workers themselves. This procedure is nicely congruent with the conventional wisdom, according to which Lenin conceived the Marxist vanguard party as an elite of bourgeois intellectuals, and yields a Lenin who fits perfectly into the grid of an opposition between the mechanically coercive statism of the East and the organically consensual civil society of the West. Lester constructs an opposition along these lines between Leninist hegemony, centered on and sometimes reduced to the coercive apparatus of the state, and Gramscian hegemony, suffused along intricately detailed pathways through the whole of civil society. 11 As Lester readily acknowledges, however, Gramsci's politics were not simply consensual, nor were Lenin's politics, as he concedes rather more reluctantly, simply coercive. Lenin certainly supposed, in light of the threat represented by the repressive apparatuses of the state, that the issue of seizing state power was crucial in formulating revolutionary strategy, but although the exploratory purpose and elusive style of his notebooks engendered a fecund variation of perspective and formulation concerning the operation of the state, there is no evidence that Gramsci disagreed. Thinking through the logic of the process of transition to a classless society, Gramsci demonstrated a thorough appreciation of the need to set about establishing hegemony not only politically, but also culturally, not only from the top down, but also from the bottom up. One encounters a similar awareness of the organic character of the transition process in Lenin, albeit constrained, by the circumstances of civil war and imperialist encirclement, to a work of bricolage. Gramsci's politics were coercive, or instrumental, enough to sanction the use of revolutionary force, and Lenin's politics consensual, or organic, enough to encompass a concern with the cultural aspects of a worker-peasant alliance. Of course, the contrast between Leninist and Gramscian hegemony limns a conceptual framework for the strategic choice between democracy and dictatorship in the struggle for socialism. Thus Lester can underline affinities between Gramsci and Mikhail Bakhtin's dialogism, according to which all human history is a perpetual struggle between monologue and dialogue. 12 But to frame the issues of socialist strategy as a choice between democracy and dictatorship, dialogue and monologue, is to equivocate, because neither dictatorship nor democracy can be understood, in historical materialist terms, in abstraction from the relations of class society and the logic of the class struggle. A similar equivocation is at work in Lester's explication of the relation between the state and civil society in the prison notebooks. He seeks to defend the coherence of Gramsci's account against Anderson's contention that, suggestive though the notebook's exploration of this relation may be, it is nonetheless vitiated by the unresolved tensions between three different and contradictory models. Point 13. Thus, he reads those formulations in which Gramsci expands the notion of the state to comprise both political society and civil society not as expressions of a distinct model, but as designating the mutation, under fascism and dictatorship, of the normal balance of state and civil society. But this is wrong. Gramsci uses such formulations not only and not even primarily in conjunction with the phenomenon of fascism, but also and more fundamentally with respect to the general notion of the state and even to the night watchman state of bourgeois liberalism. Point 14. The oscillations of Gramscian terminology cannot be gainsaid, but it is not very helpful to regard them, here Lester is right, as against Anderson, as an index of competing theoretical models. They are more usefully understood, in my view, as the product of a dogged attempt to grasp at once both the distinctiveness and the connection of two facets of the civil society/state relation, the functional unity of the superstructures in reproducing the contradictory cohesion of capitalist societies and the variation in the institutional arrangements whereby this function is performed, in particular the historical and political construction and reconstruction of the boundary and the distinction between public and private. While variations in the functional requirements of reproduction exert a formative influence upon institutional arrangements, this influence is neither simple nor unilateral, it is mediated by the complex, uneven, and contradictory logic of the class struggle. In Gramsci's concern to evoke this process in its multifaceted complexity, the terminology of the state is sometimes predicated of the function performed by institutions, sometimes of the institutions themselves and sometimes of the process as a whole. But it is not only the exploratory character of his notebooks and the circumstances of their composition that make it difficult to fault Gramsci for the oscillation of his terminology. When Althusser, specifically acknowledging the Gramscian precedent, sought to treat in systematic fashion the role of the superstructures in reproducing the conditions of production, his care to predicate the terminology of the state consistently of the function of reproduction earned him the epithets of functionalist and even totalitarian. Point 15. In his haste to rescue Gramsci from the accusation of incoherence, and, of course, the obligatory charge of totalitarianism, Lester compresses the various facets of the superstructural process into a narrow model of normality and thereby, in effect, conflates issues concerning the institutional autonomy of civil society from the state, pluralism versus totalitarianism in the organization of the apparatuses of class rule, with issues concerning the logic of struggles around the function of reproduction, structural and strategic cohesion in the deployment of ruling class power. The result is persistent equivocation as to the location of struggles over state power and their significance within the process of revolution. The Gramscian war of position figures as a judicious balance between the Bolshevik model and the evolutionary politics of Bernsteinian social democracy. 16. But while such a balance may seem judicious within the limits of normality, it is not clear that it is even coherent, let alone judicious, to assume that the logic of the class struggle must respect those limits. When Gramsci's Leninist reference is used as context for the notion of passive revolution, a similar equivocation may be seen to run through Lester's discussion. Gramsci used this term to designate processes of historical transformation in which the social tensions and upheavals of transition are absorbed, managed, steered and configured into forms that reconsolidate and renew the power of the hitherto dominant groups. He linked the passive character of the revolution with a failure of hegemony on the part of a leading revolutionary group unwilling or unable to unleash an independent movement of the popular masses. While the term figured principally in Gramsci's critical analysis of the Italian Risorgimento, the notion of passive revolution served him as a device for examining two distinct, though related, aspects of the struggle for hegemony. First, the problem of seizing the strategic initiative, including considerations such as aligning oneself in relation to allies, enemies, and, potentially, revolutionary or counter-revolutionary forces and identifying, and establishing hegemony over, the key issues and institutions around which the struggle for power will be fought out and alliances formed or broken. Second, what might be termed the problem of education, of cultivating among the popular masses the kind of organizational ability and capacity for critical reflection necessary for their emergence as independent actors in the revolutionary process. Lester reads passive revolution as an expression of the merely passive consent of the popular masses to bourgeois rule, a passivity resting upon the unexamined prejudices of common sense and the contradictions that arise when plebeian experience is grasped only through the categories of the dominant ideology. Challenging the passive practices that convey bourgeois hegemony requires a counter-hegemonic force, embodying active consentient ideals in its own internal structures, to foster anti-passive practices and thus prefigure a future state in miniature. 17 The requirement is replicated in the broader historical bloc as a practice of expansively articulating a diversity of interests so as to promote the full development of all interests within the bloc rather than merely absorbing and neutralizing some, thus ensuring their subordination to others. 18 The structural strategic aspect of the struggle for hegemony is thus read in terms of its cultural educational aspect and thereby effectively assimilated to the latter. The issues posed by Gramsci's account of passive revolution parallel those arising in the Russian Marxist debates whence the concept of hegemony emerged and assumed an initial shape. Indeed, the emergence of social democracy in Russia was essentially bound up with the assertion of the hegemony of the proletariat in the impending bourgeois democratic revolution. Plekhanov initially formulated this assertion as a critique of populist faith in the socialist potential of the peasantry. In the context of this debate, the independent growth of working-class consciousness and organizational capacity and the strategic leadership of social democracy simply presented themselves as two different ways of expressing the same thing. But when a tendency arose, in conjunction with the growth of a liberal opposition, to constrain social democratic politics within the narrow limits of trade unionism, the reassertion of proletarian hegemony would throw into relief the distinction between the strategic and educational aspects of hegemony. And in the course of the 1905 revolution this distinction would come to structure the political opposition between the Bolshevik and Menshevik wings of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, RSDLP. The Mensheviks, conceiving the hegemony of the proletariat in the bourgeois democratic revolution as a process of proletarian self-emancipation, subordinated their strategy to a project of organizing forums of self-government where, through direct participation, the workers themselves could cultivate the virtues requisite to their future political rule. Regarding such hothouse experiments, conceived in abstraction from the inevitable violence of counter-revolution, as irresponsibly utopian, Lenin conceptualized the political consciousness of the proletariat, and consequently the process of its self-emancipation, in terms of the strategic exigencies of the democratic revolution and, crucially, the struggle over state power. Correlative to this, he reformulated the struggle for hegemony as a struggle between two paths in the bourgeois democratic revolution, a thoroughgoing demolition of the feudal, patriarchal, and absolutist legacy of Tsarism, driven by an alliance of proletariat and peasantry, and a transition, strikingly similar in conception to Gramsci's passive revolution, dominated by a landlord bourgeois coalition in which the revolutionary energy of the masses, lacking focus, is diverted into half measures that coexist with and prolong the heritage of oppression. These contrasting approaches to the struggle for hegemony yielded opposing readings of the Soviets. Both Mensheviks and Bolsheviks knew them as organizing committees for a general strike, but where the former conceived of them as the site of a kind of proletarian model parliament, Lenin attributed to them the potential of embodying an alliance of workers and peasants and assuming state power. Thus in 1905, where the Bolsheviks sought to organize insurrection through the Soviets, the Mensheviks supposed that a focus on insurrection would undermine the process of working-class self-education. The dispute between Mensheviks and Bolsheviks over hegemony in the democratic revolution enables us to understand that much is at stake, both politically and theoretically, in just how the concept of hegemony is deconstructed and how its different aspects are articulated. Absent an account and appreciation of this dispute, Lester's discussion of passive revolution equivocates persistently between a Menshevik and a Bolshevik reading of Gramsci. It equivocates, that is, over the relative position in the struggle for hegemony of the strategic leadership of a modern prince and the practical self-education of the subaltern masses. Does the hegemonic complexity Gramsci so richly evokes signify primarily the necessity of a leadership capable of charting a course and drawing an alliance of diverse forces together across a web of social structural contradictions, or the threat to the intricately moving totality of human consciousness posed by the unilateral assertion of vanguard authority? It may be suggested that ambiguity on such issues is already there in the prison notebooks. But where an author must write circumspectly with one eye to his fascist jailers, never more so, one imagines, than when he must evoke questions of the seizure of power, and yet manages to signal the alignment of his ideas with those of Illich. More than ordinary caution is called for in seeking to draw implications from his ambiguities. The flagship text of post-Marxism, Hegemony and Socialist Strategy, by Ecobedo Laca and Chantal Mouffe, has been subjected to withering criticism from a number of Marxist quarters. 19 But inasmuch as Western Marxist accounts of hegemony, shaped by an opposition between West and East, Gramsci and Lenin, equivocate over issues of democracy and dictatorship, consent and coercion, they leave themselves vulnerable to the hegemony of the social currents that enable the anti-communist clichés of the Cold War, pumped up with postmodern jargon, to be paraded as the worldly wisdom of post-Marxism. The way humans act on the world to satisfy their material needs is also an expression of their life, and as individuals express their life, so they are. Practice, human productive activity, has both a material dimension and an expressive, symbolic, discursive dimension. In the course of transforming the world so as to satisfy their needs, humans produce new needs in themselves. Thus, productive activity transforms both our material circumstances and our identity, the way we understand ourselves and are understood. The identity of individuals, what they are, corresponds to what they produce and how they produce, and hence depends upon the material conditions determining their production. 20, thus, roughly, the marks of the German ideology. The target of the post-Marxist critique is what Lacan and Mouffe term the ontological privilege accorded the working class by what they take to be the defining logic of Marxism. This privilege turns on the distinction between the economic base and the ideological and political superstructures of society, read in ontological terms as a distinction between orders of being, a material or pre-discursive order and a symbolic or discursive order endowed with meaning. Since the political meaning of a struggle depends upon its articulation with other struggles and is consequently open to change, even in retrospect, discursively constituted identities, subject positions, are in principle negotiable rather than fixed, pluralistic rather than monistic, open rather than closed. To assert the pre-discursive character of the economic base is to construe the identities derived from it as literal, as simply given and hence thing-like, fixed rather than metaphorical, open, and always in play. To assert the determination of the superstructure by the base is to impose closure upon, to suture, in the Lacanian terminology Lacan and Mouffe prefer, the discursive dimension of human practice. Since the superstructure simply reflects the economic base, the laws of development of the economy, stipulating the collapse of capitalism and the advent of socialism, unfold endogenously and with historical inevitability. This kind of claim, and the base/superstructure distinction upon which it rests, presupposes the adoption of a subject position outside the discursive dimension, with its assumed capacity for a fully clairvoyant understanding of reality in its totality. This is the subject position from which the working class political project of socialist revolution is conceived. It clothes in Marxist terminology the notion of a position that is outside the symbolic order of society but from which a refoundation of society in its totality would be possible, a kind of Archimedean point of social revolution, the pivot of the Jacobin imaginary that has dominated the discourse of the political left since the French Revolution. But, explain Lacan and Mouffe, no such position is possible. There can be no subject that is not embedded within, constituted in, and through the play of the infinite field of discursive practices, never beyond some particular perspective but always open to reconstitution. The implication is the inevitable failure of history, amidst the unforeseeable play of contingency, to unfold. In line with Marxist expectations, the failure of the logic of capital to eventuate in a homogeneous proletarian majority, plus the failure of the workers to act out the subject position prescribed by Marxist theory, would give rise, through recourse to the expedient of hegemony, to a kind of recognition/misrecognition of the essential contingency of political struggle. The history of Marxism is thus, intellectually, a history of increasingly less plausible attempts to square the transcendent imperative of Marxist theory with the empirical world of politics. This translates, politically, into a quest for a figure, party, vanguard, leader, that could come to represent the subject position and consequently to think, decide, and act on behalf of the proletariat. The post-Marxist critique thus recycles a pivotal trope of anti-Marxist ideology, given quintessential expression in an image that circulated freely in the aftermath of the breach in the wall dividing East and West as the props of actually existing socialism crumbled in surprisingly rapid succession. As the icons of Marx and Lenin came tumbling down across Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union, Western cartoonists vied with each other in producing variants of a single caricature, gangs of workers and peasants, armed with hammers and sickles, angrily chasing after the two startled and bewildered communist thinkers. What transgression should have called forth such retribution? The communists are caught unawares, victims of misguided confidence in the truth of their theory, despite all evidence to the contrary. So overweening was this confidence that not only were they willing to reconstruct entire societies upon the promise of a theory, they would impose their blueprint with massive violence, violating the aspirations and the experience of the very people in whose name the promise had been proffered. The anger of the workers and peasants was directed, then, at the betrayal of a promise, but also, through this, at the theoretical arrogance that stood behind the promise. The offense of Marx, and especially of Lenin, was the original sin of intellectual pride. Something like this tale also runs through the academic literature on Marx and Lenin, evident in the practice of attributing to Lenin a claim to absolute knowledge, a philosophy of certainty. 21 It is a story with some rhetorical force, it can appeal to the virtues, grounded in plebeian experience, of modesty and tolerance. Its intellectual power, however, is dubious. In it Marxist and Leninist ideas are criticized only by implication, or rather by insinuation. What matters about those ideas is that they were imposed with arrogant disregard for popular aspiration and experience. From the anger of the workers and peasants we can infer the falsity of the ideas. No need, then, to investigate the ideas themselves, we already know, from the experience of their victims, the truth about them. And should the contradictions of our own quotidian experience tempt us to test its limits, we already know what might lie beyond and can prudently resist the temptation. Never mind that empathy for the experience of the victims and fear of what lies beyond the familiar confines of our own experience have been mobilized more than once, since the wall came down, on behalf of wars of imperial conquest. The post-Marxist critique of hegemony dovetails nicely with the conventional caricature of Lenin at the same time as it renders superfluous a scrupulous reading of his theorization of hegemony. This caricature thus occupies a strategic position in contemporary debates over the concept of hegemony. The post-Marxist appropriation of hegemony might be characterized, in Marxist and Leninist terms, as simply another form of subaltern insertion in the deployment of bourgeois hegemony. In order to escape the conceptual closure they assert is implicit in historical materialism, Lacan and Mauve insist upon the inescapably symbolic, and hence, in their terminology, discursive, nature of practice, rejecting any attempt to distinguish between discursive and non-discursive practices. The identity of any subject position is constituted in and through discourse and is consequently subject to variation in line with the play of discursive practice. Hegemony consists in establishing relations of equivalence between different subject positions such that one subject position comes to signify, to represent, an impossible universality of subject positions. To assign hegemony to any particular subject position or identity prior to the play of discursive practice is to privilege it over other identities. Marxists have responded with the claim that refusal of any distinction between discursive and non-discursive practices effectively reduces the social relations of production to relations between people, society to population, and class to just another contingent form of personal identity, rendering inconceivable the systemic character of capitalist exploitation. Point 22 For the extraction of surplus value, exploitation in its capitalist form is not simply a relation between persons but an essential feature of the capital relation, which is comprised not only of relations between people, contract, recognition, exchange, but also of relations between people and things, production, consumption, ownership. Further, a demonstrable effect of the class system inherent in the capital relation, a condition of its reproduction, is the requirement that the dominant class exercise effective control over the principal levers of coercion in society, that is, over the state. Point 23 And this line of argument might be extended as follows: if the reproduction of the capital relation shapes the battlefield upon which the struggle for hegemony is fought, and the state is a crucial stake in this struggle, then the logic of hegemony both requires and permits the structural unity necessary and the strategic initiative possible on a battlefield, both totality and openness. The kind of rejoinder congenial to Lacan and Mauve, that the outside of the discursive can only be known or discussed in discursive terms and is thereby incorporated into the discursive dimension, and that the ontological privilege accorded the subject position of the working class is therefore baseless, is ineffective, depending upon a conflation of ontological issues concerning the existence of objects of knowledge independently of the process of their cognitive appropriation with scientific issues concerning the generative mechanisms at work in those realities, the kind of conflation of categories Lenin pilloried in his work of philosophy, materialism, and empirio-criticism. Point 24 If practice does indeed suppose a symbolic, discursive dimension, the point of a distinction between discursive and non-discursive practices is not to dispute this but to distinguish how material elements function differently, as raw materials, instruments, location, motive power, etc., within and pose varying kinds of constraint upon, as well as opening up varying kinds of possibility for, different kinds of practice. Thus, the distinction between the discursive and the material aspects of a practice will figure quite differently in the practice of conducting a seminar in political philosophy and in the practice of growing corn or of operating a petroleum refinery or of assembling an automobile or a cell phone, in the practice of addressing parliament and in the practice of torturing prisoners or kettling protesters, in the practice of voting and the practice of organizing a picket line. It may figure quite differently depending upon how the relations of production in which such practices are conducted, the relations of ownership and the distribution of labor, are organized. Absent some such distinction, the non-discursive can be understood only as a constraint upon the proliferation of discourse. The constraints it presents can be understood only as repressive rather than productive, and, absent some such distinction, the post-Marxist analysis of practice and consequently of hegemony reduces itself to a single, narrow dimension. Absent recourse to a structural logic of class, exploitation, and oppression, the post-Marxists are unable to provide a grounding for their own delineation of the struggle for radical democratic hegemony along lines of left and right, and hence for their critique of neoliberalism, which also appeals, after all, to freedom, equality and democracy. The radical pretensions of the post-Marxist project of pluralist democracy thus rely implicitly, and parasitically, upon the results of essentialist analyses of exploitation and oppression, notably those produced by historical materialism, while explicitly repudiating the theoretical premises of those results. Point 25 The limits of the post-Marxist rejoinder may be further delineated from another angle by trying to clarify just what Lacan and Mauve take to be a working-class subject position. A subject position, it turns out, is simply a postmodern idiom for a form of struggle. Point 26 But their criteria for identifying forms of struggle are unclear. Are they, for example, to be distinguished according to their aim, economic security versus political power, the means employed, strike, work to rule, sabotage, negotiation, the institutional context in which they unfold, or the identity of the adversary? In any case, subject positions, however identified, are, or at least may be, constitutive of the identity of an actor. from the participation of an actor in a form of struggle that might be termed working class, Marxists are driven to jump illogically to the conclusion that the identity of the actor and other forms of struggle in which the actor may engage are to be characterized as working class, endowing the agent and the class of people who engage in one or another of the forms of struggle with a spurious unity and homogeneity. Relying upon the assertion that rhetorical mechanisms constitute the anatomy of the social world, Lacan would later argue, apropos of populism but consistently with the argument of hegemony and socialist strategy, that the unity of the equivalential ensemble, of the irreducibly new collective will depends entirely on the social productivity of a name, the operation of the name as a pure signifier. Point 27 As depicted by Lacan and Mauve, Marx's use of the working class label involves the distinct relations of the sale and purchase of labor power and the labor process itself, which they inaccurately define as necessarily manual in character, but they raise the distinction only in order to decry Marx's purported failure to explore the variegated descent ring of the diverse positions of the working class subject. Point 28 But, as Marx understood very well, the wage relation involves the possibility, and hence the reality of the threat. In the experience of some workers, of failure to sell one's labor power, and the fluidity of the market for labor power involves the practical certainty that some sellers of labor power will move between different capitals producing different commodities, others between surplus value producing and other sorts of employment, that others will be able to maintain relative security of employment, and so on, together carrying the implication of a diversity of forms of struggle on a number of dimensions. The post-Marxist critique assumes that the unity of all these subject positions must take the form of homogeneity, but does this assume that the identity and unity of the working class, as of other objects, result from the very operation of naming? 29 Does it depend upon an auxiliary hypothesis holding that social and political agency must display the transparency of a transcendental subject? But Lacan, Mauve and anti-Marxist conventional wisdom to the contrary notwithstanding, the logic of historical materialism does not entail any such auxiliary hypothesis. In several respects, as Althusser and his school in particular sought to point out, it suggests the converse. Point 30 Indeed, in thinking about the unity of the working class, a metaphor of community, with its suggestion of unity in diversity and of indefinite borders, and consequent openness to hegemonic political practice, may be more useful than, or at least a necessary complement to, the notion of even a decentered subject. The practice of building, rebuilding, transforming, communities, sets of social relations, taken in certain of their aspects, will certainly involve bestowing names, but practices, including political practices, work with a more or less limited selection of instruments, employing certain combinations of skills and motive forces upon certain kinds of raw material in a certain material, political and institutional context against certain material, political and institutional resistance, all of which will both constrain and enable in varying ways and degrees the practice of building the community. There may be not only rhetorical reasons to prefer some names, and some political projects, to others. Post-Marxist hegemony thus represents not a project for reconstructing the bourgeois social order along new lines and under new leadership, but a deconstruction of any hegemonic project as an overweening claim to foreclose the innovative diversity of the process of individual self-definition and thereby suture the social order. Indeed, in place of the Leninist, and Gramscian, term proletarian hegemony, it has given currency to the language of counter-hegemony, a locution suggesting that the alternative to bourgeois rule is no social order at all but a universe of autonomously self-defining individuals. Marx's sardonic pronouncement in the Critique of the Gotha Programme, that the bourgeois have good reason to attribute supernatural creative power to labor 31 suggests, however, that just as one cannot simply produce oneself, neither can one simply define oneself. One always finds oneself already in context, and so one is always already defined, even if the terms in which one is understood/understands oneself are contested. In class society, the material available for the arduous work of transforming contexts and redefining political projects, aspirations, and identities is supplied by the historical movement of the class struggle in all its diversity. In this context, the social, political, and ideological relations of capital do not represent a mere static backdrop against which workers and revolutionary intellectuals strive to fashion a socialist project. Just as the workers spontaneously innovate in the course of their struggles, the ruling class innovates, through its political and ideological representatives, in response to working class struggles. The process of elaborating the political self-definitions of working class and popular movements and working out the forms of a classless society is one in which the economic, political, and ideological relations of capital, and with them the class adversary, are inevitably and actively present. To reckon without this presence is to take the contours of the political arena as given and thereby to assume, in the very terms of one's counter-hegemonic struggle, the position of the subaltern. It is to make political leadership and hence also political agency, strictly speaking, unthinkable. When the figure of Lenin reappears, it is introduced by Slavoj Žižek as a counter to the ersatz politics of third-way managerial liberalism and, by extension, the pragmatic accommodation of post-Marxist radical democratic pluralism, but only by transposing it into the discursive key of post-Marxism, confirming the discursive terms of the Lacan of appropriation of hegemony, though perhaps not in quite the same sort of way in which the advent of a Clinton, a Blair, or an Obama in opposition to the Reagan-Thatcher-Bush reaction confirmed the hegemonic status of finance capital, as the shared context of debate. Žižek's call to a 2001 conference on Lenin in Essen, Germany, posited a return to Lenin as a necessary precondition for a politics of truth, that is, neither the enlightened administration of the established fact nor the ineffectually self-absorbed and wistful protest of what Hegel termed a beautiful soul, but a politics capable of changing the very framework that determines how things work, an art of the impossible that could move the very parameters of what is considered possible in the existing constellation, in full awareness of the implications of such a project. A return to Lenin was called for precisely in order to reaffirm Marxist politics, since Marx himself had been appropriated by academic fashion and thereby domesticated and depoliticized. The aim of this return would be to repeat, in the present worldwide conditions, the Leninist gesture of initiating a political project that would undermine the totality of the liberal capitalist world order. 32 Lenin figures in this call as a symbol of transgression. To return to Lenin is to adopt a certain revolutionary aesthetic and ethic, to assume his stance of tough-minded revolutionary intransigence and to shoulder, without illusion, the responsibility of revolutionary power, the burden of dirty hands, of necessary compromise and harsh measures. The construction of Lenin as symbolic bearer of a new epochal truth, of a transvaluation of values, is the obverse of the parable of the original sin of intellectual pride. The assignment of values may be reversed but the story remains the same. Žižek reads the post-Marxist provocation society doesn't exist, that is, the assertion of the constitutive incompleteness of the symbolic dimension that forms the social structure, as the thesis that society is not a positive field, since the gap of the political is inscribed into its very foundations, adding that Marx's name for the political which traverses the entire social body is class struggle. 33 This reading makes more credible the clarification that the justified rejection of the fullness of post-revolutionary society does not justify the conclusion that we have to renounce any project of a global social transformation. Smiley face. The jump from a critique of the metaphysics of presence to anti-utopian reformist gradualist politics is an illegitimate short-circuit. 34 But Žižek leverages this notion of a constitutive gap into a diagnosis of an idealist strain implicit in the philosophical stance of Lenin's materialism and empirio-criticism. The metaphor of reflection upon which Lenin relies to assert the objectivity of human knowledge, we come to know the way things exist independently of our minds only in the infinite process of approximation, abstracts from the fact that the partiality, distortion, of subjective reflection occurs precisely because the subject is included in the process it reflects. It therefore bears the implication of a totally adequate neutral knowledge of reality and, in turn, our external Status with regard to the reality we reflect. 35 Contra Lenin's materialist intention, only a consciousness observing the world from the outside would see the whole of reality the way it really is. Zizek parallels the Lakoff provocation with his own, here is no universe as a whole, the universe, the world, is nothing, everything that exists is within this nothing. Alternatively put, the very notion of the whole universe thus presupposes the position of an external observer, which is impossible to occupy. In consequence, a distorting partial perspective is inscribed into the very material existence of things. The barrier that stands in the way of our objective knowledge of reality is not layers of illusions and distortions surmountable only through infinite approximation, but rather our very ontological inclusion within reality. 36 The metaphor of reflection is abstracted in Zizek's argument from the logic of the political context in which Lenin invoked it, where Bolsheviks were divided, in the aftermath of the revolution of 1905, over whether or not an objective judgment could be made as to the balance of forces in the current conjuncture of the class struggle, and whether or not a Leninist claim to the requisite knowledge betokened insufficient faith in the revolutionary will of the proletariat. It is also abstracted, consequently, from Lenin's practice of philosophy. 37 With something of this context in mind, Zizek's claim that the very notion of the whole implies an observer outside the whole exhibits a striking similarity to the empiricist confusion of concept with percept for which Lenin took Bogdanov and the empirio-criticists to task in 1908.38. This parallel yields some indication as to why Zizek avoids repeating the obvious move of anti-Marxist/post-Marxist conventional wisdom of transposing the external subject of the reflection metaphor onto the thesis that consciousness must be introduced from without into the spontaneous movement of the working class to generate a Leninist claim to absolute knowledge. Instead, Zizek reads the Leninist thesis of consciousness from without through an analogy with the Lacanian psychoanalyst's supposed knowledge of the secret of the patient's desire, and with the need of the Judeo-Christian religious subject for an external traumatic encounter in order to know the truth of God. 39 Just as it is not that the analyst understands the desire of the patient better than the patient understands herself, the authority of the party is not that of determinate positive knowledge, but that of the form of knowledge, of a new type of knowledge linked to a collective political subject. Because in each case the subject is decentered, the external element does not stand for objective knowledge, that is, its externality is strictly internal. The need for the party stems from the fact that the working class is never fully itself. 40 The external agent, party, God, analyst, is the form in which we, proletarian, believer, patient, necessarily represent our own activity and knowledge to ourselves. The whole point of the argument about externality and internality, for Zizek, is not to identify a subject of knowledge but to show that the relevant form of knowledge is the symbolic self-knowledge of a subject. The name Lenin serves Zizek in similar fashion as the form whereby our commonplace critical insights into, say, the paradoxes of liberal democracy are transformed into the constituents of a subversive theoretical formation. 41 But the Lenin who can play this role is not the Lenin of historical fact, much less the artificer of theoretical tools capable of illuminating the shape of class struggles and the objective logic of the revolutionary process, but precisely the symbol of revolutionary transgression of conventional wisdom and popular imagination. The point of Zizek's return to Lenin is neither the nostalgic reenactment of the good old revolutionary times nor the opportunistic pragmatic adjustment of the old program to the new conditions, either of which would be insufferably passé, but to repeat, in the present worldwide conditions, the Leninist gesture of reinventing the revolutionary project. The act of self-reinvention out of crisis is definitive of the symbolic Lenin whom Zizek would have us repeat. The Lenin worth retrieving is the Lenin whose fundamental experience was that of being thrown into a catastrophic new constellation in which the old coordinates proved useless, and who was thus compelled to reinvent Marxism. We are urged to rise out of the ashes of the collapse of really existing socialism, 1990, as Lenin rose out of the ashes of the collapse of the Second International, 1914. Lenin stands for the compelling freedom to suspend the stale existing, post-ideological coordinates, the debilitating Denkverbot, prohibition on thinking, in which we live. It simply means that we are allowed to think again. Point 42 We are not, then, being advised to reenact the substance of Lenin's political practice or to redeploy his theoretical apparatus. These have become old, useless coordinates. To repeat Lenin is to accept that Lenin is dead, that his particular solution failed, even failed monstrously, but that there was a utopian spark in it worth saving. To repeat Lenin is to repeat not what Lenin did but what he failed to do, his missed opportunities. Point 43 Zizek's Leninist gesture is thus an act at once of revolutionary self-reinvention and of the reinvention of the context, the ideological coordinates, amidst which one acts. If such an act can be accomplished, it is only insofar as the coordinates that define its context are to be understood in purely ideological, symbolic/discursive, terms. Thus Zizek's articulation of bits and pieces of Leniniana with philosophical analysis, pop culture criticism, and high culture references, Lacanian psychoanalytic speculation and current events commentary would seem to be governed, like the farrago of Rameau's nephew 44, by a tactic of shaking our confidence in the psychic and intellectual coordinates of our contemporary bourgeois existence, making us think again, and so, perhaps, readying us for the Leninist gesture, rather than by a concern with the conceptual, political, or historical logic of Lenin's theory or practice. The Leninist gesture, the act of revolution, is conceived, then, in abstraction from its insertion in the objective process of the class struggle. It is not a matter of revolutionizing the material process of production but an essentially symbolic act, the recognition of a utopian spark, a revolution in identity politics. Although his Lenin is at once the ultimate political strategist and a technocrat dreaming about the scientific reorganization of production, it is not too surprising that Zizek should find this Lenin unable to think, even if aware of the urgency of doing so, an impossible yet necessary task, the articulation of politics and economics, of proletarian revolution and the construction of socialism. Point 45 As I will show, in What is to be Done, Lenin begins by diagnosing a polemical adversary's conflation of the distinction between base and superstructure with a different distinction, one between spontaneity and consciousness, in order to delineate a conceptual space that would allow Marxist political actors to think their own agency within the class struggle. Point 46 That is to say, the conceptualization of political agency as internal requires that it be distinguished from concepts appropriate to the objective logic, and the material context, of the social structure. This does not, however, imply that the externality of this object of knowledge is merely internal to the acting/knowing political agent. Alternatively put, there is no implication that impediments to knowledge inhere simply in the knowing subject, in the structure of the political agent's practice, and not also in the objective logic of the practical material process to be known. Obstacles of either sort may present themselves, and there is no need to suppose that a single set of cognitive tools is appropriate to address both. How the appropriate tools are most effectively deployed is a matter for the long and wearisome process of practice, scientific, political and productive. The terms in which Marxists and their adversaries have understood the movement of the class struggle and debated the appropriate strategies and institutions continue nonetheless to shape debates and divisions in working class and popular movements, and thereby enter into the present context of political action. They can enter consciously or unconsciously, and where, as in the case of Lenin, they are permitted entry only in forms so highly abstracted and even caricatural as to suppress, in effect, the logic of political debate and action, careful and critical re-examination is particularly called for. Grasping Lenin's political analyses and the concepts worked out across those analyses, linked as these were to a movement of theory and practice, a tradition, requires a form of investigation capable of seizing the present as a specific moment in the movement of a process. Such a form of investigation, inevitably redolent of traditions and histories, we think, we already know, must draw back at least momentarily from the present and the will to transgress it, and so it must evoke the impatience of anyone who expects theory to be a simple recipe for action in the here and now. This kind of impatience merely forestalls a critical reckoning with the political practice and theory that enabled Lenin to forge revolutionary intransigence into an instrument capable of grasping the present and thereby defining the shape of a revolutionary political project. Where Lenin figures simply as a symbol of revolutionary transgression, what is lost from view, just as surely as where he is painted, through pity or fear, as a bearer of the original sin of intellectual pride, is the shape of his thought and his politics. The revolutionary who turns to this, or any other, present moment with nothing but a will to transgression, abstracted from the historical traditions and trajectories that give it shape, would be a naive, if not a very beautiful, soul. Precisely because political actors in the tradition of classical Marxism have had to engage with the difficulties and uncertainties of situating themselves politically and theoretically in determinate moments of the class struggle, one can hope to derive from their example analytical tools that can be brought to bear upon present moments. I claim that Lenin's almost dogged insistence that concrete situations be analyzed concretely makes him exemplary in this regard. It is assumed in the literature on Lenin's politics, whether scholarly or activist, that his theory of the vanguard party is first and foremost a theory of organization that yields a justification of a certain democratic centralist model of organization as particularly appropriate to the pursuit of the proper aim of the working class movement. This literature is centrally preoccupied with the issue of who can claim the class consciousness that would justify leadership or membership or lend weight to the policy prescriptions of one orientation or another. Beyond the obvious implication of awareness of the need for workers to struggle for the socialist transcendence of capitalist society, the meaning and the function of this consciousness have not been much investigated in this literature, which is typically more concerned with who, what kind of agent, has or is capable of attaining consciousness than with what it is they would be conscious of. Now, political consciousness, like political agency, is inherently intentional or goal-oriented, so it is not at all unreasonable to construe class consciousness as a consciousness of the need to struggle to realize working class interests in a classless society beyond capitalism. By itself, this yields an instrumental conception of political agency. But political consciousness is also inherently reflexive, moving, or refusing to move, in response to movements in its context, to the activity of other political actors and to its own initial effects. It is not just an aim or a set of beliefs but an activity and a process. It is, then, a moving target. This is a point that Lenin would come to understand very well, and the significance of his political practice cannot be grasped without reckoning with it. Taking Lenin seriously as a philosopher, and not just as a practitioner, of politics dictates that the aim and function of political consciousness and political activity and the cognate processes whereby political agents come to understand themselves in acting in the world, processes that determine the significance of one or another form of organization, be interrogated rather than simply taken as already given in the basic terms of Marxist theory. This book's line of argument might be understood as proceeding from another Gramscian insight. A man of politics writes about philosophy. It could be that his true philosophy should be looked for rather in his writings on politics in a form that is more often than not implicit and at times even in contradiction with what is professedly expressed. Point 47. It is difficult to avoid the impression that Gramsci wrote these words about Lenin, with a view to liberating the dialectic of his political practice from what he regarded as the mechanistic fetters of materialism and empirio-criticism. Point 48. While my estimate of Lenin's book on philosophy is much more positive than Gramsci's, it remains that the practice of interpreting some of Lenin's more striking political theses, often abstracted from their rhetorical function and political context, in terms derived from his expressly philosophical work, has contributed not a little to readings that demonstrably obscure the logic of his politics and sustain the conventional caricature. Looking for philosophy in Lenin's political writings, I take it, does not mean singling out philosophical aphorisms interspersed amidst political argument and commentary. Such an approach takes as its object, rather, the patterns and discrepancies, the underlying structures and tensions, of a discourse. While it must reckon with what is explicit in the discourse, it must seek, in addition, to discern a logic which, though more or less implicit, can account for the manifest shifts, the play of a mode of thought that is alive to the movement of political reality. It seeks, then, to trace across Lenin's shifting political interventions the emergence of a logic of political analysis that governs the movement of his thought, so as to understand not just what he thought at a particular point in time but how he thought, how theory and practice were adjusted and readjusted to each other across successive conjunctures in a distinctive mode of political action and analysis. Such an approach requires close attention to the texts, but any reading that would distinguish the substance of a text from its formulation must go beyond the letter of the text. To the extent that the practice of a political actor, such as Lenin, is the realization of a theory, it cannot be grasped without understanding how that actor theorizes his, or her, political reality. Conversely, what an author is doing in what he, or she, writes, in theoretical practice, cannot be discerned without examining what is done with what is written, that is, what is done in political practice. Going beyond the letter in this way is vulnerable to the illusory certainties of conventional wisdom and hence, as Gramsci cautioned, to the danger of dilettantism, of arbitrariness and superficiality. Conventional wisdom enters spontaneously, we are never conscious of everything we assume, into any project of interpretation, suggesting certain possibilities and obscuring others. So it is necessary to proceed, as Gramsci advised, with care. Care in this matter can only consist in the detailed analysis of the material, situating the text in the movement of its political and intellectual context, confronting the strength of alternative readings and delineating the theoretical and political issues addressed by the text or imposed by the context or by the clash of rival interpretations. In this way the textual and contextual evidence may be assessed in light of the existing field of concepts and problems and so enable us, as Gramsci hoped, to generate truth. 49. The thread of the argument. I begin the second chapter with the defense of Karl Koschei, the leading exponent of the orthodox Marxism of the Second International, from the charge of undialectically separating theory and practice, outlining some parameters of the intellectual context in which the notion of hegemony arose as an issue in Marxist theory and practice. The materialist conception of history, as articulated by Koschei, allows us to grasp the struggle for a classless socialist society as the outcome of the logic of the historical development of the forces of production of human society, enabling Marxists, intellectuals, and workers to situate themselves consciously as political actors within the historical process. Through careful textual and contextual analysis of Koschei's claim that consciousness must be introduced into the working class movement from outside, the unity of theory and practice is shown to emerge out of a historical logic that underwrites the harmonious, even synchronous, maturation of the objective, productive forces, and subjective, socialist consciousness, conditions of socialism, a unilinear logic according to which the contradictions of the historical process are apparently resolved in the seemingly unstoppable advance of the parliamentary political project of Koschei's German Social Democratic Party, SPD. Critical analysis of this historical logic yields a series of questions about political agency, about the role of politics in forging the unity of the working class, about the logic and the limits of alliance with other social classes and about the need for leadership and the class character of the workers' political party. These are the kinds of question that would give rise to the notion of hegemony, but they are questions to which Koschei's Marxist orthodoxy was able to supply merely nominal, theoretically ungrounded responses. It was not a separation of theory from practice but the very conjunction of Koscheian theory with SPD practice that effectively marginalized and suppressed these critical issues. The number and variety of the issues that can arise in probing the notion of hegemony as it figures in Marxist discourse, leadership and consciousness, party and class, intellectuals and workers, social structure and political agency, organization and democracy, strategy and class alliance, and so on, may make it difficult to orient oneself in the investigation. It may be useful to think of the concept of hegemony as emerging from and designating a process by which political actors, specifically, revolutionary Marxist political actors, orient themselves amidst the political realities that confront and challenge and envelop and sweep them along. Thus understood, it demands not only theorization but an understanding of the relation between theory and practice. It calls, therefore, for historical treatment. In the third chapter I trace the genesis of the problem of hegemony in the efforts of the early Russian Marxists to work out an account of the Russian social democratic project of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. Marx and Engels set the stage for the debates over Marxist strategy that would follow by situating Russia in terms of their materialist conception of history. Although Marx did not directly address the strategic issues that confronted revolutionary political actors in Russia, that is, he did not try to situate Marxism in Russia, the silences of his analysis suggest some of the difficulties involved in framing those issues in terms of the logic of Marxist orthodoxy. The difficulties of situating Marxism, as a theory of political actors, in Russia may be traced in the attempts of Plekhanov and Lenin to deploy the unilinear historical logic of orthodoxy in explicating the social democratic claim to a leading role for the working class in Russia's democratic revolution. These attempts overstretched such key assumptions of orthodox Marxism as the synchronic development of the material and ideological conditions of socialism, productive forces, and class struggle, and thereby generated pervasive equivocation in applying its logic to inescapable issues of revolutionary political practice, political leadership and the unification of the working class, alliances with other classes, the nature of proletarian self-emancipation. The equivocation assumed different forms in Plekhanov and in Lenin, but in each case attempts to clarify the implications of the class analysis for political agency simply translated the equivocation into the terms of class consciousness. The term hegemony served as a verbal resolution, a gesture toward resolution of the problem, at once expressing and obscuring the limits of the logic of orthodoxy. The latent tensions in the project of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution, and in the logic of orthodox Marxism, assumed critical form when the emergence of a narrowly corporate economist tendency in Russian social democracy coincided not only with the revisionist crisis in international social democracy but with the newly apparent threat of a rival, bourgeois liberal hegemonic project. The notorious claim in What Is to Be Done? That social democratic consciousness could only be introduced into the spontaneous working class movement from without needs to be read and explicated in the context of Lenin's response to this crisis. Careful examination of the text and context of the claim in the fourth chapter shows that it functions quite differently than Koskai's apparently similar claim, indeed, violating the assumption of harmony between Marxist consciousness and the spontaneous working class movement. It signals a break in the unilinear historical logic of Marxist orthodoxy. Contrary to conventional wisdom, however, it not only does not contradict but is in fact more consistent than the alternatives, with the core Marxist theme of proletarian self-emancipation. Allowing the patient reader to trace the emergence of a metastrategic logic of political analysis, the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, Lenin's thesis does not have to do with the substitution of one political protagonist, the intelligentsia, or the party, for another, the working class, but with orienting the position of vanguard, conscious, political actors within the class struggle and the struggle for hegemony and, consequently, with the relation of theory and practice. Since this logic implies an understanding of Marxist theory as a guide to action rather than a dogma, and therefore as necessarily incomplete and always in process of development, it needs to be extended by an account of the process that drives theoretical development, an account of the relation of theory and practice. The elements of such an account may be foreshadowed but are not yet worked out. While What Is to Be Done may open a possibility for rethinking the challenges of proletarian hegemony in historical materialist terms, it does not yet meet them. In the fifth chapter I revisit the status of Marxist theory in What Is to Be Done? In the context of Lenin's response to his polemical adversaries' call for freedom of criticism within the social democratic movement. When Lenin's argument against the appeal to freedom of criticism is read carefully, it can be shown to assume not only the irreconcilability of the class struggle but also the desirability of such constitutional norms as freedom of speech and freedom of association. When read in the context of the metastrategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, Lenin's argument aims to show that the call for freedom of criticism, when not disciplined by engagement in concrete investigation of new challenges and new circumstances faced by the working class movement, is itself more dogmatic than its ostensible target and may, in practice, pose a threat to the freedom of working class association. Marxist theory develops in engagement with the revolutionary political project of the working class movement. The Second Congress of the RSDLP at once confirmed the triumph of the political perspective of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution and inaugurated a split of historic proportions, between Mensheviks and Bolsheviks, in the ranks of its partisans. The necessary conjunction of these two aspects is analyzed in the 6th chapter in terms of the project of proletarian hegemony, demonstrating the emergence of two distinct and opposing orientations toward the struggle for hegemony. Once the perspective of proletarian hegemony was embodied in institutions with some authority, the equivocation that pervaded it was translated into highly charged practical disagreements which in turn generated political antagonism. On the logic of Lenin's political analysis, the Marxist Party and disagreements within it were at play in the struggle for hegemony. He could quite matter-of-factly subject internal disagreements to the logic of the struggle for hegemony. To the Mensheviks to be, who viewed class and party unity through the optic of orthodoxy, this approach could only appear artificial and unnecessarily divisive. The mere nuances that seemed to distinguish Lenin's formulations of the relation of spontaneity and consciousness from those of his former Iskra colleagues might well take on a sharper edge in this new context. The Menshevik orientation to hegemony invoked a sense of independent working class agency, self-activity, distinct from the strategic dimension of agency in the Leninist orientation to hegemony, that emerged as pivotal in the critique of the Bolshevik stance. The Menshevik politics of proletarian self-emancipation consisted in orchestrating the self-education of the workers through their self-activity, counterposed to the Leninist logic of the struggle for hegemony. However, their practice could not generate strategic independence. What would count as self-activity, political education or working-class independence in Lenin's optic could be defined, by contrast, only in terms of the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony and the requirements of the political conjuncture. The burden of the 7th chapter is that the revolutionary process of 1905-7 saw Lenin bring the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony to bear in a vastly extended arena of struggle, reflect upon the experience of the spontaneous revolutionary movements of the workers and peasants, and make the practical and theoretical adjustments necessary to fashion a coherent, in historical materialist terms, strategy of proletarian hegemony. The upsurge of a revolutionary movement of the peasantry as a whole led Lenin to reformulate the struggle for hegemony as a struggle between two class alliances, proletarian peasant and bourgeois landlord, respectively embodying thoroughgoing democratic transformation of Russian society and liberal compromise with entrenched privilege. Lenin grasped the alliance he sought to consolidate as in essence a combination of heterogeneous forces, seeking to foster the distinctiveness of the peasant movement, encouraging the radical democratic and discouraging the socialist aspects of its populist ideology and later promoting the formation of an independent peasant political party. Hegemony consists in the leader encouraging the independent initiative of the led. The scope of the peasant movement led Lenin to rethink the stage and form of the development of capitalism in the countryside, reconceptualizing the struggle for hegemony in historical materialist terms as a struggle between two paths of capitalist development, the Prussian and American paths. Hegemony is not simply a superstructural phenomenon but is grounded in the socio-economic structure. The invention of the Soviets out of the spontaneous working class movement provisionally transcends bourgeois hegemony, and thereby expresses the political independence of the proletariat, inasmuch as it constitutes an institutional form of proletarian leadership of the people, an organizational embodiment of the worker-peasant alliance. As such, it constitutes a spontaneous contribution to the clarification of the theoretical problem of hegemony. Hegemony must be grasped not only in terms of ideas, consent, and instruments, force, but also in terms of forms of social organization. The very fact, as well as the form, of mass organization transforms the arena and hence also the terms of political debate, alliance, and struggle. In thus contributing to the development of consciousness, the spontaneous movement does not displace Marxist theory but occasions an adjustment in Lenin's orientation to the relation of theory and practice. Since circumstances change independently of the dictates of any political actor, even a hegemonic one, the struggle for hegemony requires the ability to adapt to changing conjunctures and thus some combination of sensitivity to the underlying material constraints upon struggle with openness to likely, and even unlikely, springs of change. This ability calls for a dialectic of practice and theory, played out through the contradictions of vanguard, class, and masses. If the language of hegemony is less central in Lenin's discourse after the imperialist war and the fall of the Tsar established a new context for the struggle for democracy in the process of socialist revolution, this does not betoken the displacement of the metastrategic logic of the struggle for hegemony. Indeed, the argument of the 8th chapter is that Lenin's analysis of imperialism constitutes a rethinking of the dynamics and the nature of the socialist revolution in such a way as to generalize the substance of the notion of hegemony and the distinctive logic of political analysis he worked out in the course of the struggle for hegemony in Russia's democratic revolution. Analysis of the conjuncture of World War and the split in socialism in terms of the logic of imperialism led Lenin to conceive the limits of capitalism as an uneven, complex, and contradictory process of revolution. In its most advanced, imperialist phase, capitalism did not simplify but reshuffled the alignment of social forces, engendering a labor aristocracy and thus fracturing the assumption of a united working class movement while calling forth peasant and nationalist resistance to reaction and petty bourgeois opposition to monopoly. Indeed, there is some indication in Lenin's critique of imperialist economism that the function of leadership can be, or even must be, exercised from a variety of distinct and even contradictory positions. The process of socialist revolution is driven by the logic of the struggle for proletarian hegemony waged across diverse movements of resistance to imperialism. The emergence of the Soviets as an embryonic proletarian state in process of dissolution prolongs the politico-strategic logic of this struggle. At issue in the international debate about the dictatorship of the proletariat that broke out after the Bolshevik seizure of power was the logic of the process of socialist revolution and its implications for practice and theory. Lenin's rejoinder to Koskai's critique reprises the logic of his deconstruction of the appeal for freedom of criticism in What Is to Be Done? The transition to a classless society depends upon knitting together a proletarian popular community charged with assuming and transforming the functions hitherto performed by the ruling classes. In this context, the exercise of the dictatorship of the proletariat can be not only repressive but also constructive. I try to clarify Lenin's attempts to grapple with the difficulties of pulling such a community together under circumstances of revolution and counter-revolution, of incipient civil war, in the 9th chapter, by following through the tension between the two assumptions of his earlier argument, the desirability of constitutional liberties and the irreconcilability of the class struggle, as it plays out in accordance with the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony. Responsive to the struggles and innovations of the actors engaged in it, the process of transition is, on this logic, open-ended. It is not only the workers and peasants who may innovate but also the former rulers, and so the process may always eventuate in reversals and defeat, especially if its contradictions, and its logic, are not mastered. A final chapter suggests the pertinence to present-day class and popular struggles of Lenin's politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony. Taking as exemplary the influential Empire trilogy of Michael Hart and Antonio Negri, I show how the practice of framing analyses of the current state of capitalism and the class struggle in terms of opposition to a typically caricatured image of Lenin's vanguardism undermines the author's capacity to engage critically and productively with much of the experience of the proletarian and popular struggles of the past century. Thus they deny themselves the footholds in history and tradition from which to reach into the future. The practice effectively occludes issues of revolutionary political leadership and agency addressed by Lenin and introduces an unnecessary layer of confusion into the effort to analyze concretely the current dynamic of capital and the class struggle. I proceed to address questions around the relation between individual and collective revolutionary agency raised by Gramsci's modernization of Machiavelli's New Prince in light of the experience of Lenin's vanguard, and suggest that this relation is illuminated by the Leninist logic of hegemony, which, relativizing the spontaneous and conscious aspects of political agency, gives us theoretical instruments to think about their interpenetration. Though not necessary to the argument of the book, 3 items are appended which may nonetheless help sustain it. First is my translation of Koschei's Die Revision des Programmes der Sozialdemokratie in Österreich, the locus clas sicut of his notorious thesis that socialist consciousness must be introduced into the class struggle from without. The context it provides will support both my reading of Koschei's thesis and the contrast I draw between it and Lenin's superficially similar thesis. Second is my contribution to a 31a philosophical fact, hegemony in the class struggle. Symposium in Historical Materialism on Lars Lih's recently influential Lenin Rediscovered, wherein Lenin is claimed to share with the principal polemical targets of what is to be done. A commitment to enacting in Russia the political perspective of the SPD's Erfurt program, thus vindicating his credentials as a practitioner of Marxism at the same time as the argument of the text is reduced to a rationalization of a bid for factional power and so voided of theoretical significance. 50 I demonstrate that Lih's reading, predicated upon a failure to address the theoretical issues arising from the ambiguities immanent in the project of proletarian hegemony, turns upon a misrepresentation of Lenin's text and thereby even falls into a misunderstanding of its context. The third item included is a brief review of the evidence indicating the failure of the claim, occasionally encountered in the literature, that Lenin would subsequently repudiate the thesis of consciousness from without argued in What is to be Done? Chapter 2. On the relation of theory and practice. Karl Koschei and the first post-Marxist 1. The path of development is the path of struggle. The reconciliation of antagonisms implies the stoppage of development. Karl Koschei 2. It was Karl Koschei, more than anyone else, who defined the Marxism of the Second International. He was the editor of the most respected Marxist theoretical review of the period, Die Neue Zeit, the theoretical organ of the German Social Democratic Party, SPD, and, with Eduard Bernstein, the literary executor of Marx and Engels. As the quasi-official leading theoretician of what was by far the strongest party in the International, he was from the death of Engels in 1895 until the cataclysm of 1914-18 the authoritative voice of Marxist orthodoxy. First the war, however, and then the October Revolution in Russia pushed to the surface the fissures which lay beneath the official unity of German, and international, social democracy and which had seemed, until then, mere superficial cracks. Koschei's brand of Marxism showed itself incapable of coming to grips with the crisis of war, the polarization of the SPD between those who supported the Imperial German war effort and those who, like Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, declared their outright opposition, left him profoundly isolated. His call for a peace without annexations could not but seem a pious wish. His ostrich-like refusal to recognize that the acquiescence of the majority of socialist parties in the war efforts of their respective governments was tantamount to the collapse of the International, an admission of political, and perhaps theoretical, bankruptcy. Koschei's place as the great renegade in the history of Marxism and the workers' movement has been fixed by Lenin's repeated and virulent denunciations of him during the war and in the aftermath of the October Revolution. Without examining the substance of Lenin's critique, which will be considered later, it is worth pausing a moment over its form. The paradoxical nature of Lenin's approach is strikingly expressed in the following: Koscheism is not fortuitous, it is the social product of the contradictions within the Second International, a blend of loyalty to Marxism in word, and subordination to opportunism in deed. 3 Lenin is underlining, on the one hand, the importance of considering Koschei not as an individual, not in terms of his subjective motivations, but as representative of a definite ideological trend, the product of the objective clash of social forces. 4 Yet on the other hand, he characterizes Koscheism precisely in terms of bad faith, hypocrisy, of merely verbal adherence to Marxism, adherence in words and promises but not in practice. Point 5. The latter claim is often conveyed, Etienne Balibar has noted, in the following fashion: Koskay ignored or forgot certain aspects of Marxism, exemplified in a whole series of analyses by Marx and Engels of the state and the Paris Commune in particular. This forgetfulness, acknowledging the class struggle without the dictatorship of the proletariat, yielded distortions of the Marxist theory of class struggle and the state. Lenin backs up his claims with abundant evidence, extensively citing and explicating the analyses of Marx and Engels and comparing them with Koskay's works. This whole procedure is problematic, Balibar argues, inasmuch as it presumes the notion of a primordial authentic Marxism, existing prior to and standing above the struggle of different tendencies, capable of being recognized or discovered, instead of being ignored or forgotten, so as then to be put into practice. Point 6. If everything happens, Balibar comments, as if Lenin had been able to criticize Koskay only by turning his own ideological concept of Marxism against him, the concept of orthodoxy, which carries with it its opposite, that of error, heterodoxy, and heresy. Point 7. One of the most striking features of the form of Lenin's critique of Koskay, and certainly the one most commonly noted by commentators, is the frequent juxtaposition of the opportunist Koskay of the post-1914 period with Koskay the revolutionary Marxist of earlier days. To conflate this juxtaposition with the whole of Lenin's understanding of Koskay's political and theoretical evolution 8 would effectively reduce the latter to the contention that Koskay was guilty of a kind of akrasia, of weakness of the revolutionary will, a charge of personal, but little theoretical, interest. Lenin insists, however, that the first and most fundamental demand of scientific research in general and of Marxist dialectic in particular is that a writer should examine the link between the present struggle of trends in the socialist movement and the struggle that preceded it for whole decades. Point 9. In fact, Lenin traces the roots of Koskay's abandonment of Marxism back to his vacillation on the question of Millerandism, the issue being the legitimacy of a socialist participating as a minister in a bourgeois government, and to the revisionist controversy, when he entered the lists only hesitantly and criticized Bernstein only in yielding up a concession of principle on the question of the state. It would thus have been the easiest thing in the world for Lenin to conclude, in light of the notion of a primordial authentic Marxism, that Koskay had never been a Marxist. Point 11. Yet this is just what he does not do. He continues to regard Koskay as having been a Marxist at least until the road to power in 1909.12. This is the reflex of Lenin's concern to situate Koskay in relation to the development of social forces and the evolution of the contradictions of the Second International. When he argues that Koskay's definition of imperialism serves as a basis for a whole system of views which signify a rupture with Marxist theory and Marxist practice all along the line. 13. He takes the measure of Koskay's position not from the standpoint of an original Marxism but through the optic of his own analysis of imperialism. Not only does imperialism create the basis for an alliance of certain aristocratic strata of the working class with the bourgeoisie, the increased reaction and oppression it engenders give rise to a petty bourgeois democratic opposition to imperialism whose ideal, reflected in Koskay's notion of ultra-imperialism, would be a peaceful and democratic expansion of capitalism. It is in relation to these transformations in the constellation of social forces that Lenin seeks to triangulate the site of Koskay's betrayal. Koskay not only did not trouble to oppose, was not only unable to oppose this petty bourgeois reformist opposition, which is really reactionary in its economic basis, but became merged with it in practice, and this is precisely where Koskay and the broad international Koskayan trend deserted Marxism. Point 14. The Marxism for whose abandonment Lenin reproaches Koskay is the theory of the proletarian movement for emancipation. Point 15. The conditions in which the struggle for emancipation must be waged have changed, and those changed conditions confront the working class movement with new problems and tasks, or push to the forefront problems and tasks that have hitherto been of less pressing importance. Marxism must develop in response to the ever-expanding needs of the movement if it is not to decay and become detached from it. It is in this sense that Lenin wrote that the greatest blunder, the greatest crime of Koskay was not to have understood that Marxist theory is not a dogma, but a guide to action and not to have treated it as such at decisive moments. 16 Failing to apply Marxism to the current situation, that is, to change it, develop it, advance it, Koskay is thereby unable to sustain a proletarian class position and passes over to the petty bourgeoisie. There is, then, as Balibar argues 17, a contradiction implicit in the form of Lenin's critique of Koskay, a critique of betrayal in the name of the canons of orthodoxy and at the same time a critique of orthodoxy in the name of the shifting fronts of the class struggle. Inasmuch as the dual reference assumed in this critique, to an original Marxism and to the current tasks of the class struggle as reflected in his own analyses, figures as a single standard, it hides a theoretical problem that inhabits the contradictory form of Lenin's analysis. The filiation Lenin asserts between his own Marxism and the Marxism of Marx and Engels has to do with the role of theory in the practice of the class struggle. Marxism is identified, in each case, with a proletarian class position in politics, but what remains outside the compass of Lenin's analysis, though the contradictory terms of that analysis signal its presence as a problem, is any interrogation of the process whereby Marxism comes to be identified in practice with the class struggle of the proletariat, how Marxist theory is itself constituted and transformed in the practice of the class struggle. The history of Marxism cannot be grasped simply as the application, or misapplication, of a pre-given theory. The relation of theory and practice is more complex and elusive than that. It will become clear later on that some resources can be found in Lenin's oeuvre with which to address this sort of problem. For the moment, however, I simply want to signal its existence with respect to the historical role of Koskay's Marxism. If the notion of orthodoxy came to play an inordinate role in this Marxism, an account of it that merely registers departures from its own scriptures is clearly inadequate. Issues having to do with the basis of ideas in social practice, with the subtle interplay of theory and practice, are perhaps posed even more pointedly in the case of an orthodoxy than they are with other theories. In Koskay's case, the relation of theory and practice was constituted above all through the political project of the SPD. It is in relation to this project that his Marxism is to be understood. But before tracing the relation of Koskay's theory and the practice of the SPD, it may be helpful to consider a reading that runs through much of Western Marxist theory and that turns on the claim that the dead end of social democratic politics derives from a separation of theory and practice in the philosophical underpinnings of Second International Marxism, a separation transcended in the reassertion of a critical Marxist philosophical perspective expressing the unity of theory and practice. Critical Marxism and Orthodoxy. This kind of reading has been put forward most influentially in Lucio Coletti's essay Bernstein and the Marxism of the Second International. Coletti claims that a gulf of principle separated Marx's dialectical interweaving of conscious historical practice with material determination from the Marxist orthodoxy of the Socialist International. 18 Koskay and his orthodox co-thinkers were unable to generate an effective revolutionary response to the revisionist challenge posed by Edward Bernstein because they shared with him a vulgar and naive conception of the economy seen as one isolated factor, separated from the other moments and thereby emptied of any effective socio-historical content, representing, on the contrary, an antecedent sphere, prior to any human mediation. 19 Koskay's failure to grasp Marx's critical demystification of the reified reality of capitalism, the theory of commodity fetishism, sustains a political practice that is itself reified and consequently opportunistic. This failure was underpinned, in Koskay's Marxist orthodoxy, by a fatalistic cosmology that compressed the historical social world into the framework of cosmic natural evolution, to such an extent that they were no longer distinguishable. Indeed, moral choice itself was reduced in the process to a mere instinct and the ethical law to a natural impulse equivalent to the instinct of procreation. 20 In this conceptual context, Marx's portrait of the historical tendency of capitalist accumulation is translated in the SPD's Erfurt program, drawn up by Koskay, into the terms of a naturalistic and fatal necessity. 21. This generated the providential faith in the automatic progress of economic evolution which underlay German social democracy's parliamentary road to socialism. Mechanically separated from the economic base, the state and politics could not be grasped as a network of social relations. The class character of the state apparatus is obfuscated. The state is seen in voluntarist terms as an invention of the ruling class in much the same way that Voltaire saw religion as the cunning of the priests, and the political objective of transforming the social roots of the power structure is reduced to the rise to power of a particular political personnel. 22 In this way, Coletti turns against Marx's political progeny the same sort of criticism that Marx himself, in the course of developing his materialist conception of history, levelled at Ludwig Feuerbach. Orthodox Marxism thus reproduces the conceptual vacillation of Enlightenment materialism between mechanism and voluntarism. Here, more interestingly, the separation of theory and practice that is said to vitiate Koskian orthodoxy rests upon a reified notion of practice incapable of grasping its human/subjective dynamism. But Coletti's Koski is a man of straw. And to refute a caricature is to risk reproducing the real errors of the position criticized, and the real defeats that stem therefrom. Genuine refutation must penetrate the opponent's stronghold and meet him on his own ground. No advantage is gained by attacking him somewhere else and defeating him where he is not. 23 If there is a pronounced tendency in Bernstein's thought to conceive productive activity in purely technical terms, as an interchange between humans and nature, not as the exploitation of one class by another, Koski understood that the process of creating value and the labor process form two different sides of one and the same process, the capitalist process of production, and consequently the direction of production and the despotic rule of capital over the worker also seem inseparable. He also praised Marx as the first thinker to reveal the fetishistic character of the commodity, who recognized capital not as a thing, but as a relationship between persons, and as a historical category. 24 Thus was he able, following Marx, to theorize class struggle and politics in organic connection with the material process of production. The power of a ruling class is dependent upon its performance of definite social functions connected with production. As these functions erode, so does the power of the ruling class. In the case of the capitalist mode of production, the growth of the productive forces increases the concentration and complexity of production, removing from the capitalist his function as an organizer of production and assigning it to hired functionaries. The divorce of the capitalist class from production erodes the social justification for its existence, just as the centrality of the working class to the productive process makes it the class of the future. 25 Had Koski's analysis remained at this level of generality, there might have been some substance to Coletti's claim that orthodox Marxism rested upon a fatalistic faith in the automatism of economic progress independent of human mediation. But Koski's account of the transition to socialism weaves the growth of productive powers together with class struggle, organization, and consciousness. Through the accumulation of wealth, capitalism creates the material conditions of socialism and, through the accumulation of poverty, the resistance of the workers. This resistance gradually takes on organized form as the development of large-scale production levels the craft gradations of the workforce, eliminating divisions among the workers as well as the possibility of their raising themselves as individuals, unifying them as a class and broadening the horizon of their struggles. 26 The growth of working-class consciousness is an evolutionary process marked by a series of stages and goes hand in hand with the rise of organization as ever wider sections of workers come to realize their common interests as a class. Organization simply concentrates the way the antagonisms of capitalist society are expressed. If organized struggle is less frequent, it is by the same token not only more extensive but also more intense. Owing to organization, conflict is felt less and less as an accidental antagonism of single individuals, and more as a necessary antagonism of entire classes. 27 The organized practice of the class struggle is the medium through which the workers become conscious of the strength inherent in their essential position in production. 28 Union organization and the struggle to defend economic interests prepare the workers for political activity. The growth of their needs leads them to pursue political power through the achievement of a socialist majority in parliament. The workers train and ready themselves, through their trade union and political activities, for their role as the organizers of socialism, democracy is to the proletariat what light and air are to the organism, without them it cannot develop its powers. 29 As the conquest of political power in parliament is the goal that defines the direction of the proletarian class struggle, the index of working class power, organization, and consciousness, is the electoral success of the SPD. 30 The mainstay of the process, the development of the forces of production, conditions not only the direction of the struggle but also its contours. It generates the concentration of production and the socialization of the producers that underlies the proletariat's remarkable capacity for organization and struggle and shapes the form and tempo of the growth of proletarian organization and consciousness. The increasing concentration of production that goes along with the growth of the productive forces is essential to Koskai's Marxism, for it constitutes both the material base and framework of socialism and its spiritual condition, the class struggle of the proletariat. Further, through the intimate connection Koskai posits between the growth of working class organization and class consciousness, a correspondence is established between the maturation of the material and the spiritual conditions of socialism. The logic of capitalism culminates, according to Koskai, in its inevitable collapse. But he insists that this inevitability does not preclude human mediation, indeed, it operates through the workers' resistance to capitalist immiseration. The moral elevation of the proletariat is identical with the increasing demands it makes upon society. The result of the class struggle can, therefore, be nothing else than increasing discontent among the proletarians. 31 The breakdown of the capitalist order and its supersession by socialism is not necessary in the fatalist sense that a higher power will present it to us of itself, but necessary, unavoidable in the sense that inventors improve technique and the capitalists in their desire for profit revolutionize the whole of economic life, as it is also inevitable that the workers aim for shorter hours of labor and higher wages, they organize themselves, that they fight the capitalist class and its state. As it is inevitable that they aim for the conquest of political power and the overthrow of capitalist rule. 32. Koskai was quite right to reject the claim that he held a theory of absolute immiseration, as he was right to reject the charge that he envisaged the automatic economic breakdown of capitalism. On his reckoning, capitalist breakdown is neither automatic nor merely economic. His has been aptly characterized as a theory of the political collapse of the capitalist system. 33 Koskai read the signs of political collapse in the scandal, decadence, corruption, and universal uncertainty that seemed to paralyze Wilhelmine Germany before the war. He did not, however, as Nettle would have it 34 envisage the posture of the SPD and the working class as the passive expectation of the heir apparent concerned only with avoiding the infection of the deathbed. In the first place, he saw the vacillation and moral decay of the ruling circles as reflecting an organic process of class struggle, the product of despair before the rise of a proletarian power that increasingly constrained bourgeois hopes and possibilities. 35 In the second place, he understood that the working class must go forward if it is not to be pushed back. The proletariat, he wrote, cannot be content with warding off as much as possible attempts to limit its political rights. It will become increasingly hard-pressed if it does not succeed in conquering new bases of political life, which permit it to continually make the government serve its class interests. 36 It may be argued that circumscription of the class struggle within Koskai's strategy of attrition, the patient accumulation of the forces of the working class for the conquest of parliamentary political power, denied or underestimated forms of working class activity essential for preparing the transition to socialism and thus effectively relegated the workers to a position of political passivity. But this is a very different sort of criticism than the charge of fatalism. In Koskai's historical and political stance there is no collapse of capitalism apart from the class struggle. Koskai is certainly a philosophical determinist, that is, someone for whom there is no breach called free will in the chain of causality that governs what happens, for whom there is no teleology, no purpose, that is not in principle subject to explanation in causal terms. But Coletti and his co-thinkers are quite wrong to suppose that determinism implies fatalism, an attitude or philosophy of inaction, of passive submission to the inevitable. Inaction follows from determinism only on the assumption that one knows that the actions one might take will have no significant or positive effect. It is often the case, however, that there is no way of achieving this kind of knowledge other than by acting. More to the point, Koski never claimed to have, and on a number of occasions specifically denied having, any such knowledge. 37 In any case, it is one of the central contentions of Koski's Marxism that the class-conscious activity of the proletariat, culminating in the political activity of the Marxist Party, is an essential aspect of capitalist collapse and socialist construction. It is just not the case that Koski has no understanding of specifically human practice, he simply understands it differently than Coletti does. An appropriately focused investigation of the relation of theory and practice in Koski's Marxism cannot, therefore, rest content with matters of social ontology. It must examine his politics and his epistemology, the kind of activity he advocated and the kind of knowledge he thought Marxists engaged in the class struggle needed and could have. These issues arise and are addressed most revealingly in the context of the political project of the SPD, especially in the terms of his response to Bernstein's critique of Marxism. The SPD was thrown into an uproar when Koski's old friend, colleague, and co-author of the Erfurt program, Eduard Bernstein, published his critical theses on the party's quasi-official Marxist self-understanding toward the end of the 1890s. Despite the abstract theoretical character of the issues addressed, the ensuing debate was by no means an intellectual tempest in a teacup. It engaged perspectives essential to defining the SPD's political project. Though his criticisms ran the gamut of Marxist theory, from political economy to ethics, from philosophy to methodology to politics, Bernstein claimed no originality for his views and was astonished by the stormy reception accorded their publication, whose point, as he saw it, was merely to urge the SPD to abandon an outmoded rhetoric of revolution and to declare itself to be what it already was in its day-to-day practice, a democratic socialist party of reform. 38 Indeed, neither his specific criticisms nor his tactical advice were strikingly original. But as the very fact of the controversy demonstrates, Bernstein's profession was not simply a description, it was also an intervention in a process. What was new in his thought was less its content than the socio-political function it performed. By an ingenious systematization of scattered and hitherto imprecise conceptions, he provided the reformist tendency then in process of formation inside the SPD with a body of doctrines establishing an indispensable ideological unity between diverse currents of varying origin. 39 These currents were bound up both with the SPD taking on the role of a party of reform and with it opening out from its working class fortress to the non-proletarian classes and strata of society. The political significance of the Bernstein controversy lay in this question of the workers' collaboration with other classes. In this respect, a brief look at the debate over the SPD's agrarian policy, which foreshadowed the Bernstein controversy, will provide some context before I turn to consider Bernstein's critical challenge to the Marxist self-image of the SPD. I will then examine the nature of Koski's rejoinder, noting in particular the absence of an innovative response to the difficulties Bernstein's critique posed for the Marxist project. Once Koski's understanding of the nature of Marxist theory and its function in the context of the SPD political project is spelled out, his defensive posture and the resulting limitations of Koskian orthodoxy can be more fruitfully understood as neither a failure of revolutionary will nor the expression of a reified social ontology, but rather the product of a determinate unity of theory and practice in which each term reinforces the limits of the other and whereby the evidence through which those limits might be addressed as problematic, and hence transcended, is effectively marginalist. The Agrarian Prelude. The agrarian question came to occupy the SPD in the mid-1890s in response to an intensifying crisis of agriculture experienced with much greater acuity in southern Germany, where small-scale peasant agriculture was widespread, than in Prussia, where large landed estates predominated. The perspective of the South German Social Democrats was very much the one Bernstein would later express as follows. If social democracy would not limit itself to being the party of the workers in the sense that it is only the political completion of trade unionism, it must be careful to interest at least a great part of the peasants in the victory of its candidates. In the long run that will only happen if social democracy commits itself to measures that offer an improvement for the small peasants for the immediate future. 40. The Southerners sought to vote for government budgets including measures, such as mortgage relief, loans, and aid to cooperatives, that corresponded to the economic interests of the peasants. But the implication, a desire to prop up small and middle peasant holdings, contradicted the historical perspective Koski set forth in his commentary on the SPD's Erfurt program. The problem, for Koski, was not that the South German initiative would slow the process of capitalist concentration and class polarization. This it could not do, the peasant plot was doomed to inexorable extinction. The difficulty was rather that it would put the SPD in the position of fostering illusions about the vitality of archaic forms of production, obscuring consciousness of the historical logic of the proletarian conquest of power. At the 1895 Breslau Congress of the SPD, Koski offered the following as an alternative to the Southerners' proposal. We must go to the dispersed peasantry and show them that their situation is in no way transitory, but necessarily flows from the capitalist mode of production, and that only the transformation of the present order into a socialist society will be able to help them. It is possible that this is not practical, but it corresponds to the truth and is necessary. 41. This alternative was indeed impractical, to move, through the propaganda efforts of the party, the best elements of the peasantry, as well as independent artisans and small businessmen, to adopt the standpoint of the proletariat in view of their impending transfer into its ranks. 42 Rather than an alliance of different classes or strata, this formulation envisaged a generalization of the socialist consciousness of the working class. On Koski's account, however, socialist consciousness was generated by the concentration and socialization of production through distinctively working class forms of organization and collective practice. He could provide no plausible account of its emergence on a mass scale outside the working class. Indeed, while the social isolation and consequent impotence of the intermediate strata could sometimes generate radical-sounding rhetoric, on the whole it tended to cynicism, despair and political bankruptcy. 43 He acknowledged cooperative institutions, like credit associations, as progress for the peasants, but progress in the direction of capitalism. Cooperative production, on the other hand, was not a possibility for the individualistic peasants, fanatically attached to their property, nor, for that matter, was it a possibility for independent artisans. 44 Recourse to the present capitalist and junker state to defend peasant property not only ignored the class character of the state but also threatened to dilute the SPD's strategy of working class conquest of political power in an amorphous soup of democratic reforms. For Koski, a social democratic agrarian program for the capitalist mode of production is an absurdity. 45 Holding out no hope for the peasantry, Koski looked to the agricultural proletariat of the large estates and the development of rural industry to fuel the SPD's penetration of the countryside. The debate over agrarian policy pushed Koski to a more thorough examination of the development of agriculture in capitalist society in one of his major works, The Agrarian Question, hailed by Lenin as the most important event in present-day economic literature since the third volume of Capital. 46 Although it yielded no new political perspective, The Agrarian Question introduced some notable theoretical innovations. Most notably, Koski theorizes the persistence of the small peasant farm in terms that virtually preclude its disappearance under capitalism. Capitalist agriculture sustains itself on the economic degradation of the small-scale cultivator, whom it reduces to a semi-proletarian dependent upon outside employment for subsistence. But capitalist agriculture's tendency to depopulate the countryside jeopardizes its own supply of cheap wage labor and thereby sets in motion a counter-tendency based upon big agricultural capital's interest in preserving the peasant in semi-proletarianist conditions. Large and small holding mutually assume each other, like the capitalist and the proletarians, but the small peasant then more and more takes on the character of a proletarian. 47 Although inscribed within the global process of the concentration of capital, the form and tempo of the process are specific to agriculture, the degradation/preservation of the peasant plot is distinguished as a form of proletarianization by the perpetuation of property ties, but also, just as significantly, by the producer's continued isolation, his divorce from the progress of culture and civilization, and his consequent incapacity for organization and struggle. But introducing cooperation into production is possible only for those who have nothing to lose but their chains, those accustomed by capitalist exploitation to work in common, among whom organized struggle against capitalist exploitation has developed the social virtues, confidence in the community of comrades, devotion to the community and subordination to its law. 48. The emancipation of the peasantry, Koski concludes, is not the work of the peasants themselves but of the industrial proletariat. It is in this sense that he interprets the Marxist dictum that the industrial proletariat cannot emancipate itself without at the same time emancipating the agricultural population. 49. Thus, even while conceptualizing the distinctiveness of rural development, probably more fully than any Marxist had done, Koski could not take the measure of the peasantry as a social and political force. Indeed, precisely those aspects of its situation that distinguish it from the proletariat undermine it as a social force. The agrarian question illustrates the decisive importance Koski attributed to collective organization and struggle in achieving socialism, and to the concentration of production as the mainspring of this process, by demonstrating the converse. The first post-Marxist, Edward Bernstein, gave coherent expression, for the first time, to a mood of moderation that was gaining ground in the SPD under the impetus of a growing prosperity in the 1890s and the lifting of the anti-socialist laws. Having absorbed the lessons of Fabian gradualism while in exile in England, Bernstein set out to bring Marxism into conformity with the temper of the times. He understood his task as opposing what is left of the utopian mode of thought in socialist theory in order to strengthen equally the realistic and the idealistic element in the socialist movement. 50. By the utopianism of which Marxism had not yet purged itself, Bernstein meant above all the dialectic, the philosophical expression of negation and revolution. Bernstein condemned Marx's dialectic as theoretical scaffolding that had been thrown up without thought as to the detailed construction to follow, and that must consequently distort our understanding of the process of historical development. 51. I am not of the opinion, he wrote, that the struggle of opposites is the basis of all development. The cooperation of related forces is of great significance as well. 52. Bernstein's notion of development, organic evolutionism, envisaged a gradual, even imperceptible, but unilinear accumulation of progress. The prospect of socialism does have material premises, but the point of economic development attained today leaves ideological, and especially ethical, factors greater space for independent activity than was formerly the case. 53. If a transition to socialism still assumes the growth of the productive forces, this process is no longer understood as structured according to the movement of the internal contradictions of capitalist society. Insofar as it entered into the progressive evolution of modern society, the struggle of the workers was grasped not as a struggle between exploited and exploiting classes, but as a struggle for material betterment and the extension of democracy, not so much as a struggle at all as ultimately an aspiration to the development of a free personality. 54. As Rosa Luxemburg aptly observed, by shifting the concept of capitalism from productive relations to property relations, and by speaking of individuals instead of entrepreneurs, Bernstein shifts the question of socialism from the relation between capital and labor to the relation between rich and poor. 55. He can thus decry the injustice of capitalism and the oppression it breeds, and can discern in the accumulation of social wealth the material possibility of a freer and more prosperous, fulfilling and democratic life for everyone. But he is unable to establish any essential connection between the two kinds of issues, and thereby loses the possibility of grasping the transition to socialism as a dialectically and materially structured process. In this sense, Luxemburg was quite right when she accused Bernstein of driving a wedge between the movement and its final aim. The dialectic, Bernstein argued, underwrote a dogmatic insistence upon such empirically worthless articles of faith as the ever-increasing severity of economic crises and the absolute immiseration of the proletariat. He was led, In order to rescue socialist theory from the dialectic, to reject or qualify a whole series of ideas that lent plausibility to class antagonism and impending revolutionary crisis, the labor theory of value, the increasing concentration of capital, the simplification and polarization of class structure, and so on. But his approach was not to reject Marxist analyses outright. Typically, he proceeded by acknowledging some measure of validity. The fall of the rate of profit is a fact, the advent of overproduction and crises is a fact, concentration and centralization of industrial capital is a fact, the increase of the rate of surplus value is a fact. 56 The picture of capitalism that emerges from Marx's pen is not false, but it is incomplete and hence overdrawn. If the laws of capitalist production enunciated in Capital are best understood as laws of tendency, where Koski invariably insisted upon their law-like status, Bernstein always stressed, against what he took to be Marx's usage, their tendential character. And he found counter-tendencies everywhere. The labor theory of value is adequate for certain purposes and within certain limits, but so too is the utility theory of Bohm-Bawerk and Jevons. There is a tendency to concentration of capital, but small and medium enterprises multiply nonetheless, the numbers of the proletariat increase, but with no diminution of the bourgeois or the middle strata. Capitalism may well bear the seeds of anarchy and crises, but it bears equally, in the shape of cartels and the credit system, the means of regulating and minimizing disproportions. Capitalist society presented itself to Bernstein as a myriad of contrary tendencies, without exhibiting any inherent dynamic, any dialectic. If capitalist society does display any general tendency, it is in Bernstein's eyes a movement in the direction of ever greater diversity. Social divisions, economic activities, and incomes had been graduated and differentiated rather than polarized and simplified. 57 And the process of differentiation is as pervasive within the working class as without. It is just in the most advanced of the manufacturing industries that a whole hierarchy of differentiated workmen is to be found, between whose groups only a moderate feeling of solidarity exists. Vital differences in manner of work and amount of income finally produce different conduct and demands of life. The highly skilled fine instrument maker and the collier, the skilled house decorator and the porter, the sculptor or modeller and the stoker, lead as a rule a very different kind of life and have very different kinds of wants. 58. Bernstein laid great stress, Peter Gay observes, upon the variety of the class struggle. 59 Class struggle may not disappear in Bernstein's account, but it assumes milder rather than sharper forms. Rather than becoming more concentrated, it becomes more diffuse. In any case, it no longer constitutes the form of motion of modern society. The unity of the workers as a class does not derive from class polarization and the concentration of production. The diversity of the workers, as described by Bernstein's keenly empirical eye, belies any such materialist dialectic of class unity. Rather, the activity of the workers as a class coincides with their activity as a political party, as social democracy. 60. The unity of the working class is thus conceived in exclusively political terms and in the final analysis rests upon a moral ideal, the development of a free personality whose political expression is liberal democracy. While Bernstein continues to speak the language of class, the essence of his socialism consists not in a working class project, but in the progressive realization of this liberal democratic ideal. Democracy, wrote Bernstein, is at the same time means and end. It is the means of the struggle for socialism and it is the form socialism will take once it has been realized. 61 Liberalism, at once cultivation of a free personality and resistance to the compulsion of the individual, is the animating spirit of Bernstein's conception of democracy. For him, democracy is only the political form of liberalism, while socialism, which could be defined as organizing liberalism, is portrayed as the legitimate heir of the liberal struggle to shuck off feudal and absolutist fetters on social development. 62 The merely historical connection of liberalism with the bourgeois does not prevent it from expressing a very much wider-reaching general principle of society whose completion will be socialism. 63 The notion of socialism as the heir to Liberalism finds both expression and support in Bernstein's tendency to assimilate capitalist authority in industry to absolutism. The trade unions are portrayed as the democratic element in industry whose tendency is to destroy the absolutism of capital and to procure for the worker a direct influence in the management of industry. Trade unions and cooperatives participate in a general movement of social democratization that raises the wage worker from the social position of a proletarian to that of a citizen. 64 By taking on greater responsibility in running their own organizations, the workers develop the knowledge, skills, and culture to participate in running society. Democratic citizenship, Bernstein understood, was more than universal suffrage. It was a multifaceted process of social evolution, ultimately identical with the development of a universe of free personalities and exemplified in the following. Whether a trade union or a workman's store is or is not socialistic does not depend on its form but on its character, on the spirit that permeates it. They are not socialism but as organizations of workmen they bear in themselves enough of the element of socialism to develop into worthy and indispensable levers for the socialist emancipation. 65 For all the aspersions he cast upon Hegelian dialectics, there is something in Bernstein of the very Hegelian notion of society as a spiritual totality. As both means and end of socialism, liberal democracy maps out the contours of a process of social evolution. The advent of democracy did not signal the end of social conflicts but it opened the forum that, in contrast to authoritarian political forms, permitted these conflicts to be engaged consciously. While, under authoritarian rule, the contending forces collide blindly and hence explosively, democracy provides a political mirror in which the strength of the different forces is reflected so that party fervor can be tempered by social knowledge and conflict thereby moderated. In a democracy the parties, and the classes standing behind them, soon learn to know the limits of their power and to undertake each time only as much as they can reasonably hope to carry through under existing circumstances. 66 Liberal democracy is in principle the suppression of class government, the very form of compromise between classes. The right to vote in a democracy makes its members virtually partners in the community and this virtual partnership must in the end lead to real partnership. 67 In contrast to the unbending organizations and corporations of feudalism, the liberal organizations of modern society are distinguished by their flexibility. They do not need to be destroyed, but only to be further developed. 68 The right to vote may long appear a hollow sham, but as the workers grow in numbers and in cultural and intellectual force, that is, as the formal universality of citizenship is infused with substance, with free personalities, the ballot becomes the implement by which to transform the representatives of the people from masters into real servants of the people. 69 Bernstein's synthesis, then, is not amenable to any neat distinction between democracy and socialism. Liberal democracy, one might say, is the official resume of the social diversity into which the laws of motion of capitalism are dissolved. This is no materialist dialectic, but the universal development of free personalities does correspond to the diversification of society. Liberal democracy, expressing and nurturing this ideal, is the very form of Bernstein's organic evolutionism. Viewed along these lines, his famous dictum, according to which the ultimate aim of socialism is nothing but the movement is everything 70 signifies not a split between the workers' movement and its socialist aim, but the unification of movement and aim, theory and practice, through the medium of a moral ideal. Bernstein clarifies. Whether an aspiring class sets out for itself an ideal ultimate aim is of secondary importance if it pursues with energy its proximate aims. The important point is that these aims are inspired by a definite principle which expresses a higher degree of economy and of social life, that they are an embodiment of a social conception which means in the evolution of civilization a higher view of morals and of legal rights. 71. The revaluation of the movement, of day-to-day work in trade unions, cooperatives, and other branches of social life, is a concrete political expression of the diversity inherent in Bernstein's ideal. Since the different facets of the movement may variously embody the social progress and liberation whose pursuit gives the movement meaning, there is no need for an ultimate aim over and above the molecular process of improvement. That the canons of Marxist orthodoxy constrained the development of the day-to-day movement was the burden of Bernstein's critique. In his view, the most pernicious of these constraints was the notion of proletarian dictatorship. It was in opposition to this idea that he characterized the struggle for democracy and the formation of political and social organs of democracy as the indispensable preliminary condition to the realization of socialism. 72 The temporal priority of democracy to socialism is a function of the conceptual priority of liberal democracy as the form of motion of modern society whose completion socialism is. The dictatorship of the proletariat was repugnant to Bernstein not so much as a misguided strategic orientation, in which respect it was simply illusory in a civilized democracy, so much as it was a backward-looking derogation from the principles of a higher society, as political atavism, less inexpedient than simply unthinkable. 73 But the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat gains a cutting edge through the related concept of bourgeois dictatorship and the realities of social and political repression that stand behind the latter. Bernstein had at least to address the issue. Nowhere in his thought is the primacy of liberal democracy over class struggle more evident. Only through its fear of overheated socialist rhetoric and its desire to spare the country the ravages of a violent revolution does the bourgeoisie constitute a united reactionary bloc. 74 Only the shadowy existence of proletarian dictatorship in the columns of the left-wing press held the workers back from membership in the democratic community of citizens. In essence, the capitalist was no more reactionary than he was parasitic. Bourgeois and worker might peacefully collaborate in the direction of social progress and, with a supple approach, the liberal bourgeois might even be one for social democracy. 75 While democracy was a decisive means for the advancement of the workers, it was not the simple political expression of working class power. It represented an irreversible acquisition in the progress of civilization, more durable even than the Iron Chancellor. 76 It was the end around and the means by which the alliance of social classes could be forged. It was, indeed, class alliance elevated to the substance of the social process. The rejoinder. The organic metaphor for social development figured quite differently in Koskai's argument than it did in Bernstein's. Already, in summing up his theoretical orientation in the agrarian question, Koskai had written: Human society is an organism different from the plant or the animal, but nonetheless an organism and not a simple aggregate of individuals, and, being an organism, it must be organized in a unitary manner. It would be an absurdity to suppose that one part of a society could develop in one direction and another, just as important, in the opposite direction. Society can only develop in one single direction. But there is no need for each component of the organism to rely upon itself for the motive force necessary for its evolution. It is enough that one component generate the force necessary for the whole. 77 Where Bernstein used the organic metaphor to evoke the complex and many-sided character of society and the naturalness of social evolution, it expressed for Koskai the notion of a society driven forward by and integrated around a dominant force. The driving force is ultimately the development of the material forces of production manifested in the concentration of production. And the organized class struggle, the very process whose significance is dissipated in the diversity of Bernstein's organic evolutionism. In vindicating the essential function of this dynamic in social development, Koskai did acknowledge something of the social complexity that captivated Bernstein's imagination. Capitalism, he admitted, was giving rise to a new middle class, but Marxism does not have Bernstein to thank for this observation. Koskai himself was among the first to identify this stratum. 78 While holding that Bernstein minimized class differences and magnified variation among workers, Koskai did concede the fact of differentiation within the working class. Bernstein, in turn, was quick to signal Koskai's refusal to recognize that this differentiation must be reflected in the consciousness of the workers. 79 As in the debate on the agrarian question, it is not that Koskai contested or disregarded the complexity of social reality, but that he proved unable to grasp its political significance, to connect it with the political project of the SPD and with his account of socialist consciousness. Even where the theoretical framework of Marxist orthodoxy was reworked to accommodate the combination of tendency and counter-tendency, each conditioning and modifying the workings of the other, the resulting complication figured in Koskai's thought only as context in which working class agency and the political project of the SPD unfolded, not as an interactive dynamic that called for a capacity for reflexive adaptation in the self-understanding of the agents and in their definition of their projects. His response to Bernstein shapes Koskai's political writings over the following decade and informs even a scholarly work like Ethics and the Materialist Conception of History. The most striking characteristic of his rejoinder is its defensive posture, by which I do not mean his hesitancy in coming out publicly against an old friend but rather a polemical stance, shared even by Bernstein's more eager, Luxemburg, or vituperative, Plekhanov, opponents, that consisted precisely in the reassertion of the orthodox Marxist logic of productive forces and class struggle. Koskai easily parried Bernstein's unsystematic critical thrusts. On some points, such as the collapse of capitalism and the impoverishment of the workers, he claimed that Bernstein had fabricated his own Marxist man of straw. On others, such as the concentration of capital and the growth of the working class, he took him to task for his methods, disputing his use of statistics and the accuracy of his empirical account. On still others, such as the new middle class and the diversity of the working class, Koskai admitted Bernstein's observations but sought to minimize them and deny their originality, thus blunting their political import by appropriating them for orthodoxy. There is, of course, nothing objectionable in principle about the defense of received ideas. Koskai was, after all, engaged in an anti-critique. And where the logic of orthodoxy could easily dispel critical illusions, for instance, in its grasp of the class character of the imperial German state and the German bourgeoisie's resistance to projects for democratic class collaboration, there was nothing wrong with reasserting it. But despite the theoretical and practical weaknesses of the revisionist critique, Bernstein raised crucial issues that define the political core of the controversy and that have bedeviled Marxist parties and working class movements throughout the past century: the political significance of differentiation within the working class, the possibility of cooperation with other classes and, structured by these, the relation of day-to-day practice to ultimate goals. Bernstein's voice was not a Marxist one, but when Koskai and the orthodox addressed these issues, they did so in terms that obscured their political significance. The Achilles heel of Bernstein's organic evolutionism, however, the issue of state power, was just where the logic of Marxist orthodoxy corresponded more closely with the social reality of Imperial Germany. Whereas Bernstein saw power diffused throughout society, the political expression of the integral character of the process of capitalist development in Koskai's account was the indivisibility of state power. The state was thus the strategic nodal point of class struggle. Where Bernstein saw society gradually suffused with the spirit of socialism through the spread of cooperative institutions, the increasing democratic participation of trade unions in organizing production, and the elevation of the general level of culture, the logic of Koskai's Marxism carried the imperative of a decisive shift of power in the state. The idea of the gradual conquest of the various departments of a ministry by the socialists is no less absurd than would be an attempt to divide the act of birth into a number of monthly acts. 80 Koskai's strategy of attrition conveys the image of the class struggle as the deployment of two vast armies against each other on the field of battle. 81 The preliminary skirmishes through which socialist forces are built up and bourgeois power sapped, strikes, elections, agitation, propaganda, etc., do not differ in substance from the molecular movement of day-to-day practice Bernstein celebrated. But the theoretical axis around which this strategy is conceived is the working class seizure of state power, a social democratic majority in a parliament that has become the effective master of the state apparatus. This is what Koskai meant by the decisive battle. The revolution, and it is revolution in the sense which he counterposes to Bernstein's organic evolutionism. 82 Although Koskai refused to engage Bernstein on the dictatorship of the proletariat, describing it as a problem whose solution could safely be left to the future. 83 The question of the state shaped the controversy between them. The Koskian thesis of the state as the strategic nodal point of the class struggle was the theoretical expression of the SPD's real isolation from state power. Imperial Germany had some of the trappings and reality of a bourgeois democracy, real, if limited, freedoms of expression, publication, assembly, and organization, and an elected Reichstag in which the Social Democrats were steadily gaining in numbers, if not influence. But the bourgeoisie and the landed junker class maintained a stranglehold over the military bureaucratic state apparatus. Suffrage in the Prussian Landtag was on an unequal, class basis, weighted against the workers, and other democratic rights were similarly laden with restrictions patrolled by the police and judicial watchdogs of the state, above all in the matter of the rights of Social Democrats. 84 Decisively, in the view of Koskai and the SPD, the only path for social democratic access to power, the Reichstag, itself had no power other than the power of public opinion. It was just a talking shop. The Kaiser could, in theory at least, dispatch a platoon of soldiers to break it up at any time. 85 The Social Democrats' exclusion from the locus of power mirrored the social and cultural isolation of the working class amidst the class polarization that pervaded German society. 86 The liberal bourgeoisie, paralyzed between the specter of Red Revolution from below and the reality of Bismarckian revolution from above, showed no vocation for national leadership and precious little enthusiasm for democracy. The big bourgeoisie itself took on the imperial and bureaucratic tone of the Wilhelmine state, refusing to negotiate with social democratic trade unions while winking at their existence and organizing itself into employers' associations to combat through lockouts the union's growing influence. 87 The working class was the overwhelmingly predominant, and certainly the only consistent, proponent of democracy. Koskai's theorization of the SPD project had to synthesize the democratic reorganization of the imperial German state with the working class struggle for socialism. Bernstein, subordinating the goal of socialism to the logic of a liberal democratic diffusion of power, undermined its class character. In reasserting a distinction between democracy and socialism, Koskai paradoxically identifies the proletariat as the only agent of democracy, at least in continental Europe. The paradox is unlocked, of course, by the priority Koskai accords to the logic of the class struggle. Democracy in itself, contra Bernstein, did not signify the end of class rule, it was simply a form of rule by majority, compatible in the abstract with either bourgeois rule or the rule of the working class. Koskai believed as strongly as Bernstein in the essential role of democracy, which he saw as the vital medium through which the proletariat develops its powers in beginning to exercise them. But neither present practice nor future prospects have yet proven that democratic forms in themselves are sufficient to render the class rule of the proletariat superfluous for its emancipation. 88 If democracy is the indispensable precondition for the elimination of class rule, that is just because it is the only political form through which the proletariat can accede to class rule. 89 Socialism, therefore, and this is the pivotal difference between Marxist orthodoxy and revisionism, is not the completion of the logic of democracy but the outcome of the logic of class struggle. For Bernstein, democracy is the vehicle of class cooperation; for Koskai, class antagonism is the engine for interweaving proletarian with democratic interests. By socializing production, the logic of capital accumulation renders the working class, unlike the intermediate strata in capitalist society, an increasingly potent force. Social struggles can less and less be fought out to a decision except at the level of society as a whole, that is, except as a unified class struggle for state power. But the organic character of capitalist society, whose highest expression is the concentration of ruling class power in the centralist apparatus of the modern state, narrowly circumscribes the political expression of growing working-class industrial might. Increasingly superfluous in production, no longer fitted for the leadership of society and hence incapable of unifying a majority around a great social goal, its position increasingly vulnerable to the ascending forces of socialism, the bourgeoisie was turning its back on democracy. 90 Thus, concludes Koskai, a progressive democracy in a modern industrial state is henceforth possible only in the form of proletarian democracy. 91 Parliamentarism, he writes, far from making a revolution superfluous, is itself in need of a revolution in order to vivify it. 92 The logic of his analysis is only confirmed by the exception that Koski, at least initially, was willing to allow. Koski and others heartily criticized Bernstein for viewing Germany through English spectacles. But Koski himself held out hope that a transition to socialism under English conditions might be peaceably accomplished, not through a social revolution but by means of a series of progressive concessions by the ruling class to the proletariat. 93 A possibility consonant with Bernstein's perspective. Koski explained the English exception in terms of the deeply rooted English tradition of parliamentary democracy and the absence of militarism and a bureaucratic state. But key features of English politics, not only the governing aristocracy but also the lesser development of militarism and bureaucracy, displayed a striking resemblance to the Middle Ages. A legacy of feudal particularism made England the great modern nation in which the efforts of the oppressed classes are mainly confined to the removal of particular abuses. And the state in which the practice of protection against revolution through compromise is furthest developed. 94 If this interpretation fits awkwardly into the logic of Koski's historical optic, it may be worth recalling that what is essential in the latter is not a specific level of development of the productive forces but their progress insofar as it drives the process of socialization of production and class polarization. What is notable about this particular interpretation is that England points not, after the fashion of Bernstein, to the future, but to the past. English internal policy, Koski goes on, now begins to shape itself on its German competitor. 95 The fullness of England's particularistic social structure and the corresponding fluidity of its politics pass the historical torch to the Teutonic deployment of contending class forces around the centralist power of the modern state. The contrast between Koski's insistence upon the conquest of state power and Bernstein's engagement with the day-to-day movement cannot fail to evoke earlier polemics between Marx and the anarchists. The comparison is not only a recurrent theme in Koski's writings but also an essential conduit for his argument. It has some textual basis in Bernstein's favorable references to Proudhon. 96 It derives some plausibility from intellectual alignments induced by the debate. Georges Sorel, student of Proudhon and future tribune of syndicalism, took Bernstein's part, praising him for his return to the spirit of Marxism and fearing that the triumph of Koski would signify the definitive ruination of Marxism. 97 More importantly, the comparison can rely upon a common emphasis on consistency between means and ends that supersedes serious scrutiny of the strategic problem of state power and underwrites a certain structural homology between anarchism and Bernstein's post-Marxism. 98 To acknowledge that Koski's invocation of the earlier debate, settled, he assumed, by Marx and by history, had some basis in reality should not obscure its significance as a concentrated expression of his defensive stance in the later debate. It should suggest, further, that his assumption, in the name of Marxism, of a posture of historical superiority relied not only upon his particular orthodox Marxist historical conception but also upon a particular conception of Marxism. Theory and consciousness. The merely defensive character of Koski's rejoinder to revisionism can be properly appreciated only through an examination of his conception of the character and political function of the Marxist theory he defended. Koski's conduct of the defense has been widely criticized but not adequately understood because, I think, the question of why he was engaged in this defense has not been addressed. To address it is to ask about his conception of the role of Marxist theory. A response is suggested by his account of the process whereby the logic of capitalist development brings about the harmonious maturation of the objective and subjective conditions of socialism, the development of the productive forces and the rise of the workers' consciousness of class, and underwrites the harmony of the Marxist Party and the working class movement. Such a response might seem to sit uneasily with the Koskian thesis that socialist consciousness must be introduced into the working class movement from without, with its disjunction between socialist consciousness and the class struggle. Properly understood, however, it is just this thesis that demonstrates the underlying harmonies. Although the thesis is developed in various ways in a number of Koskai's works, including his exposition of the Erfurt program and, especially, his historical writings, its locus clas sicut is his 1901 critique of the Austrian Social Democratic Party's draft program. Made famous, or infamous, by its citation in Lenin's What is to be Done, the argument runs as follows. The draft states, the more the development of capitalism swells the ranks of the proletariat, the more is the proletariat both obliged and able to take up the struggle against it. It becomes conscious of the possibility and of the necessity for socialism. In this connection, socialist consciousness appears as the necessary and direct result of the proletarian class struggle. But that is incorrect. Socialism, as a doctrine, certainly has its roots in modern economic relationships, just like the class struggle of the proletariat, and just like the latter, emerges from the struggle against the poverty and misery of the masses that capitalism creates. But they arise simultaneously, not one out of the other, and on different conditions. Modern socialist consciousness can arise only on the basis of profound scientific knowledge. Indeed, modern economic science is as much a condition of socialist production as, say, modern technology, but, with the best will in the world, the proletariat could no sooner create the former than the latter. They both arise out of modern social relations. The bearer of science is not the proletariat but the bourgeois intelligentsia. Modern socialism originated with individual members of this stratum, who initially communicated it to intellectually advanced proletarians, who in turn introduce it into the proletarian class struggle where circumstances permit. Socialist consciousness is thus something introduced into the class struggle from without and not something that emerged originally within it. Accordingly, the old Heinfeld program quite rightly stated that part of the responsibility of social democracy is to imbue the proletariat with the consciousness of its position and its mission. This would not be necessary if this consciousness arose automatically from the class struggle. 99. The logic of this passage is commanded by the link it asserts between socialist consciousness, scientific knowledge, and the bourgeois intelligentsia, and by a distinction between these, on the one hand, and the class struggle of the proletariat, on the other. The priority of the former over the latter would seem to undercut the basic Marxist thesis that the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves. 100 If the political consciousness that is a precondition of emancipation cannot be generated through the experience of the workers in struggle, then emancipation itself must be a gift received from the hands of bourgeois intellectuals. Unable to theorize the social dialectics of real historical change, Koskai is obliged to introduce the bourgeois intelligentsia as a kind of deus ex machina. His failure to proclaim the ascendancy of intellectuals in the working class movement or to repudiate the idea of proletarian self-emancipation poses a problem for this interpretation, unless it is dismissed as an index of theoretical incoherence 101, or, if the claim is made that the idea of consciousness from without served in any case as the theoretical justification of a socialist party transforming itself into a party of professional politicians and manipulators, treated as a shamefaced admission of contradiction between Marxism and the political practice of the SPD. 102 I will show, however, that this difficulty is simply an artifact of defective interpretation, arising from a failure to look carefully at what Koskai meant by socialist consciousness. Once the term is clarified, the apparent contradictions dissipate and the interpretative contortions to which they give rise prove unnecessary. What, then, did Koskai mean by socialist consciousness? His mention of the individual members of the bourgeois intelligentsia in whose minds modern socialism originated is a transparent reference to Marx and Engels. His identification of profound scientific knowledge and modern economic science as preconditions of socialist production seems to equate socialist consciousness with the Marxist science of the intellectuals. But the equation is modified in important respects. First, Koskai is concerned with socialism as a doctrine that emerges alongside the class struggle out of the struggle against the capitalist-created poverty and misery of the masses. Second, he speaks about modern socialist consciousness, modern economic science, modern socialism. The adjective modern heutige or modern occurs no less than 6 times in this passage. Thus, while Koski situates socialist consciousness in relation to the theory of scientific socialism, he does not thereby cast it in terms of an ahistorical polarization of intellectuals and workers, but instead invokes the historical development of the theory in the very concept of socialist consciousness. The historical dimension is illuminated in Koski's works on the history of communism. One of the main themes of his Foundations of Christianity is a running comparison between the modern socialist movement and the primitive communism of the early Christian congregation. The communist themes of early Christian literature originated, he maintains, not in the influence of Platonic philosophy but in the communist practices of the proletarians of the era, in a proletarian impulse to equality and community. This was a rough-hewn, levelling communism whose ambition to divide up the existing wealth of society reflected both the despair of the often idle proletarians of the Roman Empire and an ingrained contempt for labor characteristic of a society based upon slavery. It contrasts strikingly with modern socialism which, expressing the growing power, confidence and self-consciousness of the modern laboring proletarians, envisages the utmost expansion of human needs and productive forces. Nonetheless, he writes, the struggle for communism, the need for communism today originate from the same source, namely poverty, and so long as socialism is only a socialism of the feelings, only an expression of this want, it will occasionally express itself even in the modern workers' movement in tendencies resembling those of the time of primitive Christianity. 103 Koski traces the dissolution of Christian communism as a significant social force to the 16th century. This period also saw the birth of modern socialist theory, in Sir Thomas More's Utopia, and practice, in the spirit of revolt of plebeian communist agitation. Both the passing of the old and the advent of the new reflect the birth pangs of capitalist production, the modern proletariat and the modern state. 104 More's historical originality consisted in portraying a mode of production that was superior to capitalism while retaining the achievements of capitalist civilization. The communism of the lower orders displayed both a spirit of revolt, most evident in Thomas Munzer's leadership in the German Peasants' War, and the first faltering steps, taken by the Moravian Hutterites, toward a communism of industrial production. 105 It was, however, still tinged with gloomy asceticism, the expression of a tortured, despairing class in profound contradiction with the serene and cultivated communism of Thomas More. This contradiction, strikingly exhibited in More's denunciation of Munzer's communism as a horrid heresy, is of the very essence of socialist beginnings. The antagonism between More and Munzer contains the seed of the great antagonism which runs through the entire history of socialism, and which was only resolved by the Communist Manifesto, the antagonism between utopianism and the labor movement. The antagonism between More and Munzer, the theorist and the agitator, is essentially the same as that between Owenism and Chartism, between Fourierism and egalitarian communism in France. However much More longed to see his ideal state realized, he shuddered at every attempt to end exploitation from below. From his standpoint, therefore, communism would not develop in the class struggle by the logic of facts, it must be ready-made before one could think of inducing a powerful ruler to impose it on mankind from above. 106. Koski thus distinguishes specifically modern socialism from early Christian communism on 2 grounds. First, an otherworldly spirit of resignation gives way to a this-sided spirit of revolt. Second, the Christian devotion to distributive leveling is transcended in the modern drive to extend the reach of human productive power. To these grounds correspond 2 aspects of modern socialism, although these arise in opposition to each other: the class revolt of the workers and a theory that relates the expanding productive forces to the requirements of social progress. The core of Marxism, for Koski, is its grasp of the contradictory process whereby working class struggle and the development of productive power are brought into correspondence. As the theory of this process, Marxism is the resolution of the contradictions inherent in earlier socialisms. In this sense Koski equates Marxism, in contrast to its predecessors, with modern socialism. Modern socialist consciousness, then, is the theory that explains the unity of the dynamic of productive forces and social progress in general with the proletarian class struggle. It is thus, paradoxically, consciousness of the unity of socialism and the working class movement. The paradox is pointedly expressed in Koskai's assertion that the socialist workers lacked, despite all the genius of some of them, the vast knowledge necessary in order to found a theory of socialism in which socialism would be organically allied to the workers' movement. The socialist workers could only take up the old bourgeois socialism, that is, utopianism, and adapt it to their ends. 107 Koskai's thesis that socialist consciousness must be introduced into the working class from without does not contradict the notion of proletarian self-emancipation but, rather, presupposes it. The paradox is resolved by grasping the essentially historical character of Koskai's thesis. As the scientific theory that demonstrates the resolution of the contradiction between the society's general interest in developing the forces of production and the workers' class interest in their emancipation, Marxism represents a certain phase in the contradiction of modern socialism, its resolution. The constitution of this science required conceptual skills and a degree of knowledge accessible only to intellectuals, in particular those, in the event, Marx and Engels, who could transform their sympathy for the oppressed into a revolutionary point of view, to take up a critical position vis-a-vis bourgeois society or, put in another way, to place themselves on the terrain of the proletariat. 108 This identification between the Marxist critique of bourgeois society and the point of view and interests of the proletariat guaranteed that the working class movement would assimilate the results of Marxist science, especially as the logic of the class struggle renders the socialist utopias bankrupt. In The Three Sources of Marxism, Koskai proclaimed that the conditions for the necessary union of the workers' movement and socialism are fulfilled in all respects. 109 The chapter headings of the same text announced Marxism not only as the union of socialism and the workers' movement but also as the synthesis of natural and social science, of French, German, and English thought, and of theory and practice. Koskai's perfunctory acknowledgement of the infinite progress of knowledge notwithstanding 110 Marxism is here related to the labor movement as the resolution of all contradictions. Science. Since Koskai construes socialist consciousness in terms of Marxist theory, the last word in social scientific knowledge, it can be further specified by his reflections upon the character of social scientific understanding. Marxism met the primary criterion of any real science, the search for a uniform conception of all phenomena under an indisputable whole. In social science this means the recognition of the social whole as a single organism in which one cannot arbitrarily change any single part. 111 In the scientific study of society, recognizing the laws of motion of society depends upon a search for uniformity and regularity, for the universal, the homogeneous in social struggles. The larger the number of similar appearances one observes, the greater the tendency to notice the universal, those indicating a social law, and the more the individual and the accidental disappear, the easier it is to discover the laws of social movements. 112 This distinction informs another Koskai draws, between the methods and organs of the class struggle and its direction. The latter can be theoretically investigated in advance while the former are created in practice and can only be observed afterwards by the logicians, who can then investigate their significance for further evolution. 113 The distinction between theory and practice coincides here with one between universal and particular, homogeneous and accidental. The universality of the class struggle permits the scientific determination of its law of development, whereas the very particularity of the forms of struggle in varying circumstances poses a limit to scientific knowledge. Discrepancies between the logic of Marxist analysis and the particular courses taken by social struggles are readily reduced to the inescapable discrepancy between the concrete richness of reality and the austere scientific abstraction through which reality may be known, hence to a matter of the form, rather than the content, of knowledge. There is a positivistic strain in Koskai's account of science, but it is encompassed by and even incorporated into his Marxist historical logic. The small numbers involved in the struggles of antiquity and the Middle Ages accented the diversity of class struggles in different communities, since no mass movement could appear in the class struggle and the general was concealed in the accidental and the personal, there could be no profound recognition of the social causes and the goals of class movements. The class struggle is universalist with the development of capitalism, molding an aggregate of diverse communities into a single social organism and subordinating the personal and the accidental to a uniform social law. Thus, claims Koski, the mathematical mass observation of phenomena, statistics, and the science of society that rises from political economy and reaches its highest point in the materialist conception of history have only been possible in the capitalist stage of production. Only then could classes come to full consciousness of the social significance of their struggles and set themselves great social goals as the result of scientific insight into economic possibilities and necessities. 114 The diverse forms of working class life and activity to which Bernstein appealed might be interpreted as merely phenomenal expressions of an underlying unity or as historically transient emanations of newly emergent proletarian strata. This, in essence, is what Koski did with his claim that Marx and Engels erred only in expecting the revolution too soon. 115 Both the untheorizable particularity of practice and the unexpectedly slow tempo of history function to reduce the contradictory complexity of the class struggle to the single contradiction between bourgeoisie and proletariat, capital and labor, and hence to distract attention from the critical issues of class unity and division that haunted the political project of the SPD. Bernstein, by contrast, showed some theoretical perspicacity in claiming that if social evolution takes a much greater period of time than was assumed, it must also take upon itself forms and lead to forms that were not foreseen. 116. Workers and intellectuals. Koski's conception of Marxist theory underwrites a structural ambiguity in his understanding of the relation between workers and intellectuals in the socialist movement. In a sense, the congruence between Marxist theory and the historical logic of working-class struggle depoliticizes the function of the intellectual. Koski characterizes the task of intellectuals, of bourgeois elements endowed with scientific training, as the development and diffusion of an analysis of the major structures of the social order and a broad social consciousness that rises above the interests of the moment. What the workers ask of the academics is knowledge of the goal. They have no need of them for the leadership of their own class movement. 117. This claim relies upon Koski's distinction between the direction of the class struggle, which can be grasped theoretically in advance, and its methods and organs, arising from practice and amenable to theoretical treatment only after the fact. But scientific knowledge gives the intellectuals no claim to leadership of the movement, for what is involved is the discovery of a goal rather than its invention, making theoretically explicit a goal already implicit in the movement. The correspondence of movement and goal is assured by the historical logic of capital and the class struggle. The function of the intellectual is to elaborate and clarify a theoretical consciousness of this correspondence. Intellectuals, wrote Koski, have only one task in our party, to defend clarity. Everything else is taken care of by the proletarians alone. 118 In this light, Koski's response to Bernstein can be regarded as a kind of theoretical rearguard action against intellectual unclarity, which might slow down the progress of the movement but could not, in the last analysis, divert it from its goal. Koski was scathing about Bernstein's eclectic dabbling in all manner of complicated questions, raising doubts without providing a clear and coherent account of his own views. 119 He would later claim that critics of Marxism don't oppose it with other ideas but merely give off doubts about the need for theory in general. In the workers' movement it is opposed only by such expressions as dogmatism and no longer by any new system. 120 The triumph of Marxism, the resolution in theory of the contradictions of socialism and the workers' movement, serves Koski as index and guarantee of the resolution in practice of the contradictions of the working class movement. Parrying the accusation implicit in the observation that an ecclesiastical aristocracy had grown from the soil of primitive Christian communism, he could maintain in Foundations of Christianity not only that socialism will not develop any internal contradictions in the period preceding its victory comparable to those attending the last phases of Christianity, but also that no such contradictions will materialize in the period in which the predictable consequences of the victory are developed. 121. If we look more closely at the role Koskay supposed Marxist theory and socialist consciousness to play in the working class movement, however, another sense will become apparent in which the defense of theoretical clarity is of inestimable political value. In his critique of the draft program of the Austrian Social Democrats, Koskay asserts that what distinguishes a socialist program from any bourgeois program is its statement of principles, a concentrated expression of Marxist theory which contains the ultimate aim and the reasons that inspire our efforts. Against those who view the statement of Marxist principles as of merely symbolic or ritual significance, he maintains that its import is intensely practical. In particular, it has the great practical task of maintaining the unity of the proletarian movement. First, the more unified the conception of the ultimate aim and the more vitally this understanding is expressed in everyday practice, the more easily the danger is overcome that friction between different aspects of the working class movement will undermine its strength. Further, a clear statement of Marxist principles stakes out unity between the different phases of the workers' movement, reining in the temptations that, amidst the fluctuation of social and political conjunctures, might lure it onto the rocks of anarchism or opportunism. 122. Implicit in the circumstances, interests, and struggles of proletarian life, socialist consciousness enabled the worker to seize upon the identity of her or his position with that of other workers and so to realize, and thereby to augment, their potential collective power, their capacity for self-emancipation. Marxist theory, then, as the linchpin of socialist consciousness, was the theoretical expression of proletarian solidarity and of the historical conditions for its emergence and triumph in a dialectical process of struggle and organization that moves through definite stages. The docile submission of the early wage laborers gives way to sporadic and individual acts of resistance and thence to ever more comprehensive, disciplined, determined and conscious modes of collective struggle. Every section of the working class goes through this process, and as the logic of capital accumulation constantly opens up new reserves of labor power, the process is constantly repeated, though through the example of the more advanced ranks it may be somewhat abridged in those that follow. Thus Koskay accounts for the recrudescence of anarchistic and primitive socialist modes of thought. But just as the country that is more developed industrially only shows, to the less developed, the image of its own future, 123, so do the more advanced, organized, and conscious ranks of the working class movement reveal the future of their newer, less experienced cohorts. The function of theory is to maintain the unity of the working class movement. Only Marxist science, grasping the universality of the proletarian class struggle amidst the jumble of personality and accident encountered in the empirical world of day-to-day practice, provides a coherent account of the basis of this unity. Thus, Marxism is the theoretical expression of the unity of the working class. Indeed, the defense of Marxist theory expresses the virtue of proletarian solidarity and, in so doing, strengthens it. Those to whom the defense of intellectual clarity is consigned perform an indispensable role in the working class movement. Having probed Koskay's thought in order to determine the content of socialist consciousness and its function in the working class movement, we are now in a position to appreciate just how wrong-headed Coletti is in attributing to him a reified and fatalistic social ontology. Just as mistaken is the more generally held view that Koskay exemplifies the disjunction of theory and practice. Not only does Koskay's reassertion of Marxist orthodoxy in the teeth of Bernstein's revisionist challenge not refit human practice into an ahistorical natural order, not only does it rely upon the dialectical logic of the class struggle, it exemplifies self-conscious political practice. Specifically, in view of Koskay's portrait of Marxist theory, it enacts proletarian solidarity. The ambiguity just noted in Koskay's understanding of the role of the intellectual in the working class movement does not vitiate this point, it simply reflects, I think, the uncertainty inherent in any self-conscious attempt to gauge the effectiveness of one's own practice in the context of a network of interdependent, collective action, politics and epistemology. The logic of orthodox Marxism, as deployed by Koskay in the agrarian and Bernstein debates, effectively pushed the problem of alliance between subordinate classes on the one hand and issues of diversity in the working class and contradictions in its movement on the other to the margins of his political vision. In one and the same process, the development of capitalism brings about the socialization and organization of the working class as a unified political force and relegates the peasants and artisans to the sidelines of social and political struggles. The socialist consciousness in terms of which Koski construes the unity of the working class is a consciousness of uniformity, of homogeneity of class position and interest. The intermediate strata can only rally to it. Bernstein's critique displayed a symmetrically opposite limitation. The objective class polarization of German society and the class character of the imperial state were obscured in an elusive ideal of liberal democracy. The unity of the workers was thereby subordinated and assimilated to the pursuit of class cooperation. The debate between orthodoxy and revisionism assumed the shape of a vicious circle, with each side sustaining itself upon the weakness of the other. The several elements of Koski's Marxist orthodoxy held him within this orbit. The limits of Koski's Marxism are not to be explained, however, in purely theoretical terms. Had the theory not encountered an echo in reality, it would doubtless have been subjected to more searching scrutiny. Its echo, and a powerful one it was, came from the apparent growing success of the SPD's parliamentary political project. From the early years of the anti-socialist law until the outbreak of the First World War, the SPD recorded a spectacular and nearly unbroken string of electoral gains. The electoral project functioned as a kind of tentpole around which was arrayed a richly textured fabric of political and cultural institutions, women's organizations, youth organizations, the social democratic press, workers' libraries, lectures and lecture courses, vehicles for creating self-confidence and self-respect among the masses of the workers, the framework of what has been termed the social democratic subculture. 124 The SPD's seemingly inexorable electoral advance, buttressed by the growth of trade unionism and the extension of this subculture, underwrote the prospect of an indefinite linear progression to power. Koski's identification of Marxism, as the theoretical expression of the unity of the working class movement, with the socialist consciousness of the proletariat serves to establish a concrete connection between theory and the political practice of the SPD's parliamentary project. Theory provides the rationale for this project by explaining how the logic of capital accumulation and class polarization progressively generates an electoral majority for the SPD. And as the expression of proletarian unity, it inhabits the rhetoric and the strategic organization of the electoral campaign. Practice, in turn, generates the evidence by which the theory can be tested. Electoral support for the SPD, self-consciously distinguished from all other bourgeois parties as the political party of the working class, is plausibly understood as evidence of working class identification and solidarity, willingness to struggle for the common interests of the class. The abstract character of the ballot is an appropriate expression of Koski's understanding of working class unity. Each ballot cast for the SPD signifies some consciousness of common class position and interests and some willingness to subordinate what is particular, personal, or accidental in one's identity to the universal or homogeneous expression of proletarian solidarity. For Koski, who held that elections are a means to count ourselves and the enemy and they grant thereby a clear view of the relative strength of classes and parties, their advance and retreat. 125 The electoral practice of the SPD was of great epistemological significance. Growth in the social democratic vote total counts as evidence of class polarization and the intensification of class antagonisms, offering tangible, indeed striking, confirmation of the essential correctness of Marxist orthodoxy. This inference from electoral statistics could draw further support from the figures for party membership, for membership in unions and other institutions of the social democratic subculture, and for the circulation of social democratic periodicals. The unity of all these voters, members, and readers was embodied in the leading institutions of the social democratic movement. Inferring, from these indices of numerical growth, the degree of social and political cohesion and ideological maturity of the working class, depends upon the strength of the connection between these institutions and the broad social movement they represented. it supposes that the formal unity of the SPD and the trade unions, and their professed fidelity to the struggle for socialism, accurately represented a process, vast in scale and molecular in its complexity, of social, political and ideological unification of the working class. Precisely this was Koskai's great unexamined assumption. The whole architecture of his thought dictated that the relation of Marxism and the working class movement had to be harmonious, and that challenges to this harmony were to be grasped in terms of either particularistic aberration or regression to an earlier stage of development. The orientation of his theoretical political posture subordinated the concrete struggles through which the substantial unity of the working class or the alliance of popular classes would have to be forged, and hence the question of working class unity seriously posed, to the universality of scientific law, the general direction of the class struggle and the institutional unity of the SPD. The unity of Koskaian theory and social democratic practice forms what might be termed, after Gaston Bachelard, an epistemological obstacle. Theoretical vision is tested and focused in practice, but this very process insensibly delimits the field of vision, occluding appropriate recognition of certain critical problems and constraining the possibility of rectification through self-criticism. Theory and practice invest each other in a configuration whose parameters are self-reproducing. 126. The logic of capital transforms particularistic struggles into a universal class struggle. On Koskai's account, the advanced strata of the class represent, through their organization, consciousness, and discipline, the universal or general interest of the class. These strata are distinguished in this from the rear echelons of the movement, which are as yet unable to disengage themselves from the particularistic claims and attachments that can diffuse and disorganize the struggle, but the former nonetheless embody the future of the latecomers. It is almost as though the vanguard strata transcend, in consciousness of class homogeneity, their embeddedness in particular circumstances. But, as Hegel understood, particularity is a universal characteristic of practice. The most advanced strata of the social democratic proletariat were not simply workers. They were, for instance, by and large skilled, not unskilled, urban, not rural, Protestant, not Catholic, German, not Polish, male, not female, and so on. Koskai's Marxist orthodoxy pulls up short before the challenge of theorizing these concrete features, and therefore leaves unexamined the possibility that the SPD advance might also represent a coalition of narrow, but growing, interests. The universality of socialist consciousness, and of Marxist theory, dons by default the particular lenses of the advanced workers. Paradoxically, when counterposed, as their own future self-consciousness, to the narrow particularism of the backward strata of the movement, this notion of working class unity has every possibility of fueling tensions, ambitions, and resentments between workers, abetting bourgeois efforts to divide the workers' movement by separating particular short-term interests from the general interest of the class. Practice and theory. The abstract terms in which Koskai conceives working class unity and the historical process of its emergence, instantiated in the institutions and electoral practices of the SPD, might serve to reproduce, even exacerbate, divisions within the working class. The subsumption of struggles for particular aims under the umbrella of electoral unity might entail the sacrifice of some concrete interests to others. On the other hand, the same practical theoretical apparatus functions to depreciate the evidence adduced against the orthodox Marxist theorization of the SPD project. As Bernstein complained, while Koskai might have admitted the fact of differentiation in working class circumstances and lives, this fact led to no revision in his understanding of working class consciousness. 127 The assumption that the institutional framework and the electoral project of the SPD represented the unity of the working class movement was thus part and parcel of Koskai's epistemological apparatus. But this conjunction of theory and practice was not merely a set of conceptual blinders, it was partially constitutive of a certain practical reality, a specific pattern of unity and division of the working class, and at the same time of a certain configuration of theoretical understanding and mystification of this reality. The sort of process at work may be briefly illustrated by reference to Richard Evans's analysis of the Hamburg suffrage disturbances of Red Wednesday, January 17, 1906.128 The response of the Hamburg ruling class to SPD gains in local elections was an attempt to impose a drastic increase in the property qualification for voters. The local SPD leadership launched a mass campaign in opposition, culminating in a political general strike and a series of popular assemblies on January 17, the date fixed for the final debate on the suffrage proposal. The strike call drew massive support, in the main from building workers and dock workers, two trades particularly affected by economic crisis and high seasonal unemployment. The excitement of the masses was doubtless also heightened by the example of the Russian Revolution. During the protest meetings the workers pressed for a march on the town hall, an initiative the SPD could not stop but tried to control. Arriving in the town center, the crowds were hemmed in by police, at whom they directed a barrage of insults, jeers and empty bottles. In face of the tense situation, the best organized section of the crowd marched off, under SPD leadership, to congratulate the mayor on his supposed opposition to the suffrage restriction. In the meantime, however, confusion and violence spread through the main crowds as the police pushed them toward the fish market, a socio-economically depressed neighborhood peopled by casually employed dock workers and the structurally unemployed. The second phase of the disturbances, attacks on property and looting, with police attacking and dispersing the crowds, began here, followed by indiscriminate police terror against individuals and small groups in the area, leading to several deaths. The official SPD line on the events of Red Wednesday was, as Evans points out, a mirror image of the police version. Each side saw the incident as the result of a plot by the other, neither would distinguish between the earlier and later disturbances. While the police wanted to pin responsibility for the later looting on the social democratic participants in the earlier demonstrations, the SPD wanted to see the lumpen proletarian looters of the fish market as the authors of the earlier bottle-throwing provocations. 129 The use of the lumpen proletarian category to write off working-class violence was a stock SPD maneuver. There is implicit in this procedure a conception of working-class unity fashioned after the image of the most advanced section of the workers, cosmetically marginalizing the anarchic combativeness of the politically unorganized, undisciplined proletarian milieu. This conception reflects reality but also partially constitutes that reality, since it informs a political practice evident in the tactics of the Hamburg SPD that counterposes the advanced workers to the masses. Was the chaotic, marginal, feudal character of the violence on Red Wednesday the product solely of the socio-economic class position of its authors, or did it owe something to the failure of the Social Democrats, instead of simply being more advanced than the masses, to act as their leaders? The significance of this question transcends whatever practical success might have been achieved on Red Wednesday. First, because, as Evans indicates, citing the week-long Berlin riots of 1910, the Moabit disturbances, Red Wednesday was no isolated incident in the practice of the SPD. Second, because the question was never posed, it was repressed. In this regard, the function performed by the sophistical invocation of the lumpen proletariat was reproduced on a theoretical plane by Koskai, for whom the most organized, disciplined, and class-conscious workers represented the future of the others. Effectively assuming away the question of the unity of the working class and thereby the question of political leadership, Kautsky's sophisticated account of the workings of capitalist development and class polarization had the same effect as the vulgar gendarme theory of the Hamburg SPD leaders. That the spontaneous enthusiasm of mass struggle that sometimes emerged at the margins of social democratic political practice degenerated in this way into riot and chaos could thus be read as confirmation of the essential correctness of that project itself, the more so as the SPD did, after its own fashion, unify the workers who, after all, supported it, voted for it, and hung pictures of its leaders in their homes. More precisely, it represented and, through Koskian theory, conceived of itself as the representative of working-class unity. This conception and its practical correlates draw upon real structures of capitalist society. As Rosa Luxemburg noted, in the peaceful, normal course of bourgeois society, the economic struggle is split into a multitude of struggles in every enterprise. The political struggle is not directed by the masses themselves in a direct action but in correspondence with the form of the bourgeois state, in a representative fashion, by the presence of legislative representation. 130 That a politics of representing the working class reflects the reality of the partitioning of workers' struggles does not preclude its helping to reproduce the partitions, as the events of Red Wednesday illustrate. Luxemburg was too sanguine on this score in supposing that leaders who stand aside or endeavor to resist the movement will simply be swept aside by the rush of events. 131 The SPD's political project marked progress in the organization and political education of the workers, but the chaos at the margins of the project also suggests its internal contradictions. Subordinating mass struggles to the requirements of a parliamentary project can, at a certain point, effectively disable them and so undercut the vantage point from which the limits of such a project can be seen. From a form of development of the working class struggle, the politics of the SPD turned into its fetter. The real weakness of Koskian orthodoxy consists not in a separation, but in a certain conjunction of theory and practice whereby the relation of Marxism and the Marxist Party to the working class is constituted as given rather than as something to be established through particular, politically conditioned conjunctures of class struggle. The false obviousness of this given corresponded to the apparent congealment of class relations in pre-war Germany. With the advent of the war, the underlying contradictions of the class struggle, the divisions in the working class movement and the emergence of a petty bourgeois reformist opposition to imperialism worked themselves to the surface of political life. The inability of Koski's orthodox Marxism to reckon with these new phenomena left the working class ship bereft of a theoretical rudder. Political will and the party. Koski exemplified his own conception of the role of the intellectual in the working class movement. He was a writer and a clarifier of concepts and issues, not an activist or an organizer. That he produced no commentary upon the events of Red Wednesday is, in this light, unsurprising, although the previous year, pronouncing ruinous any attempt to launch a general strike in a situation that cannot become a revolutionary one, he had claimed that it would be the greatest piece of folly to declare a general strike in Hamburg in defense of the local electoral law, to employ the mass strike, the ultimate and sharpest weapon of the proletariat, which demands its most complete devotion and its highest spirit of sacrifice, in a single city, merely in order to defend a quite miserable, local suffrage law from further deterioration. 132 The comparison is further sustained by the position he later formulated in debate with Rosa Luxemburg over the tactic of mass strikes. When, in the midst of the SPD's campaign for Prussian electoral reform in 1910, Luxemburg championed an escalation from street demonstrations to mass strikes combining economic and political objectives, Koski demurred, arguing that tactics must be subordinated to strategy and to the impending social democratic triumph in the Reichstag elections of 1912. While the mass strike would be an appropriate tactic in certain circumstances, for instance when existing democratic rights were attacked, its imprudent use could lead to defeats that might prejudice the whole strategy. The spontaneous outbreak of mass strike activity, he claimed, was unforeseeable, something over which the Social Democrats could have no influence. The party had not only the right but also the duty to utilize its organization to prevent the outbreak of a premature mass strike which would surely fail. 133 Koski's theorization of the mass strike as appropriate in merely hypothetical circumstances has been criticized as a rationalization of the social democratic status quo, weak-kneed subservience to the organizational conservatism of the SPD hierarchy. But to characterize his position thus is to reduce the difficulties it entails to a simple lack of willpower. The action he counsels, however, holding back premature outbreaks, is hardly passive or fatalistic. On the contrary, anyone who has ever been on a picket line knows that holding back can require great determination and even inventiveness. And the example of the Bolshevik leadership during the July days of 1917, transforming a spontaneous mass thrust toward premature insurrection into an armed demonstration and thereby averting a certain debacle, attests that holding back is quite compatible with revolutionary activism. To pose the issues involved in mass strike and extra-parliamentary activity simply in terms of revolutionary will is to obscure the real theoretical difficulties of Koski's position. Had the prospect or the reality of a social democratic parliamentary majority ever led the imperial German authorities to, say, disperse the Reichstag, the logic of Koskian orthodoxy implies something like mass strikes as a response. There is no need to suggest, as critics do, that he would have manufactured some other theoretical rationale for inaction, for, if I am right, subordinating concrete struggles and particular interests to the quest for the parliamentary legitimation of working class power reproduces a pattern of unity and division in the working class, plays into ruling class efforts to fragment the movement through partial concessions, and thus turns the prospect of social democratic parliamentary power into a mirage that recedes before every advance. Koski's accusation that Luxembourg could not diagnose concrete political conjunctures might well, therefore, be turned against Koski himself. An analogy might be made between orthodox Marxist theory's inability to recognize and adapt to the unprecedented challenges posed by its social environment and the unconscious workings of natural processes, but any similarities do not stem from a broad-brush denial, by Koski, of human intentionality or will or the activity of consciousness. The dialectical interplay of struggle, organization, and consciousness takes on a definite content only in terms of the SPD project. It may be helpful, in this context, to distinguish two different senses of consciousness, or, perhaps better, aspects of consciousness. If consciousness is construed in the sense of intentionality, consciousness of an end or aim to be achieved and the exercise of agency in pursuit of it, then Koskian orthodoxy exaggerates the role of consciousness and will, for although it envisages the gradual accumulation of proletarian forces through the objective workings of the logic of capital, it conceives working class unity in terms of socialist consciousness and presupposes the political willpower to sustain this consciousness and to generalize it indefinitely. SPD politics were essentially bound up with the educational reformation of the backward working masses in the image of the class-conscious social democratic workers. The party, paradoxically, assumes here the role of the condescending savior against which the words of the Internationale caution the workers. The party occupied a strategic position in Koski's thought, expressing the notional resolution of a whole series of contradictions of the working class movement. However, if consciousness is construed as indicating reflexivity, the process of re-examining one's agency, aims and projects in light of the unexpected or the recalcitrant, the fact that Koski did not rework the SPD project in response to the unevenness and complexity of the class struggle suggests a narrow, perhaps one-dimensional, account of consciousness. Inasmuch as he took the relation of the party to the working class and the class struggle as given, Koski never really produced a theory of the party. Where criticism of Koski is framed in terms of fatalism, the absence of revolutionary will, or the separation of theory and practice, the risk is that his approach to the logic of class struggle and working class unity is left essentially intact. There is, in any case, no such thing as a political will independent of theoretical assumptions. Practice is always already theoretically informed. An effective diagnosis of the real impasse of Koski's Marxism requires a more fine-grained analysis of political theory and practice. The real critical questions that arise in connection with Koski do not have to do with an absence of political will or a hypocritical failure to carry theory into practice, but with the potential and actual dynamics of practice and theory in the class struggle. Theory in a community of struggle. The unity of the working class as an effective political force and a parameter of revolutionary strategy must be conceived not simply as the realization of a uniformity of position and interest on the part of the workers, but as marked by the unevenness and heterogeneity of the process. The dynamics of the post-war outbreak of a revolutionary mass movement of the working class in the Ruhr were, Moore shows, essentially bound up with the confluence of diverse proletarian currents, with the interaction of fiery, unorganized, irresponsible elements with the organized defense of traditional working standards. His fusion of limited preservation and destruction of their collective past both helped and forced the miners to create a new collective identity. 134 Lenin, for whom the variegated and discordant, motley and outwardly fragmented aspect of mass struggles was of the essence of socialist revolution, makes a similar point. capitalism is not so harmoniously built that the various sources of rebellion can immediately merge of their own accord, without reverses and defeats. The very fact that revolts do break out at different times, in different places, and are of different kinds, guarantees wide scope and depth to the general movement. 135 A practical orientation toward working class unity requires not mere willpower, but a dialectic capable of seizing the complex and uneven interplay of heterogeneous forces and the concrete conjunctures defined thereby. Amidst the Russian upheaval of 1905 to 1907, notably in his article The American Worker, where the revolutionary fervor of the Russian workers contrasts with the quiescence of the Americans, 136 Koski did try, stretching the logic of Marxist orthodoxy, to reckon with something of the complexity introduced by the unevenness of development. But absent a political actor open to reworking and rethinking its own agency and project in response to the unexpected, to the spontaneous movements of the class struggle, a recognition of complexity could not effectively be brought to bear upon political practice. Part of what is implied by the unevenness, diversity, and complexity of the class struggle is that, as Lenin would come to understand, there will always be spontaneous activity beyond anyone's grasp or control, which alters the terms and context of political action. This beyond is incomprehensible as merely not yet consciousness, if not because it is in part a reaction to and sometimes a reaction against, the perceived claims of consciousness, then perhaps because it is shaped in part by the terms of adversarial class projects, themselves reformulated in response to the strategic ambitions of consciousness. If the relation between consciousness and the spontaneous movement is essentially contradictory, then spontaneity must be recognized as a potential site not just of difficulty and danger, but also of criticism, experiment, and invention. The point is not that there is something, pure spontaneity or particularity, that is in principle forever beyond the grasp of theory, but rather that no one, neither the Marxist activist nor the Marxist party, can hope to grasp everything, politically or cognitively, at once. Grasping Marxist theory and bringing about the unity of the working class are related, but they are not the same thing. Working class unity is simply not the sort of thing that could be ordered from just one perspective. Perhaps it is something that is constituted, that comes together, only in being approached from a number of different angles. If this is so, then the unity of the working class movement is to be sought not in adherence to a common theoretical consciousness, but in the recognition and the conquest, through the political arts of persuasion, compromise, and alliance, and in the teeth of the political projects of adversarial classes, of an always tenuous community of struggle. The notion of community, with its connotation of unity in diversity, provides a better metaphor for working class unity than does the notion of consciousness. Or perhaps it would be better to say that it is necessary, in order to grasp the complexity of working class unity and hence the situatedness of Marxist politics, to hold these two metaphors in tension. The Marxist position within the working class movement is paradoxical, a bearer of scientific insight into the logic of capital, the foundation for a form of socio-political unity, a community, along class rather than, say, national lines. The Marxist is required, at the same time, by the constitutive ethos of this community of which he is a member, to treat fellow members as compatriots and to appreciate that in order that all workers might exercise their membership with confidence, whatever the differences of situation, feeling, or insight, the bounds of community may have to extend beyond the bounds of class. To portray the situation of Marxism in the working class movement in these terms is, I think, to imply a different kind of understanding of the relation between theory and practice. The unity of theory and practice functions in Koski's orthodox Marxism, as it sometimes does in the so-called critical Marxism of some of his critics, as an ultimate resolution to the contradictions of history and socialism in a final, though perhaps prolonged, act of consciousness. Once Marxist theory is situated in the context of a working class movement understood as community, the unity of theory and practice is appropriately viewed not as the culmination of will or consciousness, but as an uneven, necessarily incomplete, and possibly reversible process of rectification, subject to criticism on grounds of public accountability as well as to the protocols of scientific verification. Chapter 3. Situating Marxism in Russia, ambiguous. Coordinates. The previous chapter showed how Koskai's Marxist orthodoxy enabled workers and socialist intellectuals to situate themselves theoretically and politically and to bring theory to bear upon political practice in terms of a historical logic that turned upon the parallel, even synchronous development of the material and ideological conditions of the working class struggle for socialism. Critical examination of that logic generated a series of key questions about working class and Marxist political agency to which Koskaian orthodoxy could provide no theoretically satisfactory response. These were questions about the role of political leadership and the political party, the unity of the working class, the relation of intellectuals and workers and the significance of class alliances that might have seemed, in light of the apparent successful political trajectory of German social democracy, of merely academic interest. But these were inescapable questions for the merely incipient working class movement, and consequently for Marxists, in Russia. The object of the present chapter is to show how the notion of hegemony arose as part of the initial attempts to situate the social formation of late 19th century Tsarist Russia in orthodox Marxist terms and, conversely, to situate Marxism, as a theory of political actors confronting pressing political challenges in determinate circumstances, in Russia. The project of situating Marxism in Russia may be traced in the work of Georgy Plekhanov and, somewhat later, of the young Lenin, each of whom set the theoretical logic of orthodox Marxism to work in analyzing Russian society. Although the logic of orthodoxy might be stretched to permit some acknowledgement of the unevenness of development, the political and rhetorical context of the controversies that saw the emergence of Russian Marxism tied its first practitioners particularly tightly to the assumption of synchronous development of the material and ideological conditions of socialism. This assumption, however, generated persistent ambiguity in the relation of theory and practice when deployed in the context of Tsarist Russia, the relatively undeveloped state of the productive forces and of capitalist relations of production mandated only a bourgeois democratic revolution, while the advent of a social democratic working class movement carried with it the horizon of socialist revolution. This ambiguity assumed a different shape with Plekhanov than it did with Lenin. For Plekhanov, it centered on the difficulty of giving theoretical expression to the leading, or even independent, role of the working class in the bourgeois democratic revolution. For Lenin, its focus was the difficulty of theorizing how independent working class political agency could express itself through a bourgeois democratic rather than a socialist revolution. Attempts at clarification simply translated the ambiguity into the superstructural language of class or social democratic consciousness, whence emerged the issue or set of issues associated with hegemony. The notion of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution arose as a verbal resolution of the ambiguity in theory and practice, at once expressing it and concealing it. Although Marx and Engels did not directly address the strategic issues, and the complex of social and political forces, that would confront Marxist political actors in pre-revolutionary Russia, that is, they did not try to situate Marxism in Russia, they did set the stage for the strategic debates that were to follow by situating Russia in terms of their materialist conception of history. Since the very silences of Marx's analysis suggest some of the difficulties that arise when those issues are framed in terms of the logic of Marxist orthodoxy, a brief account of his intervention in Russian discussions may serve as a preface to the strategic debates that follow. Karl Marx and the Russian Commune. Today, Russia forms the vanguard of revolutionary action in Europe, wrote Marx and Engels in 1882, prefacing the second Russian edition of the Communist Manifesto. Russia's place on their strategic map of class struggles was fixed by their analysis of the role played by the Tsarist autocracy since the 1848 revolutions as the ultimate guarantor of the stability of a bourgeois Europe haunted by the specter of proletarian communism. The fall of the autocracy would leave the European stage clear for a set-piece battle between labor and capital and might even sound the signal for it. With this prospect in view, the two old revolutionaries looked with favor upon the campaign of terror with which the Russian revolutionary intelligentsia was then besieging the Tsar. But what would be the nature of the impending Russian Revolution? What social forces would drive it? And what socio-economic forms would emerge out of it? Russia's populist revolutionaries, impressed by critiques of the social dislocation and human devastation wrought by capitalist development, nourished hope for a specifically Russian path of revolutionary progress, one that would bypass capitalism. They appealed to the apparent vitality of the Russian village commune, the mir, an institution that combined collective ownership of the soil with some rudimentary elements of self-government. The durability of the mir was seen, in contrast to Western Europe, where the remnants of communal social organization had long since withered away, as an expression of the Russian peasantry's socialist propensities. It thus became the focal point of a perspective in which democratic and socialist aspirations converged. Marxist themes were sometimes invoked to bolster the notion of a non-capitalist path of development for Russia and, in disputes among the populists, to sustain the prospect of a mass peasant uprising against the alternative, conspiratorial action by revolutionary intellectuals. But it is hardly surprising, in light of the fledgling growth of capitalist production in Russia since the Crimean War and the encroachment of capitalist relations upon the mir since the Tsar's 1861 edict abolishing serfdom, that concern should have been expressed in populist quarters over the supposed quietist implications of historical materialism for political action. Marx's reaction was, first, to distance himself from metaphysical and fatalistic readings of his work. Thus, he took the populist social philosopher N.K. Mikhailovsky to task for transforming my historical sketch of the genesis of capitalism in Western Europe into an historico-philosophical theory of the general course fatally imposed on all peoples, whatever the historical circumstances in which they find themselves placed, in order to arrive ultimately at this economic formation which assures the greatest expansion of the productive forces of social labor, as well as the most complete development of man. 3. The supreme virtue of such a theory, he wrote, consists in being suprahistorical. 4. In more concrete terms, second, Marx left open the possibility that Russia might pioneer a non-capitalist path of development. Varazay Sulich wrote in 1881 on behalf of the populist Cherny Parental Black Repartition to solicit Marx's views on the possible fate of our rural commune, and on the theory that it is historically necessary for every country in the world to pass through all the phases of capitalist production. As she posed the terms of the dilemma, the inevitable demise of the mir would leave Russian socialists with nothing but more or less ill-founded calculations as to how many decades it will take for the Russian peasants' land to pass into the hands of the bourgeoisie, and how many centuries it will take for capitalism in Russia to reach something like the level of development already attained in Western Europe. 5. Marx's reply cited a passage from the French edition of Capital and insisted that whatever historical inevitability might characterize the genesis of capitalist production was expressly limited to the countries of Western Europe where, through the expropriation of the agricultural producers, one form of private property is transformed into another form of private property. In Russia, by contrast, what would have to be transformed into private property was the communal property of the peasants. 6. Summarizing his own study of the subject, Marx averred, the commune is the fulcrum for social regeneration in Russia. But in order that it might function as such, the harmful influences assailing it on all sides must first be eliminated, and it must then be assured the normal conditions for spontaneous development. This development assumes the fall of the autocracy. To save the Russian commune, there must be a Russian revolution. 7. Marx's letter, together with its preparatory drafts and, in particular, its omission of proletarian revolution in the West as a precondition for the revival of the commune, has been said to underwrite both the tasks and the revolutionary populist perspective of Narodnaya Volia, the people's will. 8. Haruki Wada infers that Marx emphasized the ability of the peasants to change themselves spontaneously. 9. While Andrei Walicki attributes Marx's sanguine view of the commune as a potential mainspring of Russia's social regeneration to a belief in spontaneous development, a 19th-century naturalism that always sought a natural germ of evolution. 10. But these inferences are overdrawn and misleading. According to Marx, the vitality of the Russian agricultural or land commune stemmed from a twofold character that distinguished it from more primitive forms of community. No longer based upon the strong yet narrow tie of natural kinship, the agricultural commune was consequently more capable of adapting and expanding, and of undergoing contact with strangers. 11 Second, in the agricultural commune, the house and surrounding yard became private property. Finally, though it remained communal property, the arable land was periodically divided among the members of the agricultural commune, each household cultivating the fields assigned to it and appropriating the fruits. The dualism inherent in the agricultural commune endowed it with a certain stability, for communal property and all the resulting social relations provided with a solid foundation, while the privately owned houses, fragmented tillage of the arable land and private appropriation of its fruits all permit a development of individuality incompatible with conditions in the more primitive communities. 12 But this same dualism threatened the disintegration of the commune from within, consequently. In Marx's view, it marked a period of transition from communal to private property. Independent labor as a source of private appropriation, the gradual accumulation of movable property, cattle, agricultural implements, etc., and the increasing importance of movable property to agricultural production together serve to dissolve the primitive social and economic equality, and to foster at the very heart of the commune a conflict of interests which saps communal ownership and subordinates it to private property. 13 Considered in abstraction, the Russian land commune is consistent with two broadly different lines of development. Either the element of private property which it implies gains the upper hand over the collective element, or the reverse takes place. Everything depends upon the historical context in which it is situated. 14 The triumph of the collective element depends upon a transition from individual labor to collective labor, and for this Marx stipulates two conditions. First, the economic need for such a transition, which will make itself felt when the commune is placed under normal conditions, that is, when the demands of the state and the externally imposed restrictions upon its land base are removed. Second, the requisite material conditions must be made available to the commune. Here the advantage of the Russian commune over earlier examples of the same type lies in its historical context, the contemporaneity of capitalist production, which provides it with ready-made material conditions for huge-scale common labor. It is therefore able to incorporate the positive achievements of the capitalist system, without having to pass under its harsh tribute. 15 It is noteworthy that Marx speaks of the incorporation of the technological achievements of capitalism rather than their independent generation in a social formation of communes. Nor does anything he says indicate that the communal peasantry might act as a revolutionary force, capable itself of establishing the normal conditions for spontaneous development. While capable of adaptation to altered circumstances, the peasant is above all hostile to any abrupt change. 16 With respect both to technology and to politics, the historical context remains decisive. If Russia were isolated in the world, wrote Marx, it would have to develop on its own account the economic conquests which Western Europe only acquired through a long series of evolutions from its primitive communities to the present situation. There would then be no doubt whatsoever, at least in my mind, that Russia's communities are fated to perish with the development of Russian society. 17 While it is true, strictly speaking, that the previous victory of the socialist revolution in the West did not enter as a necessary condition into the scenario of Russia's social regeneration as sketched by Marx. 18 This omission raises more questions than it answers. Did Marx suppose that European capital would lightly bestow its scientific and technological conquests upon a communistic peasant Russia? Did he envisage the Russian intelligentsia alone in the role of intermediary and organizer of the material conditions of communism? To raise these questions is to signal the limits of Marx's analysis. There is no account in his writings of the social and political forces that would drive a Russian revolution. So his estimate of the possibilities inherent in the institutional framework of the Mir remained a fleshless skeleton. Why this silence? Had Marx come to embrace a populist faith in the decisive intervention of the revolutionary intelligentsia in countries, such as Russia, where the people had not yet crystallized into a formation of social classes whose struggle would act as a historical motor force? Perhaps. but it seems more likely that the import of this silence was tactical rather than theoretical, that it was meant to place no intellectual inhibitions in the way of the intelligentsia's assault on the autocracy, an adventure which may not have led, as its protagonists intended, to some form of socialism, but which was nonetheless bound, as a spark that might ignite an impending democratic revolution and then, possibly, the socialist revolution in Europe, to advance historical progress. This was certainly Engels's view. Marx was not writing here as a political actor having to represent such forces in pursuit of such aims threatened by such obstacles, to appeal to such interests and win over such allies while resisting the stratagems of such adversaries. He was writing from outside and could act only by lending elements of analysis to those who had to act, and react, within the field of forces that constituted the concrete political situation in Russia. But historical analysis can serve as a guide to political action only by understanding and incorporating the logic of this field of political forces. Historical materialism, at least as Marx himself applied it, was only a guiding thread to the historical study of social formations, not a substitute for concrete analysis. The task of working out a concrete historical materialist analysis of the social and political forces in process of formation in Tsarist Russia had not yet been undertaken. Marx's analysis may have helped to locate Russia in historical materialist terms, but it could not serve to guide Marxist political action within Russia. When the assassination of Tsar Alexander II in 1881 triggered the machinery of police repression but not the expected revolutionary onslaught, populism appeared to have reached an impasse as a revolutionary movement. In response, the former Cherny Peredeltsi, Verazay Sulich, P.B. Axelrod, and Georgy Plekhanov formed the first professedly Marxist organization of Russians, the Group for the Emancipation of Labor. Exiled in Geneva, the members of the group set about spreading socialist ideas in Russia and working out the elements for organizing a Russian Workers' Socialist Party. Point 19 The conjunction of two claims, that the impending revolution could only be a struggle for bourgeois democracy and that the working class engendered by capitalism must nonetheless assume an independent, even leading, revolutionary role, distinguished the group's stance and established the parameters of Russian Marxism. Plekhanov was the principal architect of the theoretical rationale for this conjunction, which he articulated in terms that reproduced the unilinear historical logic of Koskai's Marxist orthodoxy. This logic would enable him to initiate Marxist analysis of the historical forces driving the revolutionary process in Russia, but it would preclude him from deriving unambiguous political conclusions. Plekhanov announced his conversion to Marxism in the 1883 pamphlet Socialism and Political Struggle with the following rebuke to his former populist comrades: to bind together in one two so fundamentally different matters as the overthrow of absolutism and the socialist revolution, to wage revolutionary struggle in the belief that these elements of social development will coincide in the history of our country means to put off the advent of both. Point 20 The logic of Plekhanov's position is perhaps most clearly spelled out in a materialist dialectic of the content and form of the historical process. With the thesis that acting on external nature, man changes his own nature, Marx shifted the study of society from speculative debate about human nature to concrete investigation of how the process of human productive action on the external world takes place. Point 21. Social man's productive impact upon nature and the growth of the productive forces involved in that impact, such as the content, society's economic structure, its property relations provide the form, engendered by a given content, the particular degree in the development of material production, and rejected in consequence of the further development of that content. Once it has arisen, the contradiction between form and content is not blunted but increases, thanks to the continuous growth of the content, which far outstrips the ability of the old form to change in keeping with the new needs. Thus a moment arrives sooner or later when the elimination of the old form and its replacement by a new one becomes necessary. Point 22. Although form and content are interwoven, content is assigned priority over form, productive forces over relations of production, the economic movement of society over the context in which it unfolds. In assessing the progressive capacity of social forms, Plekhanov distinguishes dynamic historical forces from mere passive receptivity to change. For the philosophy of history, just as for the practical revolutionary, the only forms that have any importance are those that are capable of a greater or lesser quantity of useful historical work. Point 23 The receptivity of a social form to change, suggestive of the possibility of variation in different directions, is subordinated to the internal contradiction of historical forms. Concrete analysis does not aim at the nuances of tradition or variation of circumstance but locates social forms in historical phases periodist in accordance with the degree of development of the productive forces and the class struggle. Commodity production had already taken root in Russia, Plekhanov claimed, and its unfettered growth was both necessary and progressive. Russia will continue to proceed along the path of capitalist development, not because there exists some external force, some mysterious law pushing her along that path, but because there is no effective internal force capable of pushing it from that path. Point 24 For Plekhanov, the Russian countryside figures as an empty page upon which capital can inscribe its inexorable logic of class division. The independent development of the village commune consists in disintegrating. Point 25 The primitive vitality of the commune, he thought, could not survive the advent of commodity production and the eclipse of the isolated natural economy. Though untouched by the storms of political revolution, it turns out to be powerless and defenseless against the logic of economic evolution. Point 26 The commune and the peasantry were passive, static, in contrast to capital and the proletariat, which were active, dynamic. The commune is transformed, in the circumstance of commodity production, from a means of protecting the producers against capitalist exploitation into a powerful instrument of capitalist exploitation. Point 27 The logic of commodity exchange, hastened by the Reform Edict of 1861, deepened the incipient social divisions in the commune, giving rise to an upstart class of petty rural capitalists and usurers and a mass of semi-proletarians without the means to work their allotments and thus constrained to work for others. In this context, communal obligations and restrictions served only to perpetuate the most primitive and brutal forms of capitalist exploitation, and the utopian enemies of capitalism, the populist friends of the commune, prove in reality to be the accomplices of capitalism in its most coarse, shameful, and harmful form. Point 28 Although comprehensively oppressed and exploited under the existing regime, the peasant was no revolutionary protagonist. The Russian revolutionary movement, whose victory would be first and foremost profitable to the peasants, finds among them hardly any support, sympathy, or understanding. Point 29 Because it ties the interests of the peasants to the land, the commune hinders their intellectual and political development by limiting their outlook to the narrow bounds of village traditions. Point 30 Parochial in outlook and profoundly unaware of his place in society, the peasant remains a mere cipher in the sense of some conscious impact upon the blind forces of the economy. 31 This reading of the Russian countryside recalls Marx's changeless Asiatic mode of production. Plekhanov did not use the term, but he often referred to the patriarchal or Asiatic character of Russian society. 32 This consisted of a myriad of autonomous village communities, the unmoving foundation of a state that embodied and enforced an all-encompassing oppression, a despotism whose cast of characters may change but whose structure endures, feeding on the surplus extracted from the villages and denying the latter the material conditions for progress. Though peasants rebelled from time to time against their exploitation, the very conditions of their existence rendered their revolt scattered, sporadic and ineffectual. Peasant resistance, wrote Plekhanov, was never really political. For redress of their grievances, the peasants did not look to themselves but to a savior from above. Even where revolts coalesced into an insurrectionary movement, they could do so only in the name of a self-proclaimed true Tsar against a usurper. Such movements were bound to be ephemeral. Peasant struggles could never rise above the blind and irrational workings of a force of nature. 33 It was upon the peasant, wrote Plekhanov, that Oriental despotisms sustained themselves unchanged for thousands of years. 34 The peasant was, in this respect, the political antipode of the worker. The historical role of the peasant is as conservative as that of the worker is revolutionary. 35 And this conservatism could be shaken only when the proletarian, ejected from the countryside as an impoverished member of the village commune, returns as a social democratic agitator. 36 If Marx's scenario required an intermediary to provide the commune with access to the scientific, technological, and political achievements of capitalist civilization, for Plekhanov the intermediary can be none other than the industrial worker. The disintegration of the commune can be halted only through a new popular force capable of putting an end to capitalism. But this force, the working class, itself comes into being only through the logic of capital, from elements thrown off in the very process of communal disintegration. 37 The socialist revolution is unthinkable without the presence of the necessary and sufficient historical force born of the contradictions in the present bourgeois system. 38 And the socialist organization of production assumes not only the existence of a class of wage laborers but, additionally, that capitalist relations have developed to a point where the socialization of the productive forces comes into contradiction with private capitalist appropriation, and that the workers have become conscious of this contradiction and of the social revolutionary possibility it creates. 39 Only through the logic of capital do the workers struggle and organize against capital and gradually constitute themselves as an independent political force. The growth of the socialist consciousness of the working class generally proceeds parallel to the development of the productive forces and of the corresponding organization of production. 40 The self-emancipation of the working class is thus the subjective aspect inscribed upon the objectively unfolding logic of history, and, as such, it is the unifying theme, at once movement and goal, of Plekhanov's thought. That traditional Russia, whether patriarchal or communal, could counter capital with nothing more dynamic than the force of inertia enabled Plekhanov to read the alignment of social forces directly from the unilinear logic of capitalism. In such a perspective, engaging in concrete analysis amounts to locating Russian society on the trajectory of capitalist evolution, to estimating the degree of erosion of the patriarchal economy and society under the relentless pressure of capital accumulation. Plekhanov's analysis nonetheless represents an important advance over Marx, who analyzed the commune in abstraction from the interplay of social and political forces. Plekhanov's was the first Marxist attempt to come to grips with the difficult question of the social forces driving the Russian revolutionary process. His insistence upon the centrality of this question and his answer to it, whatever its limits, marked the introduction of Marxism as a political trend into Russia. For without an analysis of social forces, there could be no Marxist political strategy. Forces of revolution and the problem of hegemony. By unfettering the elan of capitalist production and permitting the workers to educate themselves in legal political activity, the impending democratic revolution would foster the growth of the objective and subjective conditions for an eventual proletarian socialist revolution. Defeating absolutism was necessary to remove the patriarchal debris that fettered the development of the productive forces, and the conquest of political liberty was a condition for the growth of working-class political consciousness. It would liberate all classes and strata of society, bourgeois and worker, intellectual and peasant, from the weight of patriarchal exaction and bureaucratic arbitrariness. While confined within the limits of a bourgeois social order, the course of the revolution, as the focal point of diverse and opposing interests, was still to be defined. What social force, by assuming this task, would impress its character upon the course of events? It would not be the peasantry, whose political indifference and intellectual backwardness were, in Plekhanov's view, the main bulwark of absolutism. 41 Indeed, peasant backwardness also served him as the explanatory context for the timidity, instability, and resulting inaptitude for revolutionary leadership of the educated sections of the higher classes. 42 But neither could revolutionary leadership be expected from the bourgeoisie. It was not simply that the Russian bourgeoisie was peculiarly reliant upon government purchases, seen in the light of Western European experience. This was no anomaly but merely an indication of the relatively early phase of its development. 43 It had to do, rather, with the nature of the bourgeoisie as a class which does not come into the streets, put up barricades or publish underground leaflets. Instead, the bourgeois could rely upon a division of labor and enrich himself, undermining the system little by little while waiting for the people to fight his enemy's enemy and then reaping the fruits of their victory without having to risk his profits. 44 The Italian Risorgimento exemplified this pattern, and Plekhanov saw no reason why the Russian bourgeoisie, at its rudimentary stage of development, would act differently. 45 Though the bourgeois may have preferred to operate through constitutional avenues, he was not eager to jeopardize what access he enjoyed to bureaucratic and ministerial backrooms. Our bourgeoisie is now undergoing an important metamorphosis. It has developed lungs which require the fresh air of political self-government, but its gills have not yet completely atrophied and still permit it to breathe in the troubled waters of decaying absolutism. 46. The logic of events would drive the bourgeoisie into opposition but could not make it take the initiative. 47 Responsibility for leadership in Russia's bourgeois democratic revolution was thus, as if by default, incumbent upon the working class. It was as though the dynamic historical force of capital had come to be concentrated in the workers rather than the bourgeoisie. Addressing the Congress of the Socialist International in 1889, Plekhanov concluded, "I insist upon this important point: the revolutionary movement in Russia will triumph as a working class movement, or else it will never triumph." 48 Although it would most likely not stand alone in the struggle against the autocracy, only the working class is capable of giving that struggle the decisive turn, and in doing so it will necessarily drive the whole of our bourgeoisie, i.e. our society, our world of trade and industry, our landlords, that petty bourgeois nobility, and finally even the rural third estate, to a struggle which is within their power. 49 The working class, in the words of Plekhanov's colleague Pavel Axelrod, would act as a lever pushing all the enemies of absolutism into an organized attack upon it. 50 The phrase hegemony of the proletariat in the democratic revolution, coined by Axelrod around the turn of the century, gave pointed expression to this orientation. But the stance itself was essential to the project of situating Marxism in Russia. It was at the heart of the political strategy of Russian Marxism mapped out by Plekhanov since the early 1880s. The orientation of proletarian hegemony in the democratic revolution, however, was ambiguous, without theoretical foundation in terms of the unilinear historical logic that shaped Plekhanov's Marxism. The difficulty was not that the working class lacked a pressing interest in participating in the democratic revolution. The workers suffered not only from capitalist exploitation but also from absolutism and the police state fetters on their organized resistance to exploitation. They had a compelling immediate interest in the political freedom and democracy that would allow them to work out the terms and instruments of their economic emancipation. Nor is the difficulty that the workers lacked means for effective participation. Socialization of the productive forces concentrated wage workers in urban centers at the same time as it promoted their mobility, so they were endowed with both the capacity for organization and the breadth of view necessary for political action. Indeed, the workers were well situated to bridge the historical abyss between the people and the educated section of the population. 51 Proletarian hegemony, however, did not signify mere encouragement to participate but a claim to political independence, to leadership. But what this claim amounted to is unclear. Political independence had to have meant something more than the mere existence of a separate social democratic organization, for Axelrod would insist that if there is no possibility of assigning to the Russian proletariat an independent, preeminent role in the struggle against police tsarism, autocracy, and arbitrariness, then Russian social democracy has no historical right to exist. 52 But what more? The difficulty is apparent as soon as one asks what in the features of the bourgeois democratic revolution would count as evidence of proletarian hegemony. Neither the unfolding of the revolution as a mass movement from below nor its initiation by the workers is enough to distinguish it from earlier revolutions in which the people supplied the cannon fodder while their betters seized the fruits of victory. How, indeed, could the working class escape the domination of capital, let alone play a preeminent role, when it is just a bourgeois revolution that it is enacting? By spearheading the fight for democracy, Axelrod suggested, the workers would win a position of prestige and influence over all classes and strata of society. 53 But prestige doesn't translate into the kind of class analysis available to Plekhanov's orthodox Marxism. Theorizing the political impotence of Russia's traditional social order and especially of the peasantry, Plekhanov effectively compressed the distinctiveness of the Russian social formation into the generic dynamism of the struggle between capital and labor. The logic of this struggle leads to the dominance of the proletariat, but only at the threshold of socialism. Intellectuals, consciousness, and hegemony. Plekhanov struggled to resolve the tensions produced by the challenge of theorizing proletarian hegemony in terms consistent with Marxist orthodoxy, reformulating the problem in the language of class consciousness. The emergence of a broad working class movement presumes the conquest of free political institutions, he wrote, but political freedoms cannot be won without the independent intervention of the working class. What is the way out? Western European history broke this vicious circle by the gradual political education of the working class. 54 The capacity of the working class for self-emancipation depends upon the clarity of its political consciousness, its cohesion, and its degree of organization. 55 And increases in direct proportion to the speed and intensity of the process of its political education and assimilation of socialist ideas. 56 These elements of working class power were susceptible to the influence of socialist intellectuals, whom Plekhanov charged with accelerating this gradual process, fostering the self-consciousness of the nascent working class movement. The Russian socialist intelligentsia must show the workers their own, working class banner, give them leaders from their own, working class ranks, and make sure that not bourgeois society, but the workers' secret organizations gain dominating influence over the workers' minds. This will considerably hasten the growth of the Russian Workers' Socialist Party, which will win itself a place of honor among the other parties after having promoted the fall of absolutism. 57. Regarded in this light, might the early beginnings of Russian socialism, while capitalism was still in its early stages, not amount to a distinctive and perhaps decisive circumstance? Translating the problem of proletarian hegemony into the language of class consciousness cannot, however, resolve the equivocation it generates in the logic of Marxist orthodoxy. Indeed, it introduces the additional difficulty of grasping the relation between the intelligentsia and the development of working class consciousness. Plekhanov's account of the relation between revolutionary intellectuals and the working class movement is bound up in complex ways with the theme of proletarian self-emancipation. In order to contribute to the intellectual and political independence of the Russian working class, wrote Plekhanov, our revolutionaries need not resort to any artificial measures or place themselves in any false or ambiguous position. All they need is to absorb fully the principles of social democracy and to impress upon their listeners that the economical emancipation of the working classes is the great end to which every political movement ought to be subordinate as a means. Once it has assimilated this thought, our working class will itself be capable of steering between Scylla and Charybdis, between the political reaction of state socialism and the economic quackery of the liberal bourgeoisie. 58. Social democratic intellectuals were to act through the working class, not as through an unconscious instrument, but as a tutor arouses the self-consciousness and self-confidence of the talented learner. Though they constituted a key link in the strategy of proletarian hegemony, they were not an independent force or even, in the long run, indispensable to the proletarian cause. Even when insisting that the mere possibility of a politically conscious movement of the Russian working class depends in a large degree upon the organizational and educational activity of the intelligentsia among the working class, Plekhanov immediately adds, the intelligentsia must as a preliminary step adopt the standpoint of modern scientific socialism. 59 He held, like Koski, that this was tantamount to adopting the proletarian standpoint. 60 The virtual identification of Marxism with the standpoint of the proletariat is constitutive of Plekhanov's position. There could be no contradiction between Marxism and the working class movement. In his Vademecum, Plekhanov declared of the group for the emancipation of labor, in our eyes the worker was never a simple weapon for the attainment of aims foreign to him. Our program was written in the spirit of Marx. But a program written in the spirit of that man cannot be a program of political exploiters. 61 The same idea is conveyed metaphorically when Plekhanov compares the working class movement to a company of soldiers on the march. The far-sighted distinguish the direction better than the rest, and their judgment of it is therefore closer to reality than that of the nearsighted. Revolutionary social democracy already sees what the other proletarians do not yet see, and, in explaining to the latter the road to be followed in the future, it achieves a comprehension of their movement and accelerates it. 62. The road to be traveled by the proletarian army is assumed. The possibility of an alternative line of march, from which social democracy might have to dissuade the workers, is not considered. Class consciousness is thus immanent in the class position of the proletariat. The forward march of the labor movement is identified with the diffusion of Marxism through its ranks. The historical trajectory of the working class movement is adjusted ever more consciously in line with the logic of the historical process. This process represents, among other things, the resolution of the historical contradiction between science and the producers, between the Enlightenment ideals of the intelligentsia and the needs of the people. In this light, Plekhanov's occasional rhetorical appeal to the ideals of the intelligentsia is not a token of latent elitism. In coming to espouse Marxism, social democratic intellectuals forsake any pretensions to intellectual and political autonomy and assume the perspective of the working class movement, but they do not thereby abandon their ideals. While the proletariat may not be a mere instrument for others to realize these ideals, it is the protagonist in the historical drama of their realization for everyone. And however much they may expedite this process, intellectuals from the upper classes are not, in the final analysis, indispensable. The absence of allies among the intelligentsia will not prevent the working class from becoming aware of its interest, understanding its tasks, bringing forward leaders from its own ranks and creating its own working class intelligentsia. Such an intelligentsia will not betray its cause or abandon it to the mercy of fate. 63 The identification of Marxist intellectuals with the developed consciousness of the working class movement knots the circle of Plekhanov's unilinear historical logic. But it does not thereby resolve the equivocation that haunts the strategic perspective of proletarian hegemony. Indeed, equivocation echoes in the difficulty of reconciling the two scales, individual and historical cum philosophical, he invokes to portray the relationship between intellectuals and the working class. In discussing individual action, he can acknowledge and even insist upon the efficacy of Marxist intellectuals in educating the workers about their class interests. But once the focus expands to encompass the broad sweep of the historical movement, the efficacy of the individual recedes into the dynamism of the class struggle and the forces of production. In his essay The Role of the Individual in History, Plekhanov argues that there is no necessary contradiction between determination by universal historical forces and the exertion of individual effort, since the former work through the latter. But here, as elsewhere in his writings, the argument asserting a parallel between the effect of general causes upon the total movement of history and the work of individual causes in modifying the particular features of historical events is pitched abstractly and, beyond the formulaic assertion that it is human beings, after all, who make history, does not do much to explain the relation between the individual and the general. 64 It does less to clarify the concrete political problems that give point to the philosophical issue. Instead, Plekhanov's emphasis falls here upon the universal logic of capitalist development, there upon individual initiative in educating the working class, as polemical circumstance dictates. This vacillation reflects a failure to conceptualize adequately the political forms and processes that structure the activity of individuals, groups, and classes, and to translate it into exemplification or determinate variation of the forces driving the total historical movement. The fusion of Marxism and the working class movement is simply assumed, along with synchrony in the development of the objective and subjective conditions of socialism, rather than being conceived through the exploration of concrete political issues and the elaboration of concrete forms of political practice, as itself a contradictory process. There is a kind of conceptual slippage at work here that assimilates the political dimension of class struggle either to the growth of class consciousness or to the logic of capital accumulation and thereby effectively elides it. Plekhanov's recourse to the vocation of the intellectuals as socialist educators of the working class in order to explain the precocious hegemony of the proletariat does not fit easily into a historical logic shaped in accordance with the synchronous development of the material and intellectual conditions of socialism. Like Koskai, Plekhanov conceives the synchrony by relating the development of consciousness to the proletariat's experience of struggle, which grows roughly in tandem with the maturation of capitalist relations of production and the socialization of the forces of production. There is no implication that intellectuals need stand aside from the process. The portion of the bourgeois ideologists, who have raised themselves to the level of comprehending theoretically the historical movement as a whole, were characterized in the Communist Manifesto as bearers of fresh elements of enlightenment and progress for the political education of the proletariat. 65 However, the alignment of these intellectuals with the working class movement represented for Marx and Engels, and for Koskai, the expression of a mature capitalism already in the process of dissolution and ripe for socialism. The intelligentsia served Plekhanov, by contrast, as a theoretical bridge spanning the gap between Russia's merely nascent capitalism and the advanced political consciousness that the injunction to hegemony in the democratic revolution required of the working class. The hegemony of the proletariat in the democratic revolution remained an aspiration. The centerpiece of the strategic perspective of Marxism in Russia lacked a basis in theory. The ambiguities surrounding the aspiration to proletarian hegemony point to the theoretical limitations of the Marxist orthodoxy of the Second International, whose basic assumptions, that the growth of the productive forces determines the direction of history, that the material and the intellectual conditions of socialism develop in parallel, and that Marxist theory and the working class movement fuse harmoniously, Plekhanov and Koskai shared. In Germany, the apparent growing success of the SPD's parliamentary political project overshadowed and hence helped to obscure these limitations. In his effort to theorize the class struggle in backward Russia, Plekhanov could not rely upon a seemingly authoritative practical resolution of the problems of political leadership and class alliance. Indeed, in calling for working class leadership in the impending bourgeois democratic revolution, he placed on the political agenda problems at the theoretical horizon of Marxist orthodoxy. He was a transitional figure, in this sense, in relation not only to the Russian revolutionary tradition but also to Second International Marxism. Lenin and Marxist orthodoxy. By the time the young Lenin took up the cudgels in defense of Marxism against its populist critics in the 1890s, the context of the debate had changed. The intervening decade had seen a dramatic expansion of capitalist production in Russia, and revolutionary populism had given way to a legal populism of utopian sentiment but very small deeds. Lenin characterized this development as follows. Old Russian peasant socialism split up, making way for workers' socialism, on the one hand, and degenerating into vulgar petty bourgeois radicalism, on the other. From a political program calculated to arouse the peasantry for the socialist revolution against the foundations of modern society, there has emerged a program calculated to patch up, to improve the conditions of the peasantry while preserving the foundations of modern society. 66. Disagreement no longer focused on the advent of capitalism in Russia and its implications for revolutionary strategy, but on whether the logic of its development must preclude practical proposals to defend the traditional institutions of the people. As a response to this new populist concern, Plekhanov's argument, pitched at a high level of abstraction, that the dynamism of the productive forces might eventuate in a capitalist Russia either directly, through an internal logic of economic development, or indirectly, through international movements of capital and the logic of interstate competition that led the pre-capitalist Tsarist state to foster the growth of capitalism, could hardly be decisive. Indeed, his acknowledgement of Russian capitalism's possible dependence upon the strategy of the Tsarist state might read as an admission that capital was a merely artificial, hothouse growth, and that the corresponding decline of traditional socialist institutions could be remedied by persuading the state to pursue more enlightened policies. The analysis Lenin proposed, organized around a concern to undermine the new populism from within by providing a detailed demonstration of how large-scale production, which the populists identified with capitalism, was growing inevitably out of the very social relations they sought to defend against it, was well designed to address the changed terms of debate. Lenin's analysis was shaped no less thoroughly than was Plekhanov's by the unilinear historical logic of Marxist orthodoxy and, consequently, his theorization of the strategic aspiration to proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution produced no less equivocation, though its locus and form were somewhat different. These differences, however, reflect a changed rhetorical and political context rather than any basic theoretical or political divergence. Lenin anchored his critique of populism in an exposition of the methodological assumptions of historical materialism as the necessary foundation for the scientific study of society, only the reduction of social relations to production relations and of the latter to the level of the productive forces provided a firm basis for viewing the development of social formations as a process of natural history. And without such a view there can be no social science. 67 Though the populists were hardly ignorant of the facts of Russian social development, Lenin's own analysis was largely based on the empirical data they collected. They lacked the conceptual apparatus needed to explain these facts and, consequently, to act effectively upon them. As long as people did not know how to set about studying the facts, they always invented a priori general theories, which were always sterile. 68 By identifying the structure of society through its production relations, however, historical materialism enabled the investigator to observe recurrence and regularity and to generalize the systems of the various countries in the single fundamental concept, social formation, and thereby to proceed from the description of social phenomena to their strictly scientific analysis. 69 A set of historically determinate social concepts grounded in the development of the material productive forces. Historical materialism was indispensable in order to set about studying the facts. 70 Without grasping the combination of productive forces and relations in historically determinate modes of production, the populists could not conceive the growth of capitalism out of commodity production as a process of natural history. Mistaking the organic connection between the separation of the peasants from their means of production in the countryside, depeasantizing, and the implantation of large-scale capitalist industry in the towns, they could bemoan each of these phenomena but understand neither. The impoverished peasants, no longer able to satisfy their own needs, had to turn to the market. Their poverty did not signal the impossibility of Russian capitalism but only one aspect of its development. Bound up with the social division of labor, the market grew in and through the very logic that generated a polarization of social classes. But the separation of the direct producers from the land and the means of production and their subordination to capital did not result immediately from this logic, which moved through successive phases and even sustained the remnants of the preceding economic order for some time. The development of capitalism begins with merchants and usury capital, then grows into industrial capitalism, which in its turn is at first technically quite primitive, then organizes manufacture, which is still based on hand labor, and on the dominant handicraft industries, without breaking the tie between the wage worker and the land, and completes its development with large-scale industry. His last, highest stage constitutes the culminating point of the development of capitalism. It alone creates the fully expropriated worker who is free as a bird. It alone gives rise, both materially and socially, to the unifying significance of capitalism. It alone opposes capitalism to its own child. 71. Concerned exclusively with the formation of the home market, Lenin conceived the growth of capitalism as a radically internal process. Only through the intrinsic relation of capitalist production, the exchange of human labor power as a commodity against capital, could historical sense be made of the transformation of technique and the ramification of the division of labor, but the different forms this relation took on were inextricably bound up with the development of the forces of production. Driven by these forces, the growth of the market was limited only by the degree of specialization of social labor, which by its very nature is as infinite as technical developments. 72 There was no absolute, external barrier to capital's development of the productive forces and corresponding extension of the market. The limits to capital were relative, pertaining to its internal contradictions. Capitalist social relations could be transformed through the play of these internal contradictions, but only when such action originates from the people themselves whose social relations are being changed. Point 73 Lenin characterized Russian Marxists as socialists whose point of departure is the view that the reality of our environment is capitalist society and that there is only one way out of it, the class struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. Point 74 Class struggle in the democratic revolution. Capitalism, unlike earlier modes of production, was consistent with the political freedom of the direct producers, with political democracy. The conquest of democratic liberties could put an end to the institutional bulwarks of personal dependence, absolutism, the socialist state system, bureaucracy, and so on, but would not herald the social emancipation of the workers because it could not extirpate the logic of capital accumulation. Indeed, it would give free rein to that logic, Lenin wrote, so that political liberty will primarily serve the interests of the bourgeoisie and will not ease the position of the workers, but will ease the conditions for their struggle against this very bourgeoisie. Point 75 Political democracy was not the end of the class struggle but its continuation on a terrain that was more advantageous for the worker, who needs the achievement of the general democratic demands only to clear the road to victory over the working people's chief enemy, over an institution that is purely democratic by nature, capital. The pre-capitalist institutions and practices that were the target of the democratic revolution not only encumbered the workers' efforts to build independent organizations and to reflect upon their experience of struggle with capital, they were entwined with the primitive forms of the capital relation, usury and merchants' capital, that prevailed throughout the countryside. Unless these pillars of reaction are overthrown, he wrote, the Russian rural proletariat, whose support is an essential condition for the victory of the working class, will never cease to be downtrodden and cowed, capable only of sullen desperation and not of intelligent and persistent protest and struggle. Point 76 Uprooting the institutional basis of pre-capitalist relations of personal dependence, the democratic revolution undermines the most brutal forms of capital, securing the political conditions for capital accumulation and the generalist domination of its developed forms. It affords the rural proletarians a margin of personal independence and dignity and hence the possibility of organized resistance to exploitation. In waging a struggle for democracy, the working class of large-scale machine industry acted on behalf of the semi-proletarianist rural masses as yet unable to act for themselves. Acting as the champion of all the oppressed and exploited in the democratic revolution, the proletariat asserted itself as the vanguard of the socialist revolution. The revolutionary struggle against Tsarism at the head of all the democratic elements was thus incumbent upon the working class by virtue of its socialist vocation. Proletarian hegemony figures in the analysis of the young Lenin alternately in the character of the industrial working class as the vanguard of all the exploited and in the imperative that it assume leadership of all the democratic elements. The persuasiveness of his argument for the social democratic project of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution depends upon the tacit identification of these two formulations. But if all the democratic elements can really be identified with the exploited, then the distinction between democratic and socialist revolutions, the linchpin of social democratic strategy, would seem rather tenuous. The proletarian claim to leadership of all the exploited was well grounded in Lenin's analysis of the development of capitalism in Russia. If exploitation was everywhere capitalist in nature and if the circumstances of producers everywhere approximated more and more closely those of the industrial working class. But if, perhaps by virtue of common resistance to capitalist exploitation, the rural semi-proletarians could really follow this lead, it is surely a socialist revolution that such universal class solidarity would enact. Lenin's own analysis, however, indicates that a democratic revolution is necessary before they can follow it. The bourgeois democratic revolution must therefore reflect a different and more complex alignment of social forces. In this case, the hegemony of the proletariat requires appropriately different analytical foundations. The forms in which hegemony is exercised over non-proletarian allies must be considerably less straightforward. The leadership of all the democratic elements would have to take account of the diversity of class interests involved in the struggle for democracy. But Lenin neither supplies analytical foundations for such an exercise of hegemony nor specifies the forms it might take. A brief survey of the possible democratic allies of the working class will show that Lenin was no more able than Plekhanov to make historical materialist sense of the notion of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. Indeed, the problem of alliance between different class forces could not even be rigorously posed in terms of the unilinear logic of Marxist orthodoxy. The Emancipation Edict of 1861 dealt the socialist state system a decisive blow, according to Lenin, and ushered in a fundamental realignment of social 105 situating Marxism in Russia, ambiguous coordinates. Forces in Russia, unity of the whole people against serfdom gave way to struggle between the classes of capitalist society. The struggle of the intelligentsia represents a real social force inasmuch as it defends general bourgeois interests. If, nevertheless, this force was not able to create institutions suitable to the interests it defended, the cause lies chiefly in the position of those classes from which it emerged and from which it drew its strength, in their duality. 77 The democratic aspirations of the bourgeoisie began to recede before the growing strength of the working class and the specter of socialist revolution. In Russia, capital is particularly inclined to sacrifice its democracy and to enter into alliance with the reactionaries in order to suppress the workers, to still further impede the emergence of a working class movement. 78 This estimate is echoed in Lenin's equivocal assessment of the Russian state apparatus, which figures, on the one hand, as a collection of relics of medieval, semi-feudal institutions, while, on the other hand, the bureaucracy that in his view de facto rules the Russian state could be characterized as essentially bourgeois, bureaucracy. Being made up mainly of middle-class intellectuals, are profoundly bourgeois both in origin and in the purpose and character of their activities, but absolutism and the enormous political privileges of the landed nobility have lent them particularly pernicious qualities. 79 Here it is almost as though Tsarism were a mere excrescence upon the already bourgeois body of the state. Like Plekhanov, Lenin attributes the bourgeoisie's inclination toward reaction to the duality of its class position, but the duality is construed very differently. For the former, it was the vestigial ability of the bourgeois to breathe in the troubled waters of decaying absolutism, that is, to amass profit from ministerial favors and bureaucratic corruption, that thwarted the general bourgeois interest in democracy. For the latter, the democracy of the bourgeoisie was contradicted less by its medieval, patriarchal past than by the working-class menace of the future. This attribution of political parity, verging on primacy to the bourgeoisie, cannot be explained by the facts of the case. As Lenin himself would emphasize at a later date, the Tsarist state, although subject to a process of modification in line with the growth of bourgeois influence, remained essentially pre-capitalist. The bureaucracy, particularly in its upper echelons, was recruited primarily from the landed and office-holding nobility and, while it functioned largely on behalf of the haute bourgeoisie, the bureaucracy lends its bourgeois activity a tendency and a form that is purely and solely feudal. Lenin. 1911, p. 390. Perry Anderson has claimed that, after the emancipation of the serfs, the nobility came to rely upon employment in the state apparatus more than ever before. Anderson 1974, p. 355. Whereas Plekhanov sees the bourgeois interest in democracy just beginning to creep over the political horizon, Lenin views it as already falling under the shadow of the proletarian class struggle. Since the social democratic project of hegemony was conceived in terms of the workers' consciousness of their class antagonism to capital, and since this consciousness was thought to grow with the development of capitalism, the resistance of the bourgeoisie would seem to be implicit in the assertion of proletarian hegemony. But neither could the peasantry be conceived as a revolutionary democratic force. The contention that the exploitation of the working people in Russia is everywhere capitalist in nature, if we leave out of account the moribund remnants of the serf economy, left no theoretical scope for an alliance of the proletariat with the peasantry, that is, with a social force that united the petty bourgeois peasantry with the nascent peasant bourgeoisie and the masses of semi-proletarianist peasant laborers. Reading the social dynamic of the countryside immediately from the process of capitalist class polarization, Lenin consigned the revolutionary efficacy of the peasantry to the epoch of the fall of serfdom. 81 All that remained of the peasant estate was the petty bourgeois residue left by this process, whose vacillation in the struggle for democracy was expressed ideologically in the paradoxes Lenin found in legal populism. Most strikingly, he identified the reactionary side of populism with its defense of communal institutions, that is, with the very aspect of the populist program that lent it a socialist allure. Populist criticism of land poverty, high payments, and bureaucratic tyranny was not socialist, but its democratic thrust could facilitate the workers' direct struggle against capital by helping rid capitalist oppression of the medieval rubbish that aggravates it. 82 But through collective responsibility for taxes and land redemption payments and control over the passports needed for internal migration, the Commune already institutionalized the power of the peasant bourgeoisie, as an obstacle to the free movement of the impoverished semi-proletarians. It impeded the rationalization of capitalist agriculture. The inalienability of allotments merely bound the working peasants more tightly to the local landlord or kulak. Such derogation from democratic freedoms perpetuated the most backward, brutal and stultifying forms of capitalist exploitation. Lenin's critique of petty bourgeois democracy was thus at the same time an exposure of the socialist self-deception of populism. Indeed, it is reminiscent of the Communist Manifesto, which identified petty bourgeois socialism as both reactionary and utopian. He envisaged with approval the formation of a petty bourgeois democratic party, but only when a durable program of democratic demands has been drawn up that will put an end to the prejudices of the old Russian exceptionalism, that is, only when the socialist aspect of petty bourgeois ideology had been excised. He pledged social democratic support for any struggle waged by the Democrats against reactionary institutions, including, by implication, the Commune. 83 However, Lenin does not give the prospect of a forward-looking petty bourgeoisie much weight. It is plausible at all only because, like Plekhanov, he portrays the moribund remnants and reactionary institutions, absolutism, the socialist state system, the Commune, etc., as mere passive obstacles to the logic of capitalist progress. They are not understood as entering into the process whereby the identity of social forces is constituted and their alignment determined. And since this is the case, the alignment of social forces at work in the revolutionary process in Russia effectively becomes an exemplification of the logic of capitalist development. Thereby a dynamic of class struggle characteristic of developed capitalism and appropriate to socialist revolution is transposed onto the process of democratic revolution. In this context, neither the bourgeois nor the peasant is a revolutionary actor. In this context, petty bourgeois social strata are neither an effective force nor, according to Marx and Engels, revolutionary, but conservative. Nay more, they are reactionary, for they try to roll back the wheel of history. If by chance they are revolutionary. 83 Lenin 1894a, pages 292, 293. Instructive in this regard is Lenin's response to the formation in 1893 of the short-lived Narodno-Pravo Party of the People's Right. Subordinating the theme of Russian exceptionalism to the struggle against the autocracy, the Narodopravci managed to avoid the direct departures from democracy characteristic of legal populism. Though retaining a social revolutionary idiom, they were critical of populist apoliticism and accorded primacy to the struggle for political reforms and liberties. While greeting their manifesto, Lenin held that the advance it represented underscored the inherent inconsistency of all populist democracy. The ideological insistence of the Narodopravci upon the participation of the masses of the people themselves in the struggle for democracy was diffused and contradicted by their abstract notion of the people, unrelated to definite social relations of production. In Lenin's view, their desire for a fusion of all revolutionary elements in the common struggle for political rights could draw force from nothing but such abstractions, in naive disregard of the material conditions and interests from which alone the political engagement of the masses could proceed. The combination of real revolutionary forces is much better achieved by the separate organization of the representatives of the different interests and by the joint action of the two parties in particular cases. 1894a, pages 330-1. They are so only in view of their impending transfer into the proletariat. They thus defend not their present, but their future interests. They desert their own standpoint to place themselves at that of the proletariat. 84. Non-proletarian participation in the revolution was thus accidental rather than essential, a matter of individual volition rather than social force. As such, its effect upon the revolutionary process could not be grasped theoretically. If the proletariat is preeminent in the democratic revolution, it is not because it exercises hegemony over other democratic forces but because it is the only effective revolutionary force. In this case, however, the distinction between democratic and socialist revolutions is reduced to a strategic calculation of the instrumentalities available to the workers for achieving socialism, unsupported by historical materialist analysis of the shifting alignment of social forces at each stage of the process. Hegemony in the democratic revolution thus becomes an issue of socialist consciousness. Hegemony as socialist consciousness. For Lenin, as for Plekhanov, the hegemony of the proletariat implied the effective political presence, in the bourgeois democratic revolution itself, of the perspective of the socialist revolution. There are two ways of arriving at the conclusion that the worker must be aroused to fight absolutism, either by regarding the worker as the sole fighter for the socialist system, and therefore seeing political liberty as one of the conditions facilitating his struggle, that is the view of the Social Democrats, or by appealing to him simply as one who suffers most from the present system, who has nothing more to lose and who can display the greatest determination in fighting absolutism. But that would mean compelling the worker to drag in the wake of the bourgeois radicals, who refuse to see the antagonism between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat behind the solidarity of the whole people against absolutism. 85. Working class leadership in the struggle for political democracy is thus cast as proletarian consciousness of the class antagonism with capital and of the resulting need for socialism. And proletarian class consciousness is conceived as a reflection of the circumstance that the universality of capitalist exploitation, and of resistance to it, is immanent in the particular life situation and experience of the factory worker. The young Lenin expresses the idea with a matter-of-fact didacticism characteristic of Second International Marxism, but it is palpably the same idea as the dialectic of the universal class, which lays claim to no particular right because the wrong it suffers is not a particular wrong but wrong in general, that the young Marx discerned in the proletariat. 86. Lenin's draft and explanation of a program for the Social Democratic Party, written in 1895-96 and reflecting the initial experience of the Russian Marxist intelligentsia's agitation among factory workers as well as the beginnings of a much broader wave of strike activity, traces a kind of historical phenomenology of proletarian experience. In terms reminiscent of Koski, Lenin explicates the process whereby the common experience of exploitation in the modern capitalist factory system leads the workers from resistance through organized struggle to class consciousness. Initially, isolated acts of rebellion, machine smashing, and attacks upon managers express a hazy hatred of the capitalist. This phase was transcended in the current strike wave, demonstrating a more sophisticated understanding of the forms and means of capitalist oppression and a capacity for organized and sustained struggle in defense of vital economic interests. In the course of this struggle, the workers come to recognize the various methods and stratagems of capitalist exploitation, analyze them and grasp the essence of exploitation as a whole. And hence the social system based on the exploitation of labor by capital. The struggle is at once a test of strength and a school of organization. The increasing frequency of clashes inevitably leads to a further extension of the struggle, to the development of a sense of unity, a sense of solidarity, at first among the workers of a particular locality, then among the workers of the entire country. 87. Finally, the industrial struggle sparks political consciousness. Every clash on the factory floor brings the workers into conflict with representatives of state authority. State intervention merely expresses the universality of the class struggle under industrial capitalism, where the methods of exploitation are concentrated, intensified, made the regular rule and spread to all aspects of the worker's labor and life. Exploitation thus systematized, and the organized resistance it provokes engender coordinated action by the employing class and the legal codification of industrial relations, wherein the interests of the employers are endowed with the authority of the state. The injustice of individual officials is replaced by the injustice of the law itself. 88 The workers' struggle to satisfy their vital needs is transformed into a class war. They come to understand not only the specific interests of the working class, but also the specific place occupied by the working class in the state. 89 Only with the rise of capital in its fully developed form of large-scale industry does exploitation emerge from the narrow trappings and relations of personal dependence and appear as an objective, impersonal, class relation. In the factory, exploitation is fully developed and emerges in its pure form, without any confusing details. The worker cannot fail to see that he is oppressed by capital, that his struggle has to be waged against the bourgeoisie as a class. 90 By contrast, the semi-proletarianist masses of the countryside, subordinated to capital in its merely embryonic forms, cannot recognize the system that exploits them. Isolated by the narrow scope of production, perhaps struggling to maintain a tenuous connection with a petty allotment, the impoverished peasant is unable to distinguish the essential relation of exploitation from the local and personal circumstances with which it is bound up. The divorce of the direct producers from the land and the disintegration of the narrow web of their traditional social relations are definitively accomplished only with the rise of large-scale capitalist industry. In one and the same movement, the workers are thrown together in large-scale capitalist production and finally alienated from bourgeois society, and the growth of consciousness reflects this movement of the fundamental contradiction between the socialization of the productive forces and the bourgeois relations of production. But the relation of exploitation that appears in fully developed form in the factory is the same relation that emerges embryonically in the countryside. The very antagonism existing in the countryside is fully expressed in the factory. Here the split is complete. Here dreams are not possible. 91 And in this sense the class consciousness immanent in the very situation of the factory worker thereby illuminates the essential situation of the not yet fully proletarianist majority of the working population. Thus, it is the very struggle of the industrial workers to emancipate themselves that makes them the vanguard of the exploited masses. And thus, as in the young Marx, it was the very assertion of proletarian self-emancipation that made the industrial worker the representative of suffering humanity, a class which cannot emancipate itself without emancipating all the other classes of society. 92 But this account does nothing to explain how the more advanced social circumstances and consciousness of the industrial proletariat translate into a political practice of leadership in the democratic revolution. It would be misleading to claim that the factory workers are conceived as leading by virtue of what they are rather than of what they do. Their social being, the structure of social relations that constitutes them as a class, is not something apart from their struggles but is expressed in and through their practice of the class struggle. But where practice and consciousness are not simply conceived as developing in close correspondence with the phases of the evolution of capital, their spread is presented as a matter of proselytization by individual activists, what one commentator has termed a chain letter tactic for the generation of socialist consciousness. 93, and this provides no rationale for the efficacy of the proselytizer where the social relations of the audience were not yet ripe for the message. As was the case with Plekhanov's, the oscillation of Lenin's argument between the unilinear logic of history and the efficacy of individual agency yields no purchase upon the problem of political leadership. The problem of political leadership was at stake in the populist philosopher N.K. Mikhailovsky's claim that historical materialism neglects or misconstrues the question of heroes and the crowd. Seeking to explain the wave of anti-Semitic pogroms that swept Russia in the 1880s, Mikhailovsky blamed the arousal of the masses to irrationally imitate heroes upon the routinization of social life by capitalism and the resulting erosion of the critically thinking, rounded individual. Lenin's response obscures the problem, countering Mikhailovsky's concern with heroes and the crowd in general, regardless of its class composition, with the allegedly more concrete question of the economic structure and class composition of Russian society. The issue of leaders and followers is thereby decontextualized and effectively equated with another of Mikhailovsky's criticisms of Marxism, the alleged conflict between the idea of historical necessity and the significance of individual activity. 94 To this Lenin retorts: the real question that arises in appraising the social activity of an individual is, what conditions ensure the success of his actions, what guarantee is there that these actions will not remain an isolated act lost in a welter of contrary acts? How must actions aimed at bringing about the socialist system attract the masses in order to yield serious fruits? Obviously, the answer to this question depends directly on the way in which the grouping of social forces in Russia and the class struggle are understood. 95. The definition of the issue shifts in the course of the argument. The question of the historical determination of individual action first becomes the problem of individual political efficacy. Political efficacy is then itself conceived abstractly as the alignment of the Russian socialists with the masses, the coincidence of their program with the interests of one social class or another. If historical determination is thereby reintroduced, it is only in overshadowing the significance of individual action. The real problem the populist critique raises for Marxists, the question of Marxist political leadership in the working class movement, is thus juggled away. With its assumption of an essential harmony between Marxist theory and the working class movement, the unilinear historical logic of orthodoxy precluded posing the problem of leadership critically. This assumption is implicit in Lenin's assertion that here can be no dogmatism where the criterion of a doctrine is its conformity to the actual process of social and economic development. There can be no sectarianism when the task is to promote the organization of the proletariat, and the role of the intelligentsia is to make special leaders from among the intelligentsia unnecessary. 96 The irresistible attraction of Marxist theory, according to Lenin, lies in combining science and revolution, not just by accident but intrinsically and inseparably. The task of science consists in formulating a true slogan of struggle, grasping the class struggle objectively as the product of a definite system of production relations and understanding the necessity of this struggle, its content, course, and conditions of development. 97 And as these requirements of science are satisfied, every awakening of the protesting thought of the proletariat will inevitably guide this thought into the channels of social democracy. 98 Despite its congenial scientific egalitarianism, Lenin's argument replaces political analysis of the contradictions facing Marxist leadership in the working class movement with an imaginary guarantee of their supersession. Lenin's understanding of the social democratic project's mode of insertion into the class struggle moved within the assumptions of the unilinear historical logic of Marxist orthodoxy. The union of Marxism and the working class movement would, evidently, be constructed in the course of practice, but there was as yet no recognition that this political practice, this process of political construction, was subject to its own logic. No more than Plekhanov could Lenin formulate a coherent conception of the Russian Marxist political project of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. An adequate historical materialist analysis would only emerge out of a crisis in the Russian social democratic movement. The political crisis that haunted the project of proletarian hegemony would, in the event, also be a crisis of Marxist orthodoxy. Its resolution would call for the analytical equipment of Marxist theory to be reworked. But an appropriate reworking would not emerge at once. Indeed, Lenin's initial response to the crisis was couched as a strikingly clear reiteration of the logic of orthodoxy. The crisis arose with the very impetuous development of the Russian working class movement. As broader and less experienced strata of workers were drawn into the movement, the most prominent leaders and the most experienced revolutionaries were swept up by the political police. Able to draw sustenance from Bernstein's exaltation of the everyday movement, perhaps disoriented before the seemingly immense demands imposed by the political project of proletarian hegemony in the democratic revolution, young social democrats saw in the workers' struggles for economic improvement an ambitious enough aim for the Russian working class movement, leaving the political struggle against the autocracy to the liberal intelligentsia. Similar themes echoed from working class ranks through the journal Rabotchaya Mysl. Workers' thought. In What is to be done? Lenin would analyze this tendency to economism as a line of engagement, within the spontaneous working class movement, in a politico-strategic struggle over hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution, that is, in terms of a politico-strategic logic of struggle. Initially, however, he situated the new phenomena in the terms of an historical narrative of the harmonious fusion of Marxism and the working class movement. The separation of socialism and the working class movement gave rise to weakness and underdevelopment in each. The theories of the socialists, unfused with the workers' struggle, remained nothing more than utopias. The working class movement remained petty, fragmented, and did not acquire political significance, was not enlightened by the advanced science of its time. For this reason we see in all European countries a constantly growing urge to fuse socialism with the working class movement in a single social democratic movement. When this fusion takes place, the class struggle of the workers becomes the conscious struggle of the proletariat to emancipate itself from exploitation by the propertied classes. By directing socialism towards a fusion with the working class movement, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels did their greatest service. They created a revolutionary theory that explained the necessity for this fusion and gave socialists the task of organizing the class struggle of the proletariat. 99. In this optic, the economist temptation appears as ideological vacillations occasioned by such transient phenomena as the police decimation of social democratic ranks and the fragmentation and demoralization that took hold as less politically experienced cohorts were drawn into the movement. 100. Its disproportionate fascination with the narrow economic aspect of social democracy made Rabakaya Mysl the mouthpiece for the hopes and grievances of only the most backward echelons of the workers, thereby breaking the progressive influence of the working class intelligentsia, the politically self-educated workers drawn primarily from the better situated strata, the leading edge of the working class movement, whose task it was, in assimilating the theoretical outlook of social democracy, to take the cause of the Russian workers and, consequently, the cause of the Russian Revolution, into its own hands. 101. Economism thus figured in terms of Marxist orthodoxy as a discordant note in the harmonious fusion of Marxism and the working class movement. Indeed, Lenin's portrait of this process of fusion, its shape and its inner logic, bore a striking resemblance to Koskai's original. Chapter 4. Marxism, Lenin, and the Logic of Hegemony. Spontaneity and Consciousness in the Class Struggle. 1. Party struggles lend a party strength and vitality. The greatest proof of a party's weakness is its diffuseness and the blurring of clear demarcations. A party becomes stronger by purging itself. Ferdinand Lassalle. 2. Reviewing the brief history of the Russian working class movement in What is to be Done, Lenin saluted the spontaneous awakening of the working masses but cautioned that the workers were not, and could not be, conscious of the irreconcilable antagonism of their interests to the whole of the modern political and social system, i.e., theirs was not yet social democratic consciousness. 3. This consciousness was the product of theoretical work by intellectuals and would have to be brought to the workers from without. Indeed, he would generalize, the spontaneous development of the working class movement leads to its subordination to bourgeois ideology. It was incumbent upon social democrats, therefore, to combat spontaneity, to divert the working class movement from this spontaneous, trade unionists striving to come under the wing of the bourgeoisie, and to bring it under the wing of revolutionary social democracy. 4. Chapter 4. Conventional Wisdom. Ever since What is to be Done was published in 1902, Lenin's critics have counterposed its account of the development of working class consciousness to one of Marx's central tenets, the thesis that the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves. 5. This thesis involves two claims. First, that the working class, unlike previous exploited classes, is capable of autonomous revolutionary activity, autonomous in the sense that its struggles need not be subordinated to the ends of others. It need not serve as mere cannon fodder in the battles of rival exploiters. Its own class struggle will eventuate not in the domination of a new exploiting class, but in the transcendence of classes and exploitation. Second, that not only does the working class come, in the course of its struggle, to realize that its emancipation entails the supersession of capitalism and the construction of a socialist society, but that this end can be accomplished only through the independent activity of the working class, through proletarian class struggle. It cannot be accomplished by reformers enacting philanthropic schemes on behalf of the working class. These two claims, which together constitute the idea of proletarian self-emancipation, are at the core of Marx's revolutionary thought. From this perspective it may well seem that, in setting up an opposition between the spontaneous movement of the workers and the socialist theory of the intellectuals, Lenin had abandoned Marxist historical materialism, the method of seeking the groundwork of ideas in the social relations of production, and had fashioned in its stead a theoretical rationale for the ascendancy of revolutionary intellectuals over the proletariat. The notion that socialist consciousness must be imported into the working class movement from without would thus be subject to the same criticism that Marx had leveled at Ludwig Feuerbach. The materialist doctrine concerning the changing of circumstances and upbringing forgets that circumstances are changed by men and that the educator must himself be educated. This doctrine must, therefore, divide society into two parts, one of which is superior to society. The coincidence of the changing of circumstances and of human activity or self-change can be conceived and rationally understood only as revolutionary practice. Point 6. The mechanistic Enlightenment account of human action that Marx criticizes here involves two claims: first, that an observer can, in principle, know the laws governing human behavior in such a way as to predict the behavioral outcome of given antecedent conditions; second, that an agent can, armed with this knowledge, contrive to bring about the antecedent conditions and so secure the desired outcome. Marx's thesis suggests 2 points of criticism. First, to imagine such an enlightened agent contriving the appropriate antecedent conditions to cause others to desire what he desires himself is to suppose these antecedent conditions to be already, at least to some extent, in existence. The mechanistic account cannot, therefore, explain radical social change. Point 7. Second, such an agent must see his own actions in a very different light than the behavior of those he takes as his object. At least during the course of his manipulations, he will not experience his own activity merely as the outcome of antecedent conditions but as the expression of his own reasons and purposes, of his rational autonomy. Whether this experience is genuine or illusory, it betokens a schizoid element in the mechanistic account. Point 8. The political thrust of Marx's critique is that, when a project of radical change is construed in mechanistic terms, this schizophrenia translates into an authoritarian division of society into enlightened reformers and an unenlightened mass to be molded, hence the philosophy's search for the enlightened despot, hence Robert Owen's search for enlightened manufacturers. Political authoritarianism is the logical complement of an idealistic understanding of historical change. In Lenin's case, his critics argue, the demiurge was to be the revolutionary intelligentsia and its subject matter, the proletariat. This critique was first applied to the claims about spontaneity and consciousness advanced in What Is to Be Done? By Vladimir Akhimov and Alexander Martynov, adherents of the economist current that was the principal polemical target of Lenin's book. Point 9. After the Russian Social Democrats split into Menshevik and Bolshevik wings, Lenin's erstwhile colleagues, the leaders of Menshevism, took over and elaborated the terms of this critique. Point 10. Their interpretation has since passed into general currency and its logic structures almost all Western accounts of Lenin's political thought, Marxist and non-Marxist alike. Point 11. The project of presenting what is to be done as the rebellion of Lenin's voluntaristic impatience against the straitjacket of historical materialism and seeking its intellectual antecedents in Russian populism, especially in the novel of the same name by the revolutionary Democrat Nikolai Chernyshevsky, coheres with this interpretation. Point 12. Chernyshevsky's What Is to Be Done, which is alleged to have exerted a formative influence upon the young Lenin's mind, picks up the theoretical threads of the mechanistic account dissected by Marx. Point 13. The novel portrays cooperative institutions as the application of reason and science to human affairs and the emancipation of the downtrodden Russian masses as the product of the benevolence of enlightened upper-class intellectuals. What is missing in Chernyshevsky, as in the Lenin of this interpretation, is any sense of socialism as the outcome of the struggles and aspirations of the people themselves. Point 14. The occasion of Lenin's retreat into revolutionary idealism is sometimes held to be his supposed disappointment at the meager results of the spontaneous struggle of the Russian workers. Sometimes a gnawing fear of the truth of Edward Bernstein's recent revision of Marxism is diagnosed. But whatever the genesis of what is to be done, on this interpretation it marks Lenin's effective abandonment of historical materialism. If he had subscribed to the central tenets of Marxism, he no longer did so. If the working class was not equal to its revolutionary vocation, the socialist intelligentsia must be made to do its work. If the workers' struggles would not generate socialist consciousness, they must be subordinated to the revolutionary project of this intellectual elite. Though a conspiratorial vanguard of professional revolutionaries is the initial institutional embodiment of this authoritarian and idealist philosophy, Lenin's undialectical counterposition of spontaneity and consciousness, theory and practice, generates a logic of substitutionism whereby the party organization substitutes itself for the party, the Central Committee substitutes itself for the party organization, and finally a dictator substitutes himself for the Central Committee. Point 15. On this interpretation, Lenin becomes the intellectual progenitor of Soviet totalitarianism. Stalin would be the logical culmination of the Leninist thesis that consciousness must be brought to the working class from without. This thesis thus becomes the intellectual axis on which turns the predominant account of the development and degeneration of the Bolshevik Revolution. The terms in which this interpretation is cast, however, are too abstract to permit an adequate positive account of working class consciousness and its development. Understood in these terms, the idea of proletarian self-emancipation echoes the dichotomy of autonomy and heteronomy in classical German philosophy. The alternatives are reduced, at this level of abstraction, to just two: either the workers spontaneously develop consciousness of themselves as a class with a socialist vocation, autonomy, or this consciousness must be imposed upon them by others, heteronomy. The dichotomy commands a whole series of conceptual distinctions: consciousness and spontaneity, theory and practice, idealism and materialism, intellectuals and workers, authoritarianism and democracy. But the addition of the qualification proletarian to the act of self-emancipation raises questions as to the circumstances in which this act unfolds, questions that elicit no response, or an inadequate one, from the perspective considered here. For example, in the act of self-emancipation, do all workers come to consciousness at once, or are some of them, the leaders, in advance of the others? If, as seems likely, the latter must be the case, what are relations to be like among the workers and between the leaders and the others in order that one may properly speak of the class becoming or being conscious? The circumstances of the class struggle are surely as relevant as its goal in formulating a reply to this question. Alternatively put, is self-emancipation to be understood as a single act of enlightenment or as a process in which increasingly higher levels of consciousness are attained? If, as seems likely, the latter must be the case here as well, in what terms are the different levels of consciousness to be specified? Again, there is no reason to suppose that the circumstances of the process are any less relevant to this question than is its goal. The point is simply this: in order to assign concrete meaning to the notion of proletarian self-emancipation, one cannot just read the abstract concept of self-emancipation into the proletariat. The significance of the idea is bound up with the concrete circumstances of the proletarian class struggle. Once this point is understood, there seems to be no reason to restrict the relevant circumstances to global facts about the capitalist mode of production and its development, such circumstances as whether or not the proletarians are confronted by a democratic republic or an absolute monarchy, and whether or not they find themselves in the company of an educated urban petty bourgeoisie or an illiterate peasantry are also relevant. The perspective considered here allows little or no recognition of such circumstances. The gist of Lenin's rejoinder to his critics, and a constant refrain throughout his political writings, is an insistence upon analyzing class struggle in the context of its concrete circumstances. The ABC of dialectics, he wrote, tells us that there is no such thing as abstract truth. truth is always concrete. Point 16. His emphasis upon concrete analysis suggests that the self-emancipation critique of what is to be done, not only fails, due to its abstract terms, to provide a grip on the development of class consciousness, but may also, for the same reason, miss its target. Something like this view seems to inform those readings of Lenin that present his treatment of spontaneity and consciousness in a sympathetic light, seeing both theoretical sophistication and political realism in its concrete analysis of the concrete conditions. Point 17. But this social scientific concern with concreteness and complexity is not, by itself, an adequate reply to the critique, because it stops short of demonstrating the consistency of Lenin's concrete account with the Marxist thesis of proletarian self-emancipation. While those who stress this concern have been able to point out errors and omissions in the self-emancipation critics' reading of what is to be done, they have either shied away from such a demonstration or carried it out only in disregarding or downplaying Lenin's more radical formulations. Point 18. The result of this procedure, because it sacrifices both the letter of Lenin's text and the distinctiveness of the theoretical position that underpins it, is little improvement either in exegesis or in concrete analysis. Lenin's discussion of spontaneity and consciousness, to which I will refer as the thesis of consciousness from without, repays careful textual and contextual analysis. Point 19. Taking care with this thesis means recognizing that it is not a single simple assertion but a complex of several, sometimes apparently contradictory, claims. These claims, which are often interlaced in the text, must be disentangled from each other and the meaning of their terms clarified. Proceeding in this way will turn up indications of an underlying logic of political analysis. By spelling out the implications of this logic, it will prove possible to make coherent sense of the paradoxes of Lenin's argument. This procedure, while starting from close attention to what Lenin actually wrote, necessarily goes beyond the letter of the text, but it is justified if it can indeed unlock a coherent reading of the text where alternative interpretations fail to do so. The thesis of consciousness from without can only be understood as the expression of an underlying logic of political analysis requiring that concrete political analyses be undertaken before the forms of political activity and organization appropriate to the existing circumstances of the working class movement can be determined. For this reason, Lenin's thesis is compatible with various forms of organization, including democratic forms. If it is the conditions of Tsarist Russia and not Lenin's thesis that require undemocratic forms of organization, then the thesis may well be compatible with proletarian self-emancipation. But the latter involves more than democratic forms of organization, it entails conscious and independent working class political activity. It is in just this respect, however, that the logic of Lenin's thesis proves to be not only consistent, but more consistent than the stance of his critics, with the idea of proletarian self-emancipation. The argument behind this claim may be condensed as follows: consciousness is defined by all parties in the controversy by reference to Marxist theory, but the logic of Lenin's position implies a distinctive understanding of Marxist theory as necessarily subject to development, theoretical reorganization, as a result of its application in concrete analyses. This not only means that individual workers may take part directly, when they become Marxist theorists, in the creative elaboration of proletarian self-consciousness and impart the self-consciousness to the spontaneous working class movement, it also means that if the thesis of consciousness from without is consistent with the transformation of Marxist theory in response to spontaneous revolutionary innovations of the class, the working class can be understood as taking part indirectly, but nonetheless actively and creatively, in the formation of consciousness. If, as I suggest, Lenin's critics must rely upon an understanding of Marxist theory as, in essence, a doctrine whose tenets have been elaborated once and for all, then proletarian self-emancipation becomes little more than the assimilation of this doctrine and its implication of creativity effectively, if unconsciously, denied. If I am right, Lenin's thesis of consciousness from without not only offers a more concrete mode of analysis of working class consciousness, it also allows a more concrete and richer understanding of proletarian self-emancipation than any that the optic of its critics would permit. If Lenin's thesis of consciousness from without does not amount to a break with core Marxist tenets, its assertion of a struggle between socialist consciousness and the spontaneous working class movement, which carries very different implications than the Koskian formulation with which it is sometimes wrongly identified, does stretch the logic of orthodox Marxism beyond its breaking point. Once it is situated in the context of the turn-off-century crisis of Russian social democracy, its bearing upon the struggle for proletarian hegemony in the democratic revolution is evident. The upsurge of working-class industrial action that swept Russia in the mid-1890s was countered by waves of police repression that decimated the ranks of social democratic activists. Within weeks of the first Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party in 1898, for example, the members of the Central Committee it elected were under Tsarist lock and key. The role of hardened activists would have to be taken on by eager but inexperienced newcomers. Some would come to despair of the possibility of working-class participation in revolutionary politics, others, despite the best intentions, would stagnate in the isolation of merely local initiatives. Getting beyond this period of disorientation called upon the Social Democrats to re-articulate their political project in terms that address these practical obstacles. Differences over just how to reconstruct the broken party organization and pursue its revolutionary political project would come to be bound up with contending factional claims to leadership. As this struggle unfolded within social democratic ranks, new challenges emerged to the Russian Marxist claim to the hegemony of the proletariat in the democratic revolution. The workers' struggles spurred a resurgence of revolutionary populism while the first hints surfaced, from former social democrats, of a project for bourgeois hegemony over the democratic forces. Hegemony in the revolutionary movement could no longer simply be asserted, it would have to be earned, and this would have repercussions for the controversies in the working class movement. This is the context in which Lenin wrote What is to be done? His account of spontaneity and consciousness is shaped in part by the effort to grasp and intervene in the struggle for hegemony. In this light, the strategic logic that informs his thesis of consciousness from without might well be termed a politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony or, more concisely, the logic of hegemony. As one of Lenin's more careful readers has noted, the conventional wisdom begins with an hypostatist version of the essence of Marxism to which an equally abstracted Leninism is counterposed. Point 20 In the preceding chapters I analyzed the limits of the orthodox Marxism of the Second International and mapped some of the ambiguities, even contradictions, to which its logic gives rise when applied to problems, of political leadership, unification of the working class alliance, and hegemony, that challenge those limits. The crisis in Russian social democracy and in its project of hegemony was thus a crisis of Marxist orthodoxy. The point is reinforced by its coincidence with the international crisis induced by Bernstein's revisionist critique of Marxist theory. In this context, Lenin's thesis of consciousness from without, by disrupting conceptual harmonies that functioned as an illusory guarantee of the unfailing insight of Marxism in theory and the irresistible forward march of the socialist working class in practice, and that thereby served as a prophylactic against critical investigation of sensitive issues, may be understood as introducing a breach into the logic of orthodox Marxism. It thereby created an opening in which the movement of the political struggle could be more effectively explored in practice and subjected to critical theoretical analysis. This is not to claim that the politico-strategic logic that subtended Lenin's thesis provides an alternative logic of history that resolves the equivocation besetting orthodox Marxist attempts to theorize the political project of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. As a Marxist, Lenin would always hold to historical materialism. What shifted was the way he held it, the way it informed and was informed by his practice. Historical questions. To understand just what Lenin's thesis entails, two different kinds of claims put forward in his discussion of spontaneity and consciousness must be distinguished. There are, first, historical claims made in response to the following questions: who first formulated the theory that defines the contours of socialist consciousness? How, and in what context, was the theory elaborated? Second, there are claims that address the pressing concerns of political practice. How should adherents of socialist theory, would-be leaders of the working class, orient themselves in relation to the spontaneous movement of the workers? Both kinds of claim must be examined because each plays a different part in shaping the terms of Lenin's thesis. Lenin begins his chapter on spontaneity and consciousness by posing the political problem, but he proceeds immediately to set it in historical context. I begin with the historical questions before turning to the politics. Lenin locates the spontaneous element, in the first place, in the broad wave of strikes that spread through Russia in the wake of the famous St. Petersburg industrial conflict of 1896. Before situating consciousness with respect to spontaneity, however, he indicates that the relation between these terms is not a simple one, for, he writes, there is spontaneity and spontaneity. He goes on to suggest that, compared to the spontaneous machine-smashing characteristic of the workers' revolts of the earlier 19th century, the strikes of the 90s could be considered conscious. From this he draws the conclusion that the spontaneous element, in essence, represents nothing more than consciousness in an embryonic form. And even the primitive revolts expressed the awakening of consciousness to a certain extent. The workers were losing their age-long belief in the unshakability of the system which oppressed them and began to sense the necessity for collective resistance, definitely abandoning their slavish submission to the authorities. But this was nevertheless more an expression of desperation and vengeance than a struggle. The strikes of the 1890s revealed far greater flashes of consciousness, definite demands were advanced, the strike was carefully timed, known cases and instances in other places were discussed, etc. The revolts were simply the resistance of the oppressed. Whereas the systematic strikes represented the class struggle in embryo. Taken by themselves, these strikes were trade union struggles, not yet social democratic struggles. Point 21. Lenin's account of the history of the Russian working class movement thus describes a dialectic of resistance, consciousness, struggle, and organization. This spontaneous dialectic is identified as embryonic consciousness but runs up against a limitation it cannot surmount by itself. Lenin defines this limitation in two ways: first, negatively, in terms of socialist consciousness, the striking workers of the 1890s were not, and could not be, conscious of the irreconcilable antagonism of their interests to the whole of the modern political and social system, and then positively, in terms of the workers' own consciousness. The history of all countries shows that the working class exclusively by its own effort is able to develop only trade union consciousness. Point 22. This characterization of the limit to the spontaneous dialectic of working class consciousness is by no means as straightforward as it may appear, a point to which I will return at some length. The important point, for the moment, is the fact of Lenin's assertion of this limit rather than the details of his account of it. It is worth noting, however, that he understands the constraint upon the development of working-class socialist consciousness not as a problem specific to the situation of the Russian workers but as a general limit upon the spontaneous dialectic of working-class struggle. The terms of the problem imply that the solution must be brought to the working class from without. The theory of socialism, upon which socialist consciousness depends, grew out of the philosophic, historical, and economic theories elaborated by educated representatives of the propertied classes, by the intelligentsia. By their social status, the founders of modern scientific socialism, Marx and Engels, themselves belonged to the bourgeois intelligentsia. In the very same way, in Russia, the theoretical doctrine of social democracy arose altogether independently of the spontaneous growth of the working class movement. It arose as a natural and inevitable outcome of the development of thought among the revolutionary socialist intelligentsia. Point 23. What Lenin says here may be reduced to the following assertions: first, the intellectual raw materials from which socialist theory was first fashioned were the products of bourgeois intellectuals; second, the first artisans of modern socialist theory were themselves bourgeois intellectuals; third, Marx and Engels originally worked out this theory and Plekhanov later adapted it to Russian conditions altogether independently of the spontaneous working class movement. The advent of socialist theory is thus understood as an intellectual process, a process of ideas whose bearers were intellectuals. That this should have been so is seen as a historical necessity, so, consequently, is the importation of socialist consciousness into the working class movement from without. What is important for the purpose at hand is not the accuracy of Lenin's historical account but rather its implications for the development of working class consciousness, and these depend less upon what Lenin asserts as fact than upon his reasons for construing the facts as necessary. But neither in logic nor in Lenin's argument does the historical thesis of consciousness from without imply the workers' inaptitude for socialist consciousness or the subjection of their movement to the tutelage of a socialist intelligentsia. Even as Lenin dismisses talk of an independent ideology formulated by the masses themselves in the process of their movement, he notes that the workers do play a part in working out such an ideology. They take part, however, not as workers but as socialist theoreticians, as Proudhons and Whitelings. They take part only when they are able, more or less, to acquire the knowledge of their age and develop that knowledge. Point 24. This throws a new light on the idea of the bourgeois intellectual. Origins of socialist theory. It suggests that the more fundamental distinction, at least in this context, is not that between bourgeois and worker but that between individual theoretician and the masses in the process of their movement. Perhaps, in describing Marx and Engels as bourgeois intellectuals, Lenin means to suggest that the limitations of a working-class education prevented even the most gifted worker theoreticians from gaining the breadth and depth of knowledge necessary to found as sophisticated and encompassing a theory as the materialist conception of history. Or perhaps his thought is that, in the process of acquiring this knowledge, a worker theoretician would have had to ascend to bourgeois social circumstances. Note that he characterizes Marx and Engels as bourgeois intellectuals by social status, not by birth. Either of these views may be contested but neither can be interpreted as attributing an innate theoretical incapacity to workers, as denying a place for worker theoreticians either in the prehistory of Marxist theory or, more importantly, in its subsequent development. Indeed, an important part of the rationale for the political project of What is to be Done was to encourage and foster the development of socialist theoreticians, and organizers, agitators, and practical activists, from the working class. In order that workers may succeed in this contributing to socialist theory more often, every effort must be made to raise the level of the consciousness of the workers in general. Point 25. But what of the workers in general, the non-theoretical masses? In this respect, too, the limits of proletarian spontaneity are not such as to prevent Lenin from agreeing that the working class spontaneously gravitates towards socialism in the sense that socialist theory reveals the causes of the misery of the working class more profoundly and more correctly than any other theory, and for that reason the workers are able to assimilate it so easily. Point 26. In other words, although the spontaneous working class movement could not generate Marxist theory by itself, once it exists and is made available to the workers, they grasp it easily. They can do so not because they are naive and easily manipulable dupes for the sophisticated intellectual salesmen of some exotic nostrum, but precisely because, in a sense, the theory is not alien to them, because it constitutes a mirror in which they can see their reality and their aspirations more clearly. This, surely, is at least part of what Lenin means in referring to spontaneity as consciousness in embryonic form. Only in this context can one understand the prediction in Lenin's chapter on organization that the spontaneous movement of the working class masses would throw up increasing numbers of leaders boundlessly devoted to the revolution, who would learn to combine their knowledge of the working class environment and the freshness of socialist convictions with the professional skills of the revolutionary and who would enjoy the boundless confidence of the widest masses of the workers. Point 27. Considered as a historical claim, then, the thesis of consciousness from without does not imply a working class bridled to a superior will or one that shies away from those who would assist its self-emancipation. To claim otherwise would be to make the truth of proletarian self-emancipation dependent upon, for example, the contingency of the social status of the author of Capital. But this would be tantamount to the claim that one could liberate oneself only if one had never had a teacher or mentor and had never read a book one could not have written oneself. Of course, the thesis of consciousness from without cannot be considered only as a historical claim, for Lenin's historical discussion raises questions whose answers must be sought in the nature of his political project. In particular, this discussion has assumed throughout that socialist consciousness is dependent upon a theory without explaining why. This question, it will be seen, is bound up with the one raised earlier as to Lenin's characterization of the limit of the dialectic of proletarian spontaneity. Political questions. The terms in which Lenin spells out his political project, the organization of a revolutionary vanguard of the proletarian class struggle, are a function of his treatment of the constraints upon the spontaneous course of the working class movement. In one formulation, as previously mentioned, these constraints restrict the working class to trade union consciousness, i.e., the conviction that it is necessary to combine in unions, fight the employers, and strive to compel the government to pass necessary labor legislation, etc. Point 28. It is customary to read Lenin, proceeding from this definition, as though he were proclaiming Samuel Gomper's style trade unionism pure and simple as the natural telos of proletarian consciousness. Point 29. Indeed, non-Marxist sociologists and historians of industrial relations have even applauded the realism of Lenin's supposed insight, while deploring his failure to draw its reformist conclusions. Point 30. This interpretation can appeal to Lenin's characterization of the object of his criticism as economism. It relies upon passages such as the following one, in which Lenin seems to equate the distinction between spontaneity and consciousness with that between economic and political struggle, and construes the thesis of consciousness from without in terms of the latter. Class political consciousness can be brought to the workers only from without, that is, only from outside the economic struggle, from outside the sphere of relations between workers and employers. The sphere from which alone it is possible to obtain this knowledge is the sphere of relationships of all classes and strata to the state and the government, the sphere of the interrelations among all classes. 31. While this statement is not contentious in itself, if Lenin is to be understood as circumscribing the limits of proletarian spontaneity by the dichotomy between economic and political struggle, his position must appear not only arbitrary, for why should the spontaneous logic of economic struggle not spill over into politics, but also, unless one is to ransack the back rooms of working class history for the hidden hand of consciousness, an operation that smacks more of a police mentality than of historical scholarship, historically false. Furthermore, such a perspective invites the equally false conclusion that, once the confines of economic struggle have been transcended, the politics of the working class must be those of the socialist revolution. In the first place, however, the idea that Lenin mistook narrow-minded business unionism for the essence of the spontaneous proletarian movement sits uneasily with his claim, noted earlier, that even primitive revolts antedating the strike movement of his own time saw the workers begin to question the stability of the system and to overcome their attitude of servility toward the authorities. It is belied by his repeated assertions that the strength of the present-day movement lies in the awakening of the masses, that the would-be revolutionary leaders lagged behind the masses, that not he but his opponents, both economists and terrorists, underestimate the revolutionary activity of the masses. 32. Secondly, Lenin acknowledged that the term economism, although entrenched by usage, did not adequately convey the nature of the political trend it designated. Economism, he argued, does not so much deny the political struggle as it bows to its spontaneity, to its unconsciousness. 33. The distinction between spontaneity and consciousness would seem to be more fundamental in Lenin's argument than that between economic and political struggle and should not, therefore, be defined in terms of the latter. Finally, the etc. with which Lenin concludes his initial definition of trade union consciousness indicates the incomplete, open-ended character of this definition. He immediately goes on to note that trade unions have always engaged in political struggles and refers his readers to a lengthy chapter on the difference between trade unionist politics and socialist politics. There one finds the following argument. The spontaneous working class movement is by itself able to create, and inevitably does create, only trade unionism, and working class trade unionist politics is precisely working class bourgeois politics. The fact that the working class participates in the political struggle, and even in the political revolution, does not in itself make its politics social democratic politics. The revolutionary path of the working class movement might not be a social democratic path. When absolutism reigned, the entire West European bourgeoisie impelled the workers onto the path of revolution. And if we degrade social democratic politics to the level of spontaneous trade unionist politics, we thereby play into the hands of bourgeois democracy. 34. The constraints upon the spontaneous working class movement, the limits upon trade union consciousness, are thus compatible not only with political struggle but even with revolutionary struggle. Lenin's distinction between spontaneity and consciousness is not to be grasped as a fixed line of demarcation between economics and politics or even between reform and revolution. An irreconcilable antagonism to the whole. Lenin offers another formulation of the limits of the spontaneous working class movement, examination of which will help to pin down this elusive concept. As noted above, he maintains that the workers are unable, through their spontaneous movement, to generate a consciousness of the irreconcilable antagonism of their interests to the whole of the modern political and social system. Now, Lenin does not claim that the workers must be, or even that they are, unaware of their interests or of the antagonism of their interests to those of their employers. What distinguishes his claim, rather, is the extension of this antagonism to the whole modern political and social system, the idea of its irreconcilability. What Lenin asserts, then, is that the spontaneous workers' movement cannot but remain unconscious of the total, irreconcilable nature of this antagonism of interests. To make sense of this assertion, one must grasp the significance, for Lenin's conception of consciousness, of the political and social system considered as a whole and of the irreconcilable antagonism of the social totality. Some sense of the breadth of Lenin's notion of consciousness is conveyed by the following prescription for aspiring socialist workers. In order to become a social democrat, the worker must have a clear picture in his mind of the economic nature and the social and political features of the landlord and the priest, the high state official and the peasant, the student and the vagabond. He must know their strong and weak points, he must grasp the meaning of catchwords and all manner of sophisms by which each class and each stratum camouflages its selfish strivings and its real inner workings, he must understand what interests are reflected by certain institutions and certain laws and how they are reflected. 35. The same theme is given more general expression in the following. Working class consciousness cannot be genuine political consciousness unless the workers are trained to respond to all cases of tyranny, oppression, violence, and abuse. No matter what class is affected. Those who concentrate the attention, observation, and consciousness of the working class exclusively, or even mainly, upon itself alone are not social democrats, for the self-knowledge of the working class is bound up not solely with a fully clear theoretical understanding, it would be even truer to say, not so much with a theoretical as with a practical understanding, of the relationships between all the various classes of modern society, acquired through the experience of political life. 36. Although it acquires a new significance in the context of what is to be done, the characterization of proletarian self-consciousness as essentially universal is not new. It may be traced back to the young Marx's portrait of the proletariat as the class which has a universal character because of its universal suffering and which lays claim to no particular right because the wrong it suffers is not a particular wrong but wrong in general. 37 In the course of working out a Marxist orthodoxy for the Second International, Karl Koski translated this philosophical vision into more prosaic sociological terms, the development of working class organization and consciousness parallels and reflects the growth of the productive forces. This process socializes production and places the workers in ever more homogeneous circumstances. The class struggle is polarized between wage labor and capital as hitherto particularistic antagonisms take on a universal character. The universality of proletarian self-consciousness is, increasingly, immanent in the very situation of the industrial worker. 38 Lenin himself, in his earlier discussions of the development of capitalism in Russia, used this Koskian schema to connect the strategic idea of the industrial working class as the political vanguard of the laboring masses with the universalistic tendency of large-scale capitalist industry. 39 The universality of proletarian self-consciousness is here equated with the emergence of the developed class relation of capitalist exploitation in large-scale industry. Since this analysis construes the dialectic of the proletarian class situation as a kind of cognitive essence of the social totality, it is compatible with the thesis of consciousness from without only if the latter asserts simply that the prerequisites for formulating working-class self-consciousness as a socialist theory are irreducible to the immediate experience of proletarian struggle. The distinction between socialist theory and proletarian experience would, in a sense, be purely formal. Ultimately, there could be no contradiction between them. If this were the case, as Koski's example shows, the idea of consciousness from without would effectively underwrite the harmony of Marxist theory and working-class practice. 40 The notion of the social totality and its relation to working-class consciousness just outlined is not, however, the one that informs the argument of what is to be done. The emphasis there is upon the diversity of social and political relations. The position of the poor peasant cannot be assimilated to that of the industrial wage laborer. The political face of the landlord or the state official is not that of the capitalist, and so on. The difference, however, is more than emphasis, for Lenin's political thesis of consciousness from without is far more radical than the common-sense claim that the sheer complexity of the socio-political system considered as a whole stands as a barrier to generating a socialist consciousness of this whole from the workers' economic struggle alone. He asserts not merely a distinction between the conditions of the class struggle and those of socialist theory, but a contradiction between the spontaneous working class movement and its conscious vanguard. The spontaneous development of the working class movement leads to its subordination to bourgeois ideology, to its development along the lines of the Credo program, for the spontaneous working class movement is trade unionism, is Nerguerkschaftslehre, and trade unionism means the ideological enslavement of the workers to the bourgeoisie. Hence, our task, the task of social democracy, is to combat spontaneity, to divert the working class movement from this spontaneous, trade unionists striving to come under the wing of the bourgeoisie, and to bring it under the wing of revolutionary social democracy. 41. It may be suggested that Lenin's emphasis upon the diversity of social and political relations reflects the nascent state of capitalist development in Russia and the corresponding prominence of pre-capitalist, feudal or Asiatic, relations. It might be thought that his injunction to combat spontaneity is thus meant to apply only in Russian conditions, only to the immaturity of the working class movement. But the general terms in which Lenin casts his claims as to both the diversity of social relations and the struggle against spontaneity belie this suggestion. And his recourse to the experience of German socialism directly contradicts it. He accords to Ferdinand Lassalle, from whom he borrowed the epigraph of what is to be done, the historical merit of having successfully challenged the orientation of the German working class movement toward reformist trade unionism. The ideological and organizational predominance of socialism in the working class could only have been accomplished through a fierce struggle against spontaneity extending over many years, a struggle that would have to continue. For, despite the advanced development of capitalism in Germany, the working class was still divided along ideological lines. The dominant influence of socialist ideology within the working class movement could be maintained and extended only in an unswerving struggle against all other ideologies. 42 The socialist struggle against spontaneity appears, then, as a permanent requisite of the class struggle. In the course of Lenin's argument, the appropriate socialist stance towards spontaneity takes on two apparently contradictory guises. The conscious vanguard is called upon to foster and guide the spontaneous working class movement and, at the same time, to combat it. This ambivalence, which I will argue is merely apparent, has its roots in a contradictory assessment of spontaneity itself. The latter is adjudged both the embryo of socialist consciousness and the repository of bourgeois ideology. This contradiction is succinctly and pointedly stated as follows: the working class spontaneously gravitates towards socialism, but the most widespread, and continuously and diversely revived, bourgeois ideology nonetheless spontaneously imposes itself upon the worker to a still greater degree. 43 To make sense of this claim, we must grasp not only the reasons for the dominance of bourgeois ideology but also the dialectical process of its struggle with the spontaneous socialist tendencies of the working class. Lenin's immediate, formulaic and, therefore, most accessible explanation of bourgeois ideological domination, that bourgeois ideology is far older in origin than socialist ideology, that it is more fully developed, and that it has at its disposal immeasurably more means of dissemination. 44 is clearly inadequate. Taken by itself, it suggests a mechanistic account of proletarian consciousness as a simple receptacle for ideas produced by bourgeois or socialist intellectuals and an idealistic agenda for change through the conquest of socialist dominance in the means of ideological dissemination. But it cannot be taken by itself, for if, as Lenin claims, spontaneous proletarian struggle is the embryo of socialist consciousness, further explanation is required as to how bourgeois ideology can gain traction in the consciousness of workers. A full explanation must therefore reference a dynamic of struggle and must situate the terms of the problem, spontaneity/consciousness, bourgeois spontaneity/socialist spontaneity, within this dynamic and thereby relativize them. A logic of political struggle. The theoretical groundwork for such an explanation can be found in Lenin's text, although it is not spelled out in so many words. It consists in a particular way of analyzing the logic of political struggle and in the way each successive analysis relates to and modifies the previous one. It is a metastrategic conception of the whole social and political system as a complex web of interconnected struggles, as a kind of battlefield. It is not fully spelled out because Lenin wrote as a participant in battle for other participants, assuming in his readers some familiarity with the outcome of previous engagements, less concerned with compiling a history of the war than with discerning the alignment in the current battle. But it is a feature of the battlefield of political struggle that its shape is subject to change with each engagement, so that a picture of the field as a whole must emerge from the conjunction of successive analyses. I will proceed by first drawing on an indication in Lenin's text to suggest a way of situating bourgeois and socialist spontaneity with respect to such a metastrategic conception, then fleshing out this conception with reference to his analyses of successive phases of the struggle with economism and finally drawing out the theoretical implications of this conception. To grasp the distinction between bourgeois and socialist spontaneity in the context of a complex socio-political totality of interconnected struggles requires that two levels of analysis be distinguished. At an initial level, the analysis abstracts entirely from consciousness, from the influence of ideology upon the spontaneous struggle of social forces, which is grasped as a function of the social relations of production. Here the interests of the class of wage laborers are determined to be in irreconcilable conflict with the fundamental social relations of the capitalist mode of production. The workers may be expected, by virtue of these social relations, to gravitate spontaneously towards socialist theory in order to explain their situation and orient their struggle to realize their interests. But analysis of the socio-economic basis of the class struggle does not exhaust the determinants of the spontaneous movement. This is perhaps most clearly expressed in A Talk with Defenders of Economism, an article Lenin described as a synopsis of what is to be done. To say that ideologists, i.e. politically conscious leaders, cannot divert the movement from the path determined by the interaction of environment and elements is to ignore the simple truth that the conscious element participates in this interaction and in the determination of the path. Catholic and monarchist labor unions in Europe are also an inevitable result of the interaction of environment and elements, but it was the consciousness of priests and Zubotovs and not that of socialists that participated in this direction. 45. Lenin is concerned here with disentangling a confusion in his opponent's thinking between two kinds of distinction, that between socio-economic base and ideological superstructure and that between socialist consciousness and spontaneity. While the former may serve the political analyst in grasping the process of development of the social totality from the outside, as it were, the latter is the appropriate tool for the political strategist who, confronted with a determinate alignment of forces, must act upon it from within the totality. Conflating these two distinctions spirits away the space for one's own political action. Once the functions of these pairs of terms are distinguished, the spontaneous movement is to be understood as that which confronts the socialist consciousness of the would-be vanguard of the proletariat, within its field of action but beyond its control. It therefore encompasses the working class movement not simply as determined by the relations of production but also as subjected to the influence of the ideological apparatuses of the bourgeoisie, and of the monarchy and so on. It is only at this second, more concrete level of analysis that Lenin locates the dominance of bourgeois ideology in the spontaneous working class movement. His calls for struggle against spontaneity are invariably coupled with references to the impact of bourgeois ideologists upon the workers' movement. However, what is subject to this domination, if Lenin's twofold distinction is to be taken seriously, is not the working class as such, but the spontaneous unfolding of its movement, that is, its movement considered in abstraction from the socialist vanguard that is informed by Marxist theory and therefore conscious. I have already shown that the vanguard cannot be equated theoretically with the intelligentsia, to the extent that workers assimilate Marxist theory, and, in view of the spontaneous socialist tendency of the working class, it is to be expected that this will happen to some extent. They are here considered part of the conscious vanguard and, while still part of the working class, are distinguished from the spontaneous movement. Once spontaneity is understood in strategic terms, the import of Lenin's claim that the spontaneous movement leads to the dominance of bourgeois ideology may be grasped by means of a thought experiment in which the dialectical interplay of the elements of the spontaneous movement is examined. I assume that Marxist workers and intellectuals abstract themselves from the unfolding logic of the class struggle and that the remaining actors in the drama, workers and bourgeois, are capable of strategic reflection and action in pursuit of their interests, though the workers are not, and the bourgeois may not be, cognizant of the irreconcilable nature of their interests. The workers' struggles to improve their conditions at some point meet resistance from the bourgeoisie. Though some improvement may have been achieved, the resistance implies that the purer forms of bourgeois ideology, which assert an underlying harmony of interests, will at best maintain a very precarious purchase upon proletarian experience. The spontaneous struggle can easily undermine the foundations of this form of ideological domination, but there are a number of ways in which the workers can conceive their experience of opposing interests. How they will do so depends in part upon the response of bourgeois ideologists. The latter, if they are intelligent and sensitive, will adapt their ideas to the reality of working class experience, perhaps by suggesting more pressing or fundamental common interests in the face of an external threat, to the nation, the family, the faith, traditional culture and values, the natural order of things, and so on, perhaps by proposing new means, a fresh voice in high places for labor's point of view, belated recognition of labor's responsibility or indispensability or moral virtue, a new spirit of compromise or trust or understanding, of reconciling the antagonism of interests. Such themes may strike chords, sometimes very basic chords, in workers' experience. Indeed, there is no reason to suppose there is any specific aspect of proletarian experience upon which they cannot play. Ideological struggle is thus a struggle over the terms in which the actors in the class struggle are to construe their experience of it. The institutions and practices of the working class movement, which are generated in a history of victories, defeats and compromises and which in turn structure proletarian experience, will bear the marks of ideological struggle. In this way, the process of struggle takes on a dialectical character whereby bourgeois ideology and proletarian experience come to be partially constitutive of each other. But this dialectic can be only partial, for it is founded on and conditioned by antagonistic relations of production. On the assumption that the class struggle is irreconcilable, bourgeois ideology cannot fully capture proletarian experience. Hence there can be no necessity for workers to rest content with the forms of struggle sanctioned by bourgeois ideology at any given time. Like the bourgeois, they can innovate with the ideological and experiential materials at their disposal, so the ideological limits to their struggle cannot be specified in absolute terms but only in terms of the dialectic of struggle. It is possible, therefore, that some workers could come to a Marxist understanding of the irreconcilability of class antagonism, but just here the force of the assumptions I attribute to Lenin's account of spontaneity really begins to kick in, for these workers, as bearers of consciousness, can no longer be considered part of the spontaneous movement and thus become subject to the same self-denying ordinance that applied to the original Marxists. Once the logic of spontaneity is spelled out in these strategic terms, Lenin's claim that the spontaneous working class movement is necessarily subordinate to bourgeois ideology may be rephrased as the following two claims. First, that the working class movement cannot establish a position of strategic independence vis-à-vis its adversaries without recognizing the irreconcilability of its interests with the whole politico-social system organized around the dominance of bourgeois interests. Second, that such recognition cannot be effectively brought to bear upon the class struggle in the absence of an organized leadership informed by Marxist theory. These claims raise further questions as to what is entailed in recognizing the irreconcilability of class interests, the meaning of the strategic independence of the working class, the reasons for the necessity of Marxist theory, and the appropriate forms of organization of the proletarian vanguard. These questions can be addressed in terms of the kind of strategic analysis I attribute to Lenin once the logic of this analysis is extended from spontaneity to consciousness. This can be done, and the activity of this logic in Lenin's text verified, by considering his analysis of the political conjunctures out of which the economist controversy emerged. A strategic analysis. The terms of this thought experiment, with their implication of a fatalistic passivity, were approximated in political reality with the appearance in 1899 of E.D. Kuskova's Credo, an essay in the adaptation of Bernsteinian revisionism to Russian conditions. Although not the direct target of Lenin's polemic, this document would assume a pivotal significance in his argument, for the logic of spontaneity, Lenin warned, would drag the working class movement along the lines of the Credo program. 46 Kuskova discerned in the history of the working class movement a fundamental tendency to develop along the line of least resistance, and in Russia the weight of cultural backwardness and the intensity of political oppression pressed the workers' movement into the narrow mold of economic struggle. With the rudimentary tasks of constructing a labor movement just underway, pretensions to revolutionary leadership, even to an independent workers' political party, were merely a waking dream. Russian Marxists, realistically, could undertake nothing more than assistance to the economic struggle of the proletariat and participation in liberal opposition activity. 47 The Credo thus envisages a division of labor between the economic struggles of the politically incompetent working masses and the oppositional politics of the liberal intelligentsia, and thereby straightforwardly cedes political hegemony over the working class to the liberal bourgeoisie. Kuskova was a peripheral and a transitory figure in the Russian social democratic movement. By the time Lenin wrote What is to be Done, the Credo program no longer found any partisans in the movement. 48 Yet Lenin now came to see it as the political crux of a broader, more amorphous tendency, economism, toward the subordination of the politics of proletarian hegemony in the Russian democratic revolution to narrower corporate concerns. Thus, for example, he taxed with economism not only the preoccupation of the journal Rabotchaya Mysl workers' thought with the practical minutiae of economic struggle, but even the tactics of Rabochi Delo workers' cause, which championed the political struggle for rights as an outgrowth of the workers' economic struggles. This is not to say that Lenin identified these positions with that of the Credo. He acknowledged that their leading proponents thought of themselves as revolutionary Marxists. But what, then, is the nature of the connection he established between them? I want to show that this connection must be founded upon, and the identity of economism as a tendency defined in terms of, the situation of these different positions in relation to a strategic logic of political struggle, similarities in content between Kuskova's views and those of Rabochi Delo, or between either of these and other possible variants of economism, are of secondary importance in Lenin's analysis and can, in any case, only be identified once the strategic framework of the analysis is in place. To put the same point in a different form, the impact upon working class consciousness of both sides of the Credo's division of labor, of liberal opposition activity as well as of the workers' economic struggles, must be examined through Lenin's strategic optic. The inadequacy of much of the discussion of Lenin's thesis of consciousness from without stems from a perspective that narrows its focus to the dichotomy of workers and socialist intellectuals and thereby disregards both the breadth of the terrain upon which Lenin situates the formation of proletarian consciousness and the problem, central for him, of the nature and modalities of the ideological influence of the bourgeoisie. It disregards, therefore, the struggle for hegemony. I turn, therefore, to Lenin's analysis of the liberal opposition. When former social democratic fellow travelers like Peter Struve began to gravitate toward liberalism around the turn of the century, attempts failed to reach a modus vivendi between the liberal opposition, crystallized around Struve's journal Osvobozhdenny Liberation, and the revolutionary Marxists. When Struve issued a plea to the government to reform itself or risk strengthening the revolutionary movement, Lenin retorted, in his long article The Persecutors of the Zemstvo and the Hannibals of Liberalism, with a critique of the tactics of Russian liberalism. Lenin situates Struve's liberal constitutionalism, like the corporate concerns of the economists, in a field of opposing political strategies whose principal line of demarcation is defined by the struggle between the autocratic Tsarist state and the social democratic strategy of proletarian hegemony in the revolution. He conceives the Zemstvos, elected institutions of the propertied classes whose constitutional rights the liberals sought to extend, as one small corner of this strategic force field, through which was refracted a dialectical logic of the struggle of political forces around the state power. Through the influence of public opinion, the Zemstvos could function as an auxiliary factor in the struggle for revolution by causing the government to waver in its measure of repression at critical moments, but, incapable of more than liberal petitions and benevolent neutrality, they could not operate as an independent factor. 49 For this reason, appeals for the extension of Zemstvo rights, when counterposed to the struggle for revolution, would serve as an instrument for strengthening the autocracy through half concessions, as a means of bringing over a certain section of the liberals to the side of the government. 50 When the revolutionary movement assumed threatening proportions, the Tsarist authorities, acting in accordance with the time-honored police method of divide and rule, yield the unimportant to preserve the essential, give with one hand and take back with the other. 51 Would use appeals just like Struve's rights and an authoritative Zemstvo in an effort to isolate and defeat the revolutionaries, conceding something in the nature of an advisory and aristocratic constitution and deceiving even liberal hopes once again. 52 There is a certain symmetry between this dissection of liberal tactics and Lenin's analysis of economism. In each case, he evinces some sympathy with the concerns of his opponent, whether these be remedying workers' grievances or restricting arbitrary rule, on the condition that these are not counterposed to the struggle for revolution. In each case, however, he diagnoses blindness to the logic of the struggle for state power on the part of opponents bedazzled by narrower preoccupations. 53 But against the background of the strategic logic of this process, Lenin discerns something more than mere illusion in Struve's assertion that a moderate party always stands to gain from an accentuated struggle between extreme political elements. 54 Struve's attempt to extract concessions from Tsarism by invoking the threat of revolution constituted the embryo of a liberal strategy that risked delivering a stillborn revolution. This liberal game was not simply a constitutional charade to be played out by bourgeois politicians and the Tsar behind closed doors. It required that the revolutionary force of the masses be treated as a kind of stage army, capable merely of frightening the Tsar and then retreating to the wings when the serious business of negotiating the redistribution of power got underway. Its logic had, therefore, to extend beyond the parlors of the propertied classes. It required that ideas, attitudes, institutions, and modes of political understanding that would enable the masses to play their assigned role be encouraged and fostered among them. But if liberal strategy were to receive an echo among the workers, it had best sound a distinctively proletarian note. Lenin thought he heard just such an echo in, for example, Rabochi Delo's call for workers to fight for political rights as a means to achieve their economic demands. The similarity between this call and Struve's appeal for rights is apparent, but what is crucial to Lenin's analysis is not this formal similarity but the strategic complementarity of the two within the logic of political struggle. The strategic complementarity envisaged in Kuskova's credo had been wrecked in theory by Marxist criticism and in practice by the workers' spontaneous movement beyond purely economic struggle. Re-establishing it would require adapting it to the new circumstances, with adjustments to take into account the intervening moves of other political actors. The economist tendency within the working class movement changes its form, moving beyond the credo's strict economics for workers, politics for intellectuals, division of labor. But inasmuch as such change of form would still exclude any aspect of the socio-political totality from the strategic purview of the working class movement, it amounts merely to a call to revise this division of labor rather than to eradicate it root and branch. It would therefore concede the strategic initiative to the political adversaries of the working class movement. Lenin recognizes that proletarian struggles may spontaneously challenge this political division of labor and force further revision of its terms. His critique of economism only involves his critique of spontaneity indirectly. Directly it is a critique of spontaneism, that is, of the failure of consciousness theoretically and practically to master the logic of the spontaneous process. The ultimate target of his critique is not the errors and omissions of specific economist pronouncements but the tendency to define the political project of the working class in restrictive terms. For this tendency Beto kens a failure to recognize that the class struggle is refracted through a strategic logic of political struggle and hence an inability to anticipate possible moves of adversaries or react independently to their innovations. To grasp economism not as a particular set of ideas, economics versus politics, but as a tendency, spontaneism, within the strategic logic of political struggle is to understand it as an accommodation to the spontaneous movement. That it is to be understood in this context means that the link Lenin asserts between economism and the dominance of bourgeois ideology in the working class movement carries no implication of conspiracy, although neither does it exclude conspiracies. Lenin's account of the spontaneous movement rests upon a distinction between its two aspects, the logic of the class struggle understood in terms of social relations, which generates a tendency towards socialism, and the ideological influence of the bourgeoisie upon this tendency. The relation between these two aspects is conceived dynamically, as a process of struggle that constantly generates itself anew while periodically adjusting its form and terms. As I have already suggested, Lenin saw this process as unfolding in the context of a history of victories and defeats, accommodations and compromises. The ideas, attitudes, and traditions generated through this history are embodied in institutions and practices that structure the experiences and perceptions of the participants. If this is so, the working class is never an ideological tabula rasa. There is no zero point at which an ideologically virgin proletariat is simply seduced by unscrupulous bourgeois ideologues. Consequently, the precise ideational content to be attributed to each of the two aspects of the spontaneous process cannot be determined in the abstract. Depending upon the historical and political context, the same idea may arise more or less directly from proletarian experience or find its way to the workers through the propaganda engines of the bourgeoisie or the state. The substance of Lenin's critique of the economists has therefore to do with the implications of their ideas for the logic of the political struggle, not with the provenance of these ideas. Once the class struggle is conceived as intersected and refracted by the strategic logic of political struggle, the crucial importance in Lenin's definition of socialist consciousness, of the recognition of the total and irreconcilable nature of the antagonism of class interests, may be better understood. First, it is part of the logic of political struggle that the actors make their moves in the context of the social and political whole, that there can be no sphere, no aspect, no element of the social totality excluded in principle from this struggle. Thus, the working class movement must be seen, strategically, as within the sights of its political adversaries. But this means not simply that it is an actor in a drama that is political as well as economic, but also that its character as a political actor is subject to definition through this process. Any restriction of the strategic perspective of the working class movement may concede to its adversaries not only crucial political objectives, but also raw materials necessary for the arduous work of political self-definition. Any limitation upon the scope of proletarian political concern allows strategic adversaries the scope for political and ideological activity that could refract the dynamics of class antagonism so as to effect a more or less provisional, more or less temporary, more or less unstable reconciliation of the irreconcilable antagonism of proletarian interests to the whole of the modern political and social system. This does not mean that a theoretical formulation that avoided any restriction of the scope of working class strategy would thereby guarantee the workers against the influence of bourgeois ideology. Indeed, Lenin's point is that in capitalist society this influence is inescapable. Such a theoretical formulation would be a necessary, not a sufficient, condition for an effective struggle against it. Second, while the logic of Lenin's analysis implies that the class struggle is structured by its history, this logic also implies that it proceeds indefinitely into the future, its direction, rhythm, and contours conditioned by the development of capitalist relations of production but their precise determination always subject to inflection and refraction through the strategic logic of political and ideological struggles. Since the spontaneous process that presents itself to the Marxist political analyst does not reflect the logic of the economic class struggle in any simple way, the limitations of this process cannot be defined simply in terms of this logic, they are also relative to the logic of political struggle, or perhaps it would be better to say that they are relativized by the latter. While there is no absolute threshold beyond which the spontaneous movement cannot proceed, neither can there be any fixed point beyond which the working class movement can be said to have definitively transcended spontaneity. The process of struggle is thus open-ended, since any new move may significantly alter the socio-political context of an adversary's response. It may supply material for innovation, since the antagonism of class interests is the underlying principle of the game. The players may have no reason to obey the existing rules, and since they are capable of innovation, there is no reason to assume that the next move will be made subject to the same rules as the last move. As Alastair MacIntyre put a similar point in a very different context, moving one's knight to QB3 may always be replied to with a lob across the net. 55 Since, whatever the current rules and practices may be through which the class struggle is structured and channeled, nothing in the socio-political totality can be ruled definitively out of play. The field of play cannot be restricted to the spontaneous process but must include consciousness itself, the theoretical understanding deployed in the formulation of revolutionary strategy. That is, the political bearing, and consequently, the class orientation, of Marxist theory is also an object of the political struggle. Some implications. Lenin's thesis of consciousness from without may now be summed up by considering its implications for questions raised earlier. In the first place, the apparent ambivalence of Lenin's attitude towards spontaneity is to be understood, through his distinction between the two components of the spontaneous movement, as the product of a coherent but complex theoretical position. His appeal to the conscious vanguard both to foster and to combat the spontaneous working class movement is not a sign of incoherence but of the assumption of a sophisticated strategic stance within the unfolding political and ideological struggle. This stance may be described as follows: part of what the vanguard does when it fosters the revolutionary socialist aspects of the spontaneous proletarian struggle is to combat the influence of bourgeois ideology within the movement by bringing to consciousness the irreconcilable antagonism of class interests that underlies the struggle. Second, the association of consciousness with theory, and in particular with Marxist theory, may be understood as follows. If consciousness must encompass recognition of the irreconcilability of proletarian class interests to the whole of the modern, bourgeois, social and political order, it must take a theoretical form. It must do so not just because workers typically have little experiential access to many of the higher reaches of this whole, but also because working class experience will always reflect various attempts to reconcile workers' interests to the prevailing order, and the failure of such attempts, or their merely partial, provisional, and temporary success, may always be attributed to ephemeral aspects of the political struggle, or to a fatality of human nature. The fact that the spontaneous movement is shaped in part by a logic of political struggle that prescribes strategic, tactical, and ideological innovation implies that new and unforeseen conjunctures will be generated and, in the face of constantly renewed and occasionally innovative attempts to establish a reconciliation, an understanding of the irreconcilable, and not simply as yet unreconciled, nature of class antagonism must necessarily rely upon theory. It is, of course, Lenin's belief that the core of Marxist theory consists precisely of the conceptual tools necessary to forge such an understanding. Only when informed by this theory can the experience of the working class movement be brought to bear independently upon the ever-changing political conjuncture. Third, the implications of Lenin's thesis for the idea of proletarian independence can now be more fully drawn out. If it is true, as Lenin the Marxist thought, that the antagonism of class interests is irreconcilable within capitalist society, then any attempt to reconcile class interests, indeed, any institution, practice or idea that promotes reconciliation, must be construed strategically as a form of subordination of the working class to heteronymous forces. Understanding the irreconcilability of class antagonism, including the ability to sharpen and deepen this understanding through analysis of renewed forms of reconciliation, is therefore a prerequisite of proletarian independence. Proletarian independence is realized to the extent that this understanding informs the direction of the working class movement. This implies, of course, that Marxist theory be embodied in the leading institutions of the movement, but it implies nothing about the nature of these institutions. The extent and social composition of the membership and the relations among members and between members and non-members will depend upon workers' receptiveness to the Marxist project. This in turn will depend upon both the concrete history of the class struggles and the capacity of Marxists to elaborate analyses which illuminate the situation and the aspirations of the workers in light of this history. The vanguard organizations may be more or less broad, more or less open, more or less democratic in accordance with the circumstances of the struggle. As noted above, in presenting his thesis of consciousness from without, Lenin invoked the German Social Democratic Party as an example and, whatever reservations must now be entered, the SDP was then almost universally regarded as being in the vanguard of democratic organization. If Lenin at one time advocated a narrow, conspiratorial, and hierarchical party of professional revolutionaries, this must flow from his analysis of the context of the struggle in Russia and not from his thesis of consciousness from without. Fourth, Lenin's thesis bears important implications for the conceptual status of Marxist theory. His insistence in what is to be done upon a theoretical foundation for political struggle did not express a desire to encase the socialist movement in a narrow theoretical mold, but rather a recognition of the unprecedented situation that confronted it. The call for theory is a call for the ability to treat these experiences of other countries critically and to test them independently. Point 56 Marxist theory must be understood, as Lenin would later write, not as a dogma, not as a given set of axioms, propositions and predictions, but as a guide to action, that is, as a theoretical matrix to be applied to ever new and changing conjunctures of the class struggle, and in the course of this application concretized and modified. Point 57 that it must be so understood is both a theoretical and a political necessity. It is a theoretical necessity because Marxist theory is the comprehension of the irreconcilable antagonism of proletarian interests to the whole of the capitalist socio-political order. It must grasp this whole theoretically and must therefore be open to modification so as to grasp the process by which the innovative logic of political struggle can refract the lines of demarcation of the class struggle and so constantly, and sometimes significantly, modify the contours of the whole. It is a political necessity because Marxist theory is also an object in the political struggle. Failure to develop, concretize and modify it invites its revision and appropriation by forces that would disarm the working class movement. In this fashion Lenin portrays the significance of Bernsteinian revisionism and of economism. In this fashion he would later criticize Koski and the Mensheviks as abstract, dogmatic Marxists, that is, as no longer Marxists. The politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony could not constitute by itself a coherent historical materialist account of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution, but it did break through the conceptual harmonies that fettered orthodox Marxist efforts to produce such an account. If the conceptual and political status of Marxist theory requires that it be developed, concretized, and modified, one further question must be addressed: just what forces propel its development? In What Is to Be Done? Lenin does not pursue this question beyond his reference to the need to train worker theoreticians. It might be suggested that the process of theoretical development is restricted, by implication, to the theoretical cloister of consciously Marxist workers and intellectuals. But if the reading presented here is accurate, it simply does not follow from Lenin's thesis of consciousness from without that proletarian spontaneity plays no important role in the development of Marxist theory. Indeed, properly understood, his thesis suggests the contrary, for the logic of political analysis that informs it implies that the workers are capable of spontaneous innovations. Since the constraints upon the spontaneous movement are to be grasped in relative rather than absolute terms, there is no reason why its innovations could not sometimes be seeds capable of bearing revolutionary, even theoretically revolutionary, fruit. Now, what Lenin's thesis does imply is that such innovations can play no more than an episodic part in the drama of proletarian self-emancipation. The seeds will be unable to take root, unless they are absorbed and their practical and theoretical implications drawn out and clarified by Marxist theory. But if the theoretical absorption of spontaneous proletarian innovations leads to significant modifications in Marxist theory, it will be true, in an important sense, that the masses of workers and not just the theoreticians take an active, independent, and creative part in elaborating socialist consciousness. Marxism learns from mass practice, Lenin would later write, and makes no claim whatever to teach the masses forms of struggle invented by systematizers in the seclusion of their studies. 58 As I will show in subsequent chapters, Lenin would learn from mass practice, notably from the spontaneous proletarian initiative in establishing the Soviets, and he would significantly modify the structure of Marxist theory in consequence of this learning. He could do so, if the interpretation put forward here is correct, not in spite of the thesis of consciousness from without, but because of it. The thesis that consciousness must be imported into the spontaneous working class movement from without is a necessary precondition for the importation of proletarian spontaneity into consciousness, into Marxist theory, and consequently for a concrete, and not merely rhetorical, appreciation of the Marxist thesis of proletarian self-emancipation. This struggle of consciousness with spontaneity that was at the same time an opening to spontaneity was not in itself the realization of proletarian hegemony, but it was a necessary condition for its future realization. Consider the alternative: to deny Lenin's thesis is to assert that socialist consciousness is immanent in proletarian spontaneity, that Marxist theory and the spontaneous proletarian experience of the class struggle are, or will come to be, in harmony. But not only would it be exceedingly difficult to explain the existing consciousness of most of the working class consistently with this claim, it would be just as difficult to understand what Marxist theory could possibly learn from mass practice. Thus, it should come as no surprise that Rosa Luxemburg, apostle of proletarian spontaneity and critic of Lenin, could write: Marx, in his scientific creation, has outstripped us as a party of practical fighters. It is not true that Marx no longer suffices for our needs. On the contrary, our needs are not yet adequate for the utilization of Marx's ideas. Though that theory is an incomparable instrument of intellectual culture, it remains unused because, while it is inapplicable to bourgeois class culture, it greatly transcends the needs of the working class in the matter of weapons for the daily struggle. 59. For those who maintain such a view, it must always be possible to attribute divergences between Marxist theory and the working class movement to the failure of the latter, as yet, to embody the consciousness represented by the former. Whether this failure is ascribed to the immaturity of historical conditions, the right or Koski variant, or to the machinations of an opportunistic leadership, the left or Luxemburg variant, is less important than the common assumption of an underlying harmony between Marxist theory and the working class. It is difficult to see what could possibly count as evidence, in the eyes of those who hold this assumption, against this dogmatic view of Marxism. Not to question this assumption is to fail to grasp the theoretical and political necessity for Marxist theory to learn from the masses. When sung to this tune, paeans to proletarian self-emancipation must take on a subtly, but distinctly, paternalistic air. The independent activity of the working class hero will generate anew a consciousness whose design was prefigured by the Marxist intellectuals. This is not the paternalism of the cop or the drill sergeant, but that of the enlightened teacher or social worker. It is paternalism nonetheless because it does not, ultimately, take seriously the independence of the student. So, to return at last to Marx's critique of Feuerbach, who indeed will educate the educator, if not the student? Paradoxically, it is none other than his thesis of consciousness from without that enables Lenin to situate himself, as a Marxist theorist, within the class struggle and so to learn from the proletariat, that is, to change, while his critics elevate Marx's historical theory of society above history and society and thereby make of it a changeless and consequently an incipiently authoritarian dogma. Chapter 5. Dogmatism and Criticism, Freedom in the Class Struggle. The most beautiful of all doubts is when the downtrodden and despondent raise their heads and stop believing in the strength of their oppressors. Therefore, if you praise doubt, do not praise the doubt that is a form of despair. Bertolt Brecht 1. The perplexity of the economists over the practical application of our views in Iskra clearly revealed that we often speak literally in different tongues, whence the need to begin ab ovo in an attempt systematically to clarify all our basic points of difference with all the economists. Thus did Lenin derive his recourse to theory from the very logic of the debate over practical proposals, thus the rationale he presented in the preface to What is to be Done? For devoting a chapter to the fundamental question of the role of social democrats in relation to the spontaneous mass movement. Point 2. But the prior question, the first question of a general nature to be addressed in order to frame the controversy between the two tendencies in Russian social democracy properly, concerned why such an innocent and natural slogan as freedom of criticism should be for us a veritable war cry. Point 3. Lenin's response cannot be understood without realizing that professing oneself critical was recognized in social democratic circles as a mark of sympathy for Bernstein's critique of Marxist dogmatism, and freedom of criticism as a Bernsteinian standard. So the title Lenin gives his first chapter, Dogmatism and Freedom of Criticism, presents the issue, with some irony, in the terms in which his adversaries understood it. Missing the irony, and the substance of Lenin's argument, might facilitate reading the chapter as a simple exercise in dogmatics, a reaction against anyone with the independence to question Marxist theory. Indeed, to the very small extent that the chapter is dealt with in the secondary literature, this impression reigns almost unchallenged. Thus, Bertram Wolfe can claim the whole chapter is one long attack on the very phrase freedom of criticism, for while it represents little more, for Robert Service, than an announcement, without quite saying it in so many words, of Lenin's pride in being considered dogmatic. Point 5. Even Lars Lih, who recognizes that Lenin's position is not illiberal, characterizes the debate as one between tolerance and ideological purity. Point 6. But read with some care, Lenin's argument can be grasped as one long deconstruction of the terms of the debate. Read in the context of the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, it can be shown to be consistent with and even to depend upon a qualified defense of freedom of criticism and to require an account of theory as a guide to action rather than a dogma. The argument about freedom. Lenin sets the scene for his argument by evoking the perplexity that someone might experience when initially confronted by the strange spectacle of one of the party's two controversies between socialists and Democrats making solemn appeals to this principle. He invites the reader to imagine the reaction of an onlooker who has heard this fashionable slogan repeated at every turn but has not yet penetrated the essence of the disagreement, and who is driven to the conclusion that the slogan has been reduced to a mere conventional phrase invoked ritualistically, like a nickname, until its specific sense is lost. He poses the question, have voices been raised in the advanced parties against the constitutional law of the majority of European countries which guarantees freedom to science and scientific investigation? 7. Now, the question is rhetorical, serving to underscore the puzzlement Lenin seeks to evoke. This rhetorical gambit allows Lenin to frame the problem as he understands it. The puzzle is not that the principle of freedom of criticism should be a matter of concern, but what the significance could be of invoking it in the current controversy. The notion of freedom is abstract and therefore protean. Its invocation can only be assessed when it is understood in its context. What Lenin does, in effect, is to pose an alternative for his readers. Either the slogan is advanced in response to a challenge to the very principle of freedom of criticism, or it is invoked in tandem with and in defense of some specific criticism which, it is alleged, is being suppressed. If the former were the case, one would assume the existence of an identifiable challenge, but this possibility is ruled out by the rhetorical character of Lenin's question and by his acknowledgement, in the implied response, of a consensus among the advanced, democratic, socialist, perhaps also liberal, parties as to the desirability of a constitutional norm underwriting freedom of criticism. The appropriateness of a constitutional limitation upon the capacity of the state to set the legal parameters for political debate was not, in Lenin's view, at issue. Nor, for that matter, was the appropriateness of freedom of criticism as a norm governing debate among the advanced parties. The issue, rather, was the appropriateness of the appeal to this norm by one party in the context of a controversy against the other. The issue concerned how the norm of freedom of criticism pertained to the broader controversy. Any judgment on this issue presumes familiarity with the particulars of the debate, its circumstances, and its course. Lenin's argument is developed by an explication of this context. This appeal to context does not imply that the abstract principle of freedom of criticism is irrelevant to his argument, for its acceptance by the parties is one of the defining features of the context. This is to say that Lenin's argument assumes freedom of criticism as a norm governing political debate. And, as we will see, it is not simply assumed as background but positively deployed. There follows a brief polemical survey of Bernstein's challenge to Marxism, the widespread support it could count on among the educated classes, and its first practical fruit in Millerand's acceptance of a ministerial position in a reactionary bourgeois government. If people are to be judged by their actions and by what they actually advocate rather than appearance and self-description, Lenin concludes, then freedom of criticism amounts to freedom to convert social democracy into a democratic party of reform, freedom to introduce bourgeois ideas and bourgeois elements into socialism. 8. The current sovereignty use of the term freedom of criticism, Lenin asserts, is plagued by the same inherent falsehood that informs other appeals to freedom. In the context of capitalism, under the banner of freedom for industry the most predatory wars were waged, under the banner of freedom of labor the working people were robbed. 9. The falsehood inherent in the appeal to freedom is apparent in the latter two cases. Freedom of industry allows the most powerful capitalist concerns to subdue their competitors and the most expansive capitalist countries to bring the others under their competitive sway. The competitive free-for-all is a means whereby one subordinates another to its will, compelled to compete, the latter is forced to be free. Freedom of labor pits workers against each other in competition to sell their labor power. The freedom of each worker individually to sell his or her labor power does not subject one to another, rather, it subjects all workers to the blind workings of their own social relations and thereby to the class of owners of capital. The promise of universality implicit in appeals to freedom is subverted by their insertion in the context of capitalist society. The falsehood of the appeal is inherent in these cases in that the freedoms invoked are constitutive of the social relations of capital and so are self-subverting. In what respect might falsehood in an appeal to freedom of criticism be similarly inherent? One might suppose that implicit in Lenin's analogy is a marketplace of ideas metaphor, along with the suggestion that a competition of ideas is the best way of discovering the truth, and that the falsehood of the appeal lies in the necessarily unequal distribution of the resources requisite to the effective communication of ideas in a marketplace structured by capitalist social relations. But freedom of criticism, unlike freedom of labor, is not constitutive of capitalist social relations, and so it is difficult, especially in terms of the marketplace metaphor, to see how appealing to it could be similarly self-subverting. If the contrast between word and deed invoked by Lenin involves a falsehood, it is unclear what grounds there might be for thinking the falsehood inherent. Lenin does point to a peculiar feature, anomalous in terms of the marketplace of ideas metaphor, in the posture of the critics. Those who are really convinced that they have made progress in science would demand not freedom for the new ideas to continue side by side with the old, but the substitution of the new views for the old. Point 10. The anomaly rests upon the assumption that progress in a marketplace of ideas depends upon the willingness of the competing schools of thought to assert and to defend their ideas as true. It consists in appealing to freedom of criticism while refusing to defend the truth of one's ideas. It consists, that is, in the incongruity of appealing for means, freedom of criticism, justified by reference to an end, pursuit of truth, in apparent disregard of the end. While this may be anomalous, it is unclear that the anomaly is inherent, and neither is it clear what it tells us about the appeal to freedom of criticism. To make sense of the claim that the appeal to freedom of criticism was vitiated by an inherent falsehood, it should be borne in mind that the claim is not made of any or every use of the slogan but of its current sovereignty use, that is, its use in the revisionist controversy in the social democratic movement. Point 11. Once this qualification is recognized, Lenin's claim can be fleshed out in terms of the contention whose truth was, on his account, centrally at issue in the controversy, that the antagonism of class interests between bourgeois and worker was irreconcilable, that it could not be moderated to permit their collaboration in a broader social movement in pursuit of democracy and freedom, and that the political independence of the working class movement was consequently imperative. In appealing for freedom of criticism, the Bernsteinians were claiming political space for debate and hence unity with the Marxists. To appeal to freedom of criticism was thus to raise, implicitly, the issue of freedom of association. The Bernsteinians thus placed themselves on a false political footing, for they could not seek to demonstrate the truth of their own analysis, and hence the falsity of Marxist analysis, without having to confront openly the depth of the differences between them and thus the tenuousness of their claim to political and organizational unity. That this falsehood is indeed inherent in their appeal to freedom of criticism can be shown by examining the relation between freedom of criticism and freedom of association in the context of the class struggle. This Lenin proceeds to do by means of an extended metaphor. We are marching in a compact group along a precipitous and difficult path, firmly holding each other by the hand. We are surrounded on all sides by enemies, and we have to advance almost constantly under their fire. We have combined, by a freely adopted decision, for the purpose of fighting the enemy, and not of retreating into the neighboring marsh, the inhabitants of which, from the very outset, have reproached us with having separated ourselves into an exclusive group and with having chosen the path of struggle instead of the path of conciliation. And now some among us begin to cry out, "Let us go into the marsh." And when we begin to shame them, they retort, "What backward people you are! Are you not ashamed to deny us the liberty to invite you to take a better road?" Oh, yes, gentlemen. You are free not only to invite us, but to go yourselves wherever you will, even into the marsh. In fact, we think that the marsh is your proper place, and we are prepared to render you every assistance to get there. Only let go of our hands, don't clutch at us and don't besmirch the great word freedom, for we too are free to go where we please, free to fight not only against the marsh, but also against those who are turning towards the marsh. 12. The metaphor translates straightforwardly into the language of class struggle. At issue is the cohesion of the compact group, call it the party of struggle, whose adherents have come together freely to prosecute the war against the class enemy. The precipitous and difficult path of struggle leads some of the group to vacillate and to yearn for a haven in the marsh, to join the party of peace and conciliation. And when their invitation to take a better road is rejected by the more steadfast partisans of struggle, the latter are burdened with the additional charge of stifling their critics' freedom to seek to persuade them. Lenin's retort, interestingly, is not to invoke the circumstances of war to dismiss the appeal to freedom but rather to turn the criticism against the critics. They were free, he insists, to seek to persuade, to adopt any political position they wished, but so too were the partisans of struggle free to counter the criticisms and, indeed, free to dissociate themselves from those who would thus importune them. He invokes freedom of association by citing the freely adopted decision that binds the party of struggle and by insisting that the vacillators let go of our hands, don't clutch at us. This appeal to freedom of association is not mere tit for tat. Lenin's point is not that appeals to freedom are vacuous, since either party to a dispute could always make them, for in the same phrase he accuses his critics of besmirching the great word freedom. Recourse to freedom of association allows him not only to undercut the rhetorical force of the critics' appeal to freedom but also to shift the debate to another level of analysis. Implicit in his rhetorical stance is an argument that might be spelled out as follows: an appeal made to the principle of freedom of criticism not by an individual or group against the state, but by one individual or group against another, assumes sufficient unity of purpose between these parties to make debate between them productive, a unity of purpose that is typically more closely knit than the unity supposed by common citizenship. But the possibility, existence, and durability of any such measure of unity are matters about which the interested parties may well disagree. Indeed, the nature or the depth of disagreement on any controversial issue may lead one or other of the parties to call into question an established consensus as to the necessary unity of purpose. But where sufficient unity of purpose is itself in question, the appeal to freedom of criticism merely begs the question, for it implicitly asserts a proposition whose truth is part of what is at issue. The argument is preliminary, it is an argument about how, and how not, to proceed with the argument. It does not suppose agreement with Lenin's position on the substance of the issues at controversy. If one party to a dispute believes that the existence of sufficient unity of purpose to sustain a fruitful debate is questionable, then it is questionable, while recourse to freedom of criticism presumes it is not. In this context, appeal to freedom of criticism can only be a kind of special pleading, whether through confusion or through demagogy, a distraction from the real issues, mere noise. What is more, inasmuch as it insinuates authoritarian ambitions, hence the reaction of Lenin and his Iskra colleagues to it as a veritable war cry, it can serve only to inflame and obscure the debate. Political debate may be restricted by the weight of the law or by lack of access to the means of communication, but also by demagogy, by sheer noise. That this is the thrust of Lenin's argument is confirmed by his comparison of the uncritical paeans to freedom of criticism with Krylev's fable of the two barrels. There go two barrels, one full of wine, the other empty. How quietly the first pulls itself along at a steady pace, while the other just bounces along the road, making a thunderous noise and raising clouds of dust. Hearing it from afar, passers-by scurry aside in alarm. But as loud as that barrel may be, unlike the first, it is of little use to anyone. A man who never stops boasting about his own doings likely holds little sense. The one who really does something is usually sparing of grand phrases. A great man makes noise only in his accomplishments, steadily shaping his deliberations in silence. Point 13. The Bernsteinian appeal to freedom of criticism does contain an inherent falsehood, but is it analogous to the others Lenin cites? In the case of freedom of industry or freedom of labor, the invocation of freedom is constitutively attached to capitalist social relations that simultaneously embody and restrict such freedom. If Lenin's analysis of the appeal to freedom of criticism is construed in terms of the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, then the analogy does hold. It may be so construed if we approach it as follows: whereas the appeal to freedom of criticism invites us to think of political discourse as a conversation between independent individuals, political discourse in capitalist society is structured by the division of society into classes and by the logic of the struggle between them. Individual members of the dominant classes can take the political space, the resources, and the connections necessary to articulate an independent perspective on public affairs as a given. This kind of political space is available to members of the subordinate classes only through forms of association that can serve as a workshop in which independent political perspectives can be hammered out. These forms of association can themselves be constructed only in the teeth of the unrelenting opposition of the dominant classes. This opposition to the independent organization of the working class is a constitutive condition of the social relations of capitalist society. It may assume a multiplicity of forms, but where the appeal to freedom of criticism serves to spirit away the question of the independent organization of the working class and, by implication, the reality of class domination, it operates as one of them. This use of freedom of criticism imposes upon the workers the discursive context and standards of the propertied classes. Thus understood, Lenin's analysis of the appeal to freedom of criticism takes the form of an immanent critique. It assumes a moral consensus on the desirability of norms underwriting freedom of criticism but seeks to show that, in the context of the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, the very recourse to freedom of criticism may undermine the conditions of effective political voice. The argument about theory. The preceding argument sets the stage for Lenin's response to his polemical adversaries' invocation of the theme of freedom of criticism as a condition for organizational unity, not as a theoretical postulate but as a political demand. Point 14 Criticizing as a shallow analogy Iskra's comparison of the then current controversy between Marxists and revisionists with the struggle between Jacobins and Girondins during the French Revolution. Boris Khrushchevsky, the editor of Rebochi Dello and at one time a friend and colleague of Rosa Luxemburg 15, sought to downplay the division within the socialist movement, the socialist movement in its entirety, in all of its diverse forms, including the most pronounced Bernsteinians, stands on the basis of the class interests of the proletariat and its class struggle for political and economic emancipation. Point 16 Lenin uses this statement as context for Khrushchevsky's proclamation that for a durable unity there must be freedom of criticism. Point 17 His response to Khrushchevsky demonstrates that the logic of his dissection of the appeal to freedom of criticism on the international stage applies a fortiori in the Russian context. But it also brings in more prominently the other aspect of the problem posed by the chapter, the treatment of Marxist theory as dogma, deconstructing it and turning it around against its proponents. Where, instead of elaborating and defending the inescapably controversial assertion that even the most pronounced Bernsteinians base their position on the proletarian class struggle, Khrushchevsky frames the question of party unity in terms of a contrast between the tolerant Germans and the intolerant French. Lenin is able to return the accusation of shallowness. He does suggest, since the Milrand ministry was the first independent venture of the Bernsteinian orientation into practice, that the French experience is of particular importance. He also cites German party resolutions to show that while opinions may differ as to the expediency of any one of the methods employed to reject Bernsteinism, that the German party did reject Bernsteinism on 2 occasions is a fact no one can fail to see. Point 18 Lenin's concern, however, is neither to exculpate the French for their intolerance nor to stiffen the laxity of the Germans, but to reframe the terms in which the question is posed. He uses the occasion to instruct Khrushchevsky on the necessity of a comparative account of national historical experiences to explain and assess German unity and French disunity. The social and political substance of the very same tendency reveals itself in a variety of ways according to national peculiarities. Point 19 The thrust of Lenin's point is to stress not only the ability to discern the underlying identity of a tendency amidst varying particulars but also the importance of identifying its varying forms of appearance so as to be able to deal with it appropriately in accordance with its form and context. It sets up his claim that discussing freedom of criticism as a condition for social democratic unity in Russia presupposes an analysis of the particular form and context of Russian Bernsteinism, thus it leads into his own analysis of this phenomenon. Further, it enables him to take Rebochi Dello to task for copying the most recent German resolution on revisionism and, foreshadowing a move that will emerge in more general form in the sequel, to turn the accusation of dogmatism against its authors, instead of freedom of criticism, slavish, worse, ape-like, imitation, 20 that the very beginning of the spontaneous working class movement and of the turn of progressive public opinion towards Marxism was marked by the peculiar phenomenon of legal Marxism was what, in Lenin's telling, principally distinguished Russian Bernsteinism. 21 The Tsarist censors' exclusive preoccupation with the dated threat of revolutionary populism allowed Marxist ideas to find expression, albeit in judiciously Aesopian language, in legally available publications. Legal Marxism was a combination of manifestly heterogeneous elements under a common flag to fight an obsolete social and political worldview. Revolutionary Marxist analyses of the class contradictions of capitalist development, together with liberal modernism stressing in Marxist garb an essentially bourgeois critique of populist nostalgia. 22 This alliance permitted a rapid victory over populism in progressive public opinion and the spread of Marxist ideas even if in vulgarist form. The alliance was broken not because the legal Marxists turned out to be bourgeois Democrats, but because their turn toward Bernsteinism, by obscuring the difference between bourgeois and socialist orientations, effectively denied a necessary condition for the alliance, the opportunity for Marxists to unveil the antagonism of class interests. While Bernstein's work circulated freely, recommended to workers by the police head of the state-sponsored monarchist union movement, and these post-Marxist critics could count on a near monopoly in the legal literature to dispute, in the name of socialism, the irreconcilable antagonism of class contradictions, any Marxist riposte could be delivered only within the confines of the underground. 23 The confusion was compounded by the absence of public party ties and party traditions and by a national political culture lacking any conception of party honor, exemplified in the critics' unwillingness to acknowledge a party connection as well as by the lack of a generally recognized party body that could restrict freedom of criticism, if only by counsel. 24 The legal Marxists' breach of the alliance was tantamount, in Lenin's view, to bourgeois democracy's denial of socialism's right to independence and, consequently, of its right to existence. In practice it meant a striving to convert the nascent working class movement into an appendage of the liberals. 25 The critical trend was mirrored and complemented by the economist turn among social democratic activists, marked by an inability to grasp a connection between the invention of doctrinaires and the practical business of the working class movement and consequently by genuine impatience with all theoretical controversies, factional disagreements, broad political questions. 26 Thus, Lenin contextualizes Khrushchevsky's claim that all the diverse forms of the socialist movement rest upon the proletarian class struggle. The postulate of an underlying unity of purpose amongst all those who claim affiliation with socialism underwrites the view that openness to this diversity is a necessary condition for the movement to flourish and for its unity to endure amidst the widely varying circumstances of political practice. The real danger to the unity of the movement is represented by the imposition of a theoretical straitjacket upon the diversity of socialist forms and experiences. The appeal to freedom of criticism amounted not to a call for debate between contending views but to something like a shot in a guerrilla war against theoretical dogma. In this sense the Russian advocates of freedom of criticism display a paradoxical fear of criticism. Lenin's analysis of their appeal thus converges with his critique of spontaneism and morphs into a defense of the role of theory in revolutionary practice. Before turning to Lenin's discussion of theory, however, it will be helpful to recall just what was at stake in his sketch of the context of the controversy in Russia. The issue was not the terms of unity of the Russian Social Democrats but the preliminary or second-order question of the appropriate parameters of debate over unity, in particular the significance of the appeal to freedom of criticism in that debate and of Khrushchevsky's claim that it was a necessary condition for unity. Lenin concludes his sketch with the claim that it shows a glaring contradiction between the call for freedom of criticism and the specific character of Russian criticism and economism. The sketch illustrates, first, the fact of disagreement as to the existence of sufficient commonality of purpose to sustain associational unity and thereby, by the argument previously advanced, that the appeal to freedom of criticism is at best irrelevant and perhaps counterproductive to the professed aims of the discussion. It underscores, second, the peculiar irony of an appeal to freedom of criticism directed against revolutionary Marxists in circumstances that place them at a particular disadvantage in the debate. It allows Lenin, third, to frame Rebochi Dello's replication of a German party resolution as indicating an inability to discern a course of action adapted to the particular context of action, suggesting that the accusation of dogmatism might more appropriately be addressed to those who can't grasp theory as a guide to action. Thus, when Lenin reiterates the call of the Iskra editorial board, before we can unite, and in order that we may unite, we must first of all draw firm and definite lines of demarcation. 27, it is not to be understood as a declaration that the criteria of unity are already given and that to question them is to invite exclusion. Part and parcel of Lenin's argument was the contention that determining whether unity is possible and what forms it might take requires not only a clarification of the aims of unity but also analysis of the particular circumstances. He finds the German position, rejecting revisionism without excluding the revisionists, plausible in context if not compelling. The call to draw lines of demarcation was initially issued as an invitation to an open and all-embracing discussion of the fundamental questions of principle and tactics without which our unity will be purely fictitious, and will conceal the prevailing confusion and hinder its radical elimination. 28 Ideological unity around the political project of proletarian hegemony could not simply reflect the descriptions political actors give themselves. The political orientation of an actor, an organization, a policy, an argument is always subject to an objective logic of social relations and to a strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony. To draw lines of political demarcation is thus to analyze the circumstances of the struggle theoretically and to impose the categories of the resulting analysis upon other actors. But on the assumption, shared by the participants to the controversy, of the desirability of a constitutional norm guaranteeing freedom of criticism, the act of drawing lines of demarcation poses no threat to those who take a stand outside the lines, for they can criticize from where they are. As an assertion of theoretical underpinnings for the exercise of freedom of association, it precludes debate neither within the association nor between its members and others. Indeed, by setting parameters of debate that contribute to the purposes of the association, it may clarify the nature and implications of its purposes for those outside the lines and thereby shift the terms of broader political debates. Beneath Rebochi Dello's protests against ossification of thought and the reign of dogmatism in the name of freedom of criticism, Lenin diagnosed unconcern and helplessness with regard to the development of theoretical thought. 29 Rebochi Dello's inability to orient itself theoretically amidst changed circumstances and new problems did not indicate adherence to an alternative theory but its freedom from all integral and pondered theory. 30 Enacting a political project across changing circumstances requires an ability to evaluate and respond to the changes independently. The theory this calls for is not one applied by rote or seized upon piecemeal in an emergency, but one understood thoroughly enough to be adapted comfortably to the shifting requirements of practice. The importance of theory for revolutionary politics was enhanced for the Russian Marxists by three circumstances. First, the party was still in the process of formation and had yet to define its identity with respect to competing revolutionary tendencies. Second, to assimilate the experiences of more established working-class movements in other countries, the young party required the theoretical and political capacity to treat these experiences critically and to test them independently. Third, the tasks imposed by the struggle against the Tsarist autocracy were unprecedented for a socialist party, and the role of vanguard fighter can be fulfilled only by a party that is guided by the most advanced theory. 31 With the emergence of the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, the status, the place and function, of the materialist conception of history in Lenin's thought shifts. It comes to function increasingly as a research program rather than an accomplished theory, as a guiding thread rather than a general historico-philosophical theory. By taking some distance from the temptation of premature theoretical and practical synthesis, or closure, by tarrying with the negative, as Hegel might say, in examining the experience of the struggle for hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution through the optic of Marxist theory, the optic itself can be opened up to that experience and reoriented where necessary in its light, extended and transformed. The emergence of the logic of hegemony can be thought of as opening up a practical and conceptual space for exploring the antinomies of the struggle for hegemony in Marxist theory. It signals a shift in the relation of theory and practice. The requisite theory can serve as a guide to action and is consequently capable of being developed in the course of the struggle for hegemony, taking cues from practical experience and from the disputes over principle, tactics, organization, and so on that arise inevitably in the course of practical activity. Factional polemics are, or at least can be, a means of theoretical development. As Lenin would later write, one cannot develop new views other than through polemics. 32 The distinction between what is theoretically significant and what is of merely occasional interest becomes, accordingly, relative to the logic of the class struggle and the struggle for hegemony. Theory may be understood, following Koski and some of Lenin's own earlier formulations, as implying a search for uniformity and regularity, for the universal and the homogeneous amidst diverse particulars. If practical activity, inasmuch as it always has a particular aim, is thought to stand in contrast to theory thus understood, Hegel can serve to remind us that this very particularity is a universal aspect of activity. In this sense, an orientation to the particularity of the situation may, if it drives an effort to synthesize diverse determinations of the situation, take on theoretical significance. In this sense, the concrete analysis of the concrete situation is an aspect of practical wisdom. It is a feature of every conjuncture of the class struggle that there will be a next conjuncture, shaped by the logic of the struggle as it emerges from the current one. The accumulated experience of the working class movement requires critical assessment and independent testing in light of newly encountered circumstances and tasks. Indeed, one's own course of action may so transform the conjuncture as to call, in virtue of either its failure or its success, for critical reassessment of its guiding assumptions. On the logic of Lenin's argument, it cannot be excluded that such reassessment may involve reconceptualizing the commonality of purpose that underlies the appropriate terms of political unity in the class struggle. Thus the logic of the development of Marxist theory itself calls for a critical posture, a posture of openness to criticism, while at the same time it implies that the parameters of criticism appropriate to the political project of the vanguard of the proletariat are subject to change in accordance with the conjuncture. Conversely, where commonality of political purpose is simply assumed and the parameters of political identity are thereby taken as given, the openness of the political project to critical reassessment and its potential fecundity as a research program are correspondingly limited. With Marxist orthodoxy, the self-understanding of Marxist theory as the resolution of the contradictions of socialism and the class struggle and the implication of an underlying harmony between the Marxist Party and the working class movement constitute the assumption of givenness. Koski, of course, was no less insistent than Lenin that Marxism be developed in the light of new circumstances and of the emerging experience of the working class movement. But inasmuch as the givenness of Koski's political optic, the political project of the SPD, constrained and inhibited accurate recognition of potential challenges to its parameters and consequently an accurate assessment of the potential impact of new circumstances or emergent experience, the implications of experience were implicitly filtered according to its assumptions. Only when coupled with recognition of a contradiction between Marxist theory and the spontaneous working class movement, hence of Marxist theory as itself an object of and in the class struggle, could practical political attempts to grapple with the contradictory unity of popular alliance and struggle and the phenomena of working class unity and division begin to be integrated, slowly and unevenly, with the theory of historical materialism, and an account of the struggle for proletarian hegemony that coheres with the tenets of historical materialism begin to be worked out. Because Lenin construes consciousness both in terms of Marxist theory and with reference not only to intentionality, the socialist aim of the struggle, but also to its reflexivity, hence as responsive to its changing context and consequently reflective of the whole process whereby the aim is concretized and transformed, the reflection of these contradictions in consciousness is decisive. The terms of the issue as posed at the beginning of Lenin's chapter, dogmatism and freedom of criticism, emerge from his polemic thoroughly transformed. What is really at issue, if Lenin is read attentively, is the relation of theory and practice, the deployment of Marxist theory as a guide to action for the political project of the working class movement, and the further development of theory through criticism engaged with the project and through the practical experience of struggle. Chapter 6. Two orientations to hegemony, Mensheviks and Bolsheviks. Our struggle cannot be understood at all unless the concrete circumstances of each battle are studied. But once that is done, we see clearly that development does indeed proceed dialectically, by way of contradictions. Genuine dialectics does not justify the errors of individuals, but studies the inevitable turns, proving that they were inevitable by a detailed study of the process of development in all its concreteness. One of the basic principles of dialectics is that there is no such thing as abstract truth, truth is always concrete. Vladimir Lenin 1. The very gist, the living soul of Marxism, a concrete analysis of a concrete situation. Vladimir Lenin 2. The first Congress of the RSDLP, held in Minsk in March 1898, gave the movement a program that reflected the aspiration to hegemony in the democratic revolution, but after political police apprehended the Congress participants, it was left without an authoritative organizational embodiment of this aspiration. There followed a period of impetuous but chaotic growth of the social democratic movement. Local circles of intellectuals and workers formed spontaneously, in isolation from one another and from the historical experience and theoretical development of the movement as a whole, flourishing briefly before the political police broke them up. The prevalent amateurish or handicraft Kustarny methods of political work characteristic of these circles formed the practical context for the emergence of the economist tendency. The campaign against economism waged by Lenin, Plekhanov, and their colleagues on the editorial board of Iskra, the spark culminated in the Second Congress of the RSDLP, held in Brussels and London in July, August, 1903. As a result of this campaign, the majority of delegates identified themselves with the Iskra organization. The RSDLP was to be organized, accordingly, as a Marxist vanguard party aiming to lead the working class in the struggle for hegemony. But just as the Congress marked the triumph of Iskra, that is, of the strategic orientation of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution, a split of historic significance opened in its ranks. The divergence between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks arose suddenly and unexpectedly in the midst of the Congress. None of the participants was fully clear as to its genesis or its import. Even the principal actors saw it unfold hazily amidst the uncertainties and confusion of political struggle. Apparently turning upon minutiae of the party rules and issues of personnel, its genesis might seem to consist of nothing more than a clash of personal loyalties and antipathies in the struggle for power and position. This sort of explanation does not, however, fit the character of the antagonists and is out of all proportion with what ensued from their antagonism. The split sparked charges from each camp that the other had abdicated basic principles of Marxism, but identifying the principles involved without doing an injustice to the adverse position is not a straightforward business. In this chapter I will argue that the split between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks cannot be understood apart from the unresolved problems of the struggle for proletarian hegemony and the tensions that beset orthodox Marxists' attempts to reckon with them. If the account of the situation of Marxism in Russia proposed above is accurate, it follows that once the strategic orientation of proletarian hegemony was to be embodied in authoritative institutions and practices, the equivocation at its core would translate into political conflict. The two aspects of the Congress, organizational consolidation and political division, thus need to be understood in conjunction. In line with the politico-strategic logic at work in what is to be done, Lenin oriented himself toward the Congress and the party organization that was to emerge from it as a prolongation of the struggle against economism. The future Mensheviks reacted to this stance and to the proposals in which it was expressed as a series of uncomradely provocations. Their reaction was expressed, at first gropingly, but more reflectively as the factional struggle continued, in their own distinctive stance toward political agency. In retrospect, what had earlier seemed mere differences of nuance between Lenin's formulations and those of his erstwhile colleagues on the editorial board of Iskra would take on a new and ominous significance. Through the course of these factional struggles, two distinct stances on working-class political agency and, consequently, two distinct orientations toward the struggle for proletarian hegemony would emerge in opposition to each other. The Mensheviks would come to emphasize the expressive aspect of proletarian political agency. For them, the self-emancipation of the proletariat consisted essentially of forms of political activity in which workers asserted their class character in practical confrontation with bourgeois political actors. Thus expressing their independence in practical forms, the workers would grow in self-confidence and political self-consciousness. Indeed, the identification of appropriate forms of activity was constrained, independently of the exigencies of the politico-strategic conjuncture, by this imperative to proletarian education through self-activity. Self-activity and such cognate notions as consciousness and hegemony were implicitly construed by reference to an ideal of individual autonomy and self-emancipation. If proletarian agency was expressive, the politics of the struggle for proletarian hegemony might well be characterized as a kind of enlightened pedagogy. The sense of agency at work in Lenin's interventions was, by contrast, essentially strategic, centered on the struggle over state power in accordance with the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony that subtended the thesis of consciousness from without in what is to be done. Framed in these terms, proletarian agency is appropriately assessed through its effect upon the strategic context, and proletarian independence figures as organized, hence essentially collective, class struggle in this strategic context. What counts as proletarian self-activity, self-emancipation, self-education, and self-consciousness is, accordingly, to be construed in terms of class struggle, refracted through the strategic logic of the political struggle for hegemony and modified by the requirements of successive political conjunctures. These two orientations took on definition as contending ways to make sense of the growing divergence, and to justify one or the other side in it, only in the course of a series of disagreements over practical measures to organize the nascent party and implement the agreed direction of proletarian hegemony in Russia's bourgeois democratic revolution. To understand the two sides and their opposition, it is necessary to trace their emergence through some of the practical minutiae of the factional struggle. The argument of this chapter begins by acknowledging the Iskra consensus on the organizational proposals of what is to be done, while noting the concurrent recognition of differences in the formulation of their rationale. The advent and intensification of disagreement among the principles of Iskra is followed through the Congress and its aftermath, with attention to Lenin's strategic stance. The Menshevik orientation to proletarian political agency and, consequently, to proletarian hegemony was articulated by Axelrod and the young Trotsky as a way of understanding, and intervening in, the factional struggle. It also shaped Rosa Luxemburg's critique of Lenin. When Lenin's rebuttal is read in terms of the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, it becomes possible to contrast the two stances on hegemony, to trace them to the equivocations in the strategic orientation of proletarian hegemony, and to clarify their mutual misunderstandings. Conversely, the controversy and split between Mensheviks and Bolsheviks demonstrates in concrete fashion the implication of the politico-strategic logic of Lenin's analysis that nothing, not even the inner sanctum of the Marxist Party, is out of play in the struggle for hegemony. When leading figures from the social democratic underground in Russia concluded an agreement with the Group for the Emancipation of Labor to publish and distribute an illegal revolutionary newspaper, Iskra the Spark, it was with a view to overcoming the disarray of the social democratic movement and rebuilding the RSDLP around the project of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. To this end, the editorial board's inaugural declaration carried an announcement of ideological war against economism. Before we can unite, and in order that we may unite, we must first of all draw firm and definite lines of demarcation. Open polemics, conducted in full view of all Russian social democrats and class-conscious workers, are necessary and desirable in order to clarify the depth of existing differences. Point 3. The following statement from Martov's pen exemplifies the Iskra standpoint. The struggle between the critics and orthodox Marxists is really the first chapter of a struggle for political hegemony between the proletariat and bourgeois democracy. In the uprising of the bourgeois intelligentsia against proletarian hegemony we see, hidden under an ideological mask, the class struggle of the advanced section of bourgeois society against the revolutionary proletariat. The economists are attempting to turn the proletariat into an instrument of the bourgeoisie. By restricting it to the immediate economic struggle, they are preventing it from developing its own political program, from becoming an independent political force, and consequently from entering into conflicts with the liberals. Point 4. Understanding the challenge presented by economism in this way, Martov was drawn to the same organizational conclusion as Lenin, that it was incumbent upon Iskra to organize the movement from the top down so as to ensure the careful selection and training of its members. Point 5. When we speak of organization, we literally speak in different tongues. Point 6. Thus, with more prescience than he could have imagined, did Lenin introduce the organizational recommendations of what is to be done? Economists might agree with revolutionary Marxists about the importance of organization, but the appropriate form of organization would essentially depend upon the content of its activity. Point 7. If social democratic politics were equated with the economic struggle against the employers and the government, it would assume the form of a trade union organization, as broad as possible and as public as conditions will allow. But if it encompassed the struggle for proletarian leadership of all the popular and democratic forces in overthrowing the autocracy, it would call for the arts of the professional revolutionary in combating the political police and, consequently, for an organization of revolutionaries, not very extensive and as secret as possible, in which distinctions between workers and intellectuals are of no account. Point 8. In a country where even trade union activities are illegal, Lenin asserted, a durable organization of revolutionaries would constitute the foundation necessary to ensure the stability of the movement as a whole through turbulent conditions and to carry out the aims both of social democracy and of trade unions proper. Secretly connected through the organization of revolutionaries, nuclei of the most reliable and experienced workers could, without formal organization, elections, or even a list of members, secure the widest support of the masses and perform all the functions of a trade union organization, and could do so, moreover, in a manner desirable to social democracy. Point 9. The opposite contention, he maintained, rested upon a confusion of the philosophical and social historical question of the depth of the roots of the movement with the technical and organizational question of the best method of combating the gendarmes. Point 10. Under autocratic rule, secrecy is such a necessary condition for an organization of revolutionaries that all the other conditions, number and selection of members, functions, etc., must be made to conform to it. Point 11. However, a distinction must be drawn between the secret organization and the movement. Centralization of the most secret functions in an organization of revolutionaries will not diminish, but rather increase the extent and enhance the quality of the activity of a large number of other organizations that are intended for a broad public and are therefore as loose and non-secret as possible, such as workers' trade unions, workers' self-education circles, and circles among all other sections of the population, etc., etc. 12. The movement suffered from a dearth of activists in the midst of an abundance of potential recruits. By parceling out the various detailed functions, for example, reading, supplying information, and writing for, and even distributing the illegal press, and distributing them among different detail workers, much of the work of the movement could be rendered relatively innocuous, and almost cease to be secret work, thus dramatically reducing the danger involved and facilitating the participation of the many who would never become professional revolutionaries. But specialization of function implies centralization, in order not to break up the movement while breaking up its functions and in order to imbue the people who carry out the detailed functions with the conviction that their work is necessary and important, without which they will never do the work. It is necessary to have a strong organization of tried revolutionaries. Point 13. The division of labor figures here as part and parcel of an argument from the conditions of autocratic rule to the need for secrecy in order to promote widespread participation in the revolutionary movement, not as a separate argument for the efficiency of organizational centralism. Iskra was to be the vehicle of revolutionary organization, Here is no other way of training strong political organizations except through the medium of an all-Russian newspaper. Point 14. This training consisted of more than the editors impressing upon their readers the need to construct the kind of organization capable of leading the proletarian struggle for hegemony in the democratic revolution. The organizational significance of the newspaper was far more integral. Not only would it propagate Marxist analysis and argument on the struggle in Russia, forging ideological unity among revolutionaries, not only would it agitate in support of every protest and every outbreak against the autocracy, drawing new forces to the social democratic cause, the very work of researching, writing, publishing and distributing the newspaper would organize those who carried it out. A newspaper is not only a collective propagandist and a collective agitator but also a collective organizer. In this respect it may be compared to the scaffolding erected around a building under construction. It marks the contours of the structure and facilitates communication between builders, permitting them to distribute the work and to view the common results achieved by their organized labor. Point 15. The practice of revolutionary journalism is no bookish occupation that might isolate its practitioners from the masses but an exclusive engagement in all-sided and all-embracing political agitation, i.e., precisely in work that brings closer and merges into a single whole the elemental destructive force of the masses and the conscious destructive force of the organization of revolutionaries. Point 16. Whereas Blanquism restricted political struggle to the dimensions of a conspiracy, in what is to be done, conspiratorial organization is organically connected in its very conception to the working class movement and to mass political struggle. The need for an organization of professional revolutionaries to lead the Russian working class movement was the brunt of Lenin's argument, but he did not specify how the distinction between party and movement, consciousness and spontaneity, was to be drawn in organizational practice. The contemporary import of what is to be done did not lie in an organizational blueprint but in the effort it represented to work out the organizational implications of the Iskra project of proletarian hegemony. As such it was well received, despite some reservations, by Lenin's fellow editors. Patrusov wrote to Lenin, "I've read your little book twice running and straight through and I can only congratulate its author. The general impression is superlative." 17. According to the Menshevik historian Theodor Dan, this expressed the general attitude to Lenin's work of all members of the editorial board and the closest contributors to Iskra. 18. What reservations there were pertained to his handling of spontaneity and consciousness. Patrusov tempered his enthusiasm with the concern that somewhere in the struggle against spontaneity, the author has overshot the mark in the direction of consciousness. 19. Russian Marxists since Plekhanov had relied upon socialist consciousness to resolve the paradoxes of the social democratic strategy of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. The idea that objective and subjective aspects of the class struggle developed unevenly was thus no innovation in Russian Marxist circles. It was acknowledged even by economists. 20. And while uneven development may have stretched the logic of Marxist orthodoxy, it did not break the essential harmony postulated by orthodoxy between objective and subjective aspects of the socialist movement, between the working class and Marxism. In what is to be done, however, this harmony was relegated from premise to potential conclusion. It figured only as an object of political struggle. What distinguished Lenin's formulations from those of his fellow editors was just this, dialectical subordination of harmony to struggle and contradiction. The insistence of Plekhanov, Axelrod, Martov, et.al., upon the conscious leadership of the revolutionary bacillum always relied upon the assumption of an implicit harmony with the spontaneous working class movement. 21. Patrusov complained to Lenin, "You stress too much the outside influence, which undoubtedly exists in the history of socialism, but which comes to meet the general negation of the social structure that already exists within the working class." 22. Axelrod and Plekhanov expressed similar reservations in correspondence with each other, and it seems that Axelrod also raised them obliquely with Lenin himself. 23. But none of the Iskra editors pressed the point. Perhaps because the difference could easily be read as one of emphasis, without obvious practical implications. When economist delegates to the Second Congress tried to counterpose Lenin and his fellow editors on just this point, the Iskra team closed ranks. But later, after his political break with the nascent Bolshevik trend, Plekhanov asserted with characteristic heavy-handedness his opposition to what is to be done. On these very grounds, point 24, in light of the urgent practical imperative to rebuild the RSDLP, what seemed mere differences of emphasis or formulation were overridden by the programmatic agreement forged by Iskra around the strategic project of proletarian hegemony in the democratic revolution. These differences, especially different formulations of the relation between spontaneity and consciousness, assume a more compelling significance when they are grasped in the context of the ambiguities that plagued attempts by Russian Marxists to theorize this hegemonic project, and it is only by examining the debate over the organization of the vanguard party of the working class in this context that it is possible to make sense of the split between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. The Congress and the split. The unity of the Iskra camp held, despite some wavering, through the first half of the Congress. The Iskra draft program escaped intact from skirmishes with representatives of the Jewish Workers' Bund and with the handful of economist delegates. Dissension surfaced during the 22nd session in the debate over the first article of the party rules, the definition of membership. The Rules Commission was so divided over the formulation of this article that it submitted the difference to the Congress. According to Lenin's original draft, a member of the RSDLP is one who accepts its program and supports the party by personal participation in one of the party organizations. Point 25. Unhappy with what he saw as the narrowness and inflexibility of this formulation, Martov submitted an alternative version, defining a member as one who accepts the party's program, supports the party financially, and renders it regular personal assistance under the direction of one of its organizations. Point 26. The difference between the two versions, whether a member must belong to a party organization or simply work under its supervision, may not appear to be of great consequence, but this debate occupied the Congress for 2 sessions and takes up 20 pages in the minutes. Point 27. Axelrod opened a case for Martov's formulation by proposing a distinction between the concepts of party and organization. Invoking revolutionary tradition, he claimed that both Zemlya I Volia and Narodnaya Volia recognized as members of the party people who, without belonging to the organization, assisted the cause. Martov set the distinction in the context of the class struggle. The party organization is the flywheel that sets in motion the work of the party in our sense of the word. For me, a conspiratorial organization only has meaning when it is enveloped by a broad social democratic working class party. Point 28. Lenin denied that party organizations had to consist exclusively of professional revolutionaries but insisted upon a strict demarcation between party and class. The party must be only the vanguard, the leader of the vast mass of the working class, the whole of which, or nearly the whole, works under the direction of the party organizations, but the whole of which does not and should not belong to the party. Point 29. It might appear that the issue was merely terminological, but underlying the incongruity between these distinctions was a tension, as yet unfocused but already palpable, between two ways of construing political agency and, consequently, two ways of rendering the interaction between vanguard and masses in the process of class struggle. Implicit in Martov's argument was the assumption that once the conscious vanguard had been organized, the very logic of the workers' class position would align them with it. We are those who give conscious expression to an unconscious process. We could only rejoice if every striker, every demonstrator, answering for his actions, could proclaim himself a party member. Point 30. Martov and his supporters urged on behalf of his formulation its adaptability to the demands of life. Any rigid distinction between party and class would be bureaucratic, formalistic, simply unworkable. LIFE will assert itself and the Central Committee, in order not to leave a multitude of organizations outside the party, will have to legitimize them despite their not quite reliable character. 31. The alleged adaptability of Martov's formulation, Lenin charged, was simply camouflage for a lack of clarity that created the potential for confusion. Pavlovic, P.A. Krasikov, put the same point more sharply when he accused Martov of an anarchistic conception that would permit irresponsible persons, individuals who could not effectively be held accountable because they did not belong to a party organization, to enroll themselves in the party. 32. Only his own formulation, Lenin claimed, defines at all exactly the conception of a member of the party. 33 And this clarity of definition gave the economist Brauchera, Lydia Maknovets, who championed the widespread adoption of the elective principle in party affairs, a paradoxical reason to prefer Lenin's draft, for ambiguity as to the eligibility of voters would render authoritative elections untenable and democratic accountability impossible. Lenin's centralism was not, yet, democratic, but neither was democracy its antithesis, for both centralism and democracy require the effective exercise of authority. Though opponents would later construe this debate as counterposing democracy and bureaucracy, Lenin read it as pitting centralism, or the effective exercise of authority, against adaptability or, Martov's word, elasticity. The object of Lenin's formulation was precisely to assign control over membership to the Central Committee. We need the most diverse organizations of all types, ranks, and shades. But endorsement by the Central Committee is an essential condition for a party organization to be considered such. 34 Centralist control over the admission of organizations would render membership unambiguous or at least indisputable. The point of a clear definition of organizational relations of authority and accountability was to permit effective control over the activity of the vanguard party and thus enable the conscious vanguard to act coherently and effectively upon the spontaneous movement of the class struggle. Seen in this light, the elasticity of Martov's version was a source not only of confusion, but of potential political weakness. In the period of the party's life which we are now passing through, the restoration of party unity with the prospect of growing numbers of new recruits of uncertain commitment, it is just this elasticity that opens the door to all the elements of confusion, vacillation, and opportunism. 35 A similar point was made by Plekhanov, who regarded Lenin's draft as a bulwark against opportunism and would throw in his lot with the Mensheviks only some months later. But while he located the source of the problem among the intellectuals whose bourgeois individualism he contrasted with the discipline of the workers, 36 Lenin indicated that the danger was more pervasive, found not only in the intelligentsia but in the working class too. 37 This line of argument appeared to adherents of Martov's draft as a misguided obsession with rules to the detriment of reality. A Camus of Vladimir Maknovets professed himself confident that the realities of life will, nevertheless, force their way into our party organization. 38 Kostrov, Noa Zherdanya, noted that the rules exist for life, life does not exist for the rules. 39 Trotsky did not know that one could exorcise opportunism by means of rules. I think that opportunism is produced by more complex causes. 40 But whatever force this rebuttal possessed was dependent upon the assumption of eventual harmony between working class reality and social democratic consciousness, an assumption that Lenin was ready to question. Since the terrain of working class reality was traversed and shaped by the politico-strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony, Lenin's concern was, by whatever means necessary, including party rules, to secure the most advantageous position possible for one political tendency, revolutionary Marxism, to conduct this struggle against other tendencies, the shape and focus of whose contrary efforts could be anticipated only in part. In the event, life did assert itself and, with the voting support of the majority of Iskra's opponents, Martov's article was approved by the Congress, 28-22. This voting pattern reinforced Lenin's concern about a drift toward opportunism in the party, but the balance of forces shifted when the economist delegates Akamov and Martynov and the representatives of the Jewish Social Democratic Bund, all of whom had sided with Martov, withdrew from the Congress. It was not the debate over the membership clause, but the elections to the central institutions of the party, that precipitated the split in the ranks of the Iskra organization. With a view to transforming the status of the Iskra editorial board from literary circle to official party institution and enhancing the effective administration of the newspaper, Lenin had already, prior to the Congress, circulated a plan for reconstituting the board by electing two trios, a three-member central committee and three editors for the central organ. In the context of the newly emergent tensions within the Iskra camp, this plan assumed a new and politically explosive significance. Its adoption by the Congress marked the RSDLP's division into Bolsheviks, the majority, and Mensheviks, the minority. Martov and his adherents saw in Lenin's plan, and in the accompanying nomination of an editorial board comprised of Lenin, Plekhanov, and Martov, and dispensing with Axelrod, Patrusov, and Zasulich, not a recipe for efficient administration but a struggle for influence on the Central Committee. Rather than establishing normal conditions for political work, with the election of the new editorial board the Congress continued and even stepped up the state of siege in the party, with its exceptional laws against particular groups that had been created in the course of the struggle against economism. 41 Lenin's rejoinder indicates that the context and terms of the disagreement had shifted since the debate over the membership clause. All the activity of Iskra has up to now been a struggle for influence, as a separate group, but now it is something more, a matter of organizational consolidation of this influence. Comrade Martov is absolutely right. The step we have taken is undoubtedly a major political step, testifying that one of the trends which have now taken shape has been chosen for the future work of our party. We not only can but must create a state of siege in relation to unstable and vacillating elements, and the whole system of centralism which the Congress has now approved is nothing but a state of siege with regard to the so numerous sources of political diffuseness. 42. Refusing to acknowledge the chosen trend, Martov and the other Mensheviks would not cooperate in the work of the Central Party institutions and launched a campaign to overturn the Bolshevik decisions of the Congress. The Menshevik boycott signified to Lenin the recrudescence of Kustarnikistvo, the narrow circle spirit that sustained economism. Thus, although each side acknowledged from the beginning the political importance of the split, at the same time each hurled accusations of personal interest, grasping for power or place hunting, at the other. 43 A cacophony of personal ambition, fear and sensitivity, jealousy and loyalty was intertwined with the sense that fundamental differences of political principle were somehow at work in the split, making it difficult to formulate an account of the split in terms that do not beg the questions at issue. An account that turns on accusations of betrayal, of an originally agreed upon position, is of little use when the position originally agreed upon, the strategic orientation of proletarian hegemony, is riven with ambiguity. A plausible account must be able to make sense of the stance of each side without dismissing or demonizing either. George Lukács locates the political root of the split in the dispute over the definition of a party member, whether or not it was essential for members to devote themselves wholeheartedly to party work and to submit to the most rigorous party discipline. The Bolshevik concept of party organization involved the selection of a group of single-minded revolutionaries, prepared to make any sacrifice, from the more or less chaotic mass of the class as a whole. 44. The fact that the Fourth Unity Congress of the RSDLP, held in 1906 and dominated by the Mensheviks, voted to adopt Lenin's original definition is difficult to reconcile with a literal reading of Lukács's claim. The emphasis he places upon the single-minded devotion of revolutionaries suggests the real thrust of his argument, that Lenin's definition was the juridical expression and the Bolshevik organization the institutional embodiment of revolutionary will and activity. Thus, the dispute over the definition of party membership can only be understood in relation to the conflict between the two different basic attitudes to the possibility, probable course, and character of the revolution. Lenin's concept of party organization presupposes the fact, the actuality, of the revolution. 45 But if Bolshevism is identified with revolutionary will and Menshevism, correspondingly, with the reification of that will, it is difficult to explain the solidarity of such future allies of Lenin as Luxemburg and Trotsky with Martov and Axelrod. Indeed, what is really at issue is not strength of revolutionary will or devotion to revolutionary activity but how revolutionary activity is to be understood. The former cannot even be defined without first stipulating the latter. The revolution whose actuality Lukács has in mind here, the socialist revolution, was not the revolution that was next anticipated by any of the principals to the split, including Lenin. All save the economists were determined that the autonomy of the working class would take the form of its hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. And it is arguable that Lukács's own conception of the revolutionary process has greater affinity with the distinctive themes of Menshevism than with Lenin. Lukács saw the proletariat as the identical subject-object of history, the solution to the philosophical problem of knowledge. Since the exploitation of the wage laborer is the essence of the social historical totality, proletarian revolutionary practice is key to knowledge of the totality. The historical process is thus essentially identified with the coming to self-consciousness of the proletariat subject. The party, as the vanguard of the proletariat, is an autonomous form of proletarian class consciousness whose emergence always remains the conscious, free action of the conscious vanguard itself. 46 As the highest form of proletarian consciousness and practice, the party is a kind of prefiguration of communist society, an embryo of emancipated humanity. In identifying wholly with the revolution, the individual party member forges a link with the process of total historical transformation and so becomes a moral agent and symbol. Thus, Lukács could read the party as the concrete mediation between man and history. 47 As argued earlier, the notion of the exploitation of wage labor as the essence of the social totality is fundamentally at variance with the conception of social totality that was at work in Lenin's account of consciousness in What Is to Be Done? But it is what renders plausible Lukács's identification of the revolutionary historical process with the emergence of proletarian self-consciousness. And this identification is consonant with a tendency, for which Lenin would repeatedly criticize his economist and later Menshevik opponents, to assimilate the politics of the working class struggle to a process of education. It is also what underwrites Lukács's ascription of moral significance to party membership, which he shared, for good or ill, with Martov but not with Lenin. Lukács was no Menshevik, but these conceptual affinities point not only to the inadequacy of his diagnostic, but also to the delicacy of the analysis required to make sense of the symptoms in the split. This analysis is a task that cannot be accomplished properly without an appreciation of the unresolved tensions in the Marxist project of proletarian hegemony. Even Neil Harding, who does place the controversy over organization in the context of the Russian social democratic strategy of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution, cannot vindicate Lenin as the consistent defender of orthodoxy without reducing the motivation of Martov, Axelrod, and their colleagues to considerations of injured pride and personal loyalty, and so rendering the political stance of the Mensheviks opaque, because he does not critically examine the coherence of the orthodox Marxist account of hegemony. 48 The need to endow the strategic perspective of proletarian hegemony with authoritative institutional embodiment engaged two distinct stances toward political agency, one reflecting the influence of Lenin's emergent strategic logic of political struggle, the other unable to get beyond the unilinear historical logic of Marxist orthodoxy. The clash between the practical implications of these two stances sparked the split between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks and generated two distinct, indeed contradictory, orientations toward the struggle for hegemony and, consequently, the class struggle and the relation between the Marxist vanguard and the working class. The emergent orientations to hegemony were deeply marked by the fact of the factional struggle. At the forefront in working out the theoretical perspective of Menshevism was Axelrod, whose seminal article of December 1903 to January 1904, The Unification of Russian Social Democracy and Its Tasks, conceptualized the struggle for hegemony in terms of an opposition between the formal and bureaucratic centralism of the Bolsheviks and the independent participation of the working masses in all aspects of society and politics, the process whereby class and party would be substantively unified. The influence of the proletarian or social democratic element on the contemporary revolutionary movement in Russia, he wrote, can only be felt inasmuch as the preparation for the bourgeois revolution is at the same time a process of political education and the unification of the working masses in a revolutionary socialist party. 49 The purpose of the Social Democrats was to further this process so that the destruction of the autocratic regime thereby becomes a direct prologue to the class struggle of the proletariat, and thus to the political expropriation of the bourgeoisie as a prelude to socialist revolution. The progress the Second Congress made in this direction was, however, merely formal, programmatic, but in the substance of its practical activity our movement has progressed in a general revolutionary sense but not in a purely social democratic one. 50 The cultural and political backwardness of the Russian working class determined the uneven advance of social democracy. Its activity in the revolutionary struggle against Tsarism predominated over the specifically socialist task of stimulating the class consciousness and political self-reliance of the proletariat. The workers had been aroused from their immemorial slumbers only by their subjection to the intellectual and political influence of the radical intelligentsia. In the process the proletarian struggle for socialism, had been subordinated to the means, the democratic struggle against autocracy. 51 Bolshevism was the expression of this process, the Leninist fetishists of centralization, reducing the task of organizing the proletarian party to the mere introduction of technical improvements of an organizational character, had erected a hierarchical division of labor which transformed party members into so many cogwheels, nuts, and bolts, all functioning exactly as the center decides. Such a purely formal or technical notion of centralism, so far from unifying the party and the class in practice, inevitably eroded the conscious initiative and collective effort inherent in the organization of political work in the socialist proletarian sense. 52 Because it brings the working masses face to face with their direct exploiters and with those members of the upper class who set themselves up as representatives of public opinion and the national interest but who are in fact the ideologists, leaders, advisors, and plain political agents of the exploiting classes. Active participation in social and political life is the best, if not the only school in which to develop the class consciousness of the proletariat. 53. Only in fostering the political self-reliance of the workers would the RSDLP constitute itself in substance, and not merely in form, as the Socialist Party of the proletariat and, throwing off the tutelage of the radical intelligentsia, emerge as an independent and influential force in Russia's democratic revolution. Axelrod thus made a particular reading of the self-activity of the workers, the alpha and the omega of Menshevism, presenting the workers' direct engagement in political activity as a school and social democratic leadership as, in essence, an enlightened pedagogy. Proletarian self-activity imbued the political struggle with consciousness of class and so enacted the resolution of the contradiction between means and end. The class-conscious political activity of the workers prefigured the socialist revolution. The aim of social democracy was thus immediately present in the democratic revolution in the form of the workers' consciousness of their independent class interests. This chain of argument effectively assimilated the struggle for proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution to the development of working class consciousness. The themes evoked by Axelrod were taken up and embroidered in a number of Menshevik works, most elaborately by Leon Trotsky in his lengthy Our Political Tasks, issued in August 1904 under the imprimatur of the Menshevik Iskra and dedicated to Axelrod. Trotsky sought to analyze the growth and prospects of the RSDLP, he said, not in accordance with the consciousness that the Social Democrats had of themselves, but in terms of the real content of social democratic activity. Hitherto, he argued, social democratic energies in Russia had been absorbed in activities that were properly the historical vocation of bourgeois democracy. First, the practice of economic agitation had awakened the elementary revolutionary instincts of the workers but had displaced their political education. Second, Iskra's preoccupation with the affairs of the radical bourgeois opposition and its corresponding practice of political denunciation had imbued the awakened instincts with the character of a conscious civic protest. 54 Such activity did little more than give effect to the political program of the Credo, a division of labor between the economic struggle of the workers and the liberal democratic political protests of the intellectuals. It expressed the domination of the social democratic movement by a revolutionary intelligentsia which, cloaked in Marxist phrases, substituted itself politically for the proletariat. Rather than constituting themselves as the subject of the political struggle, the workers remained its object. Lenin's organizational plan sanctified and institutionalized this form of practice. 55 Only the self-activity of the proletariat could resolve the antinomy of economism and political substitutionism, practice and theory. The objective interests of the workers, determined by their conditions of existence, must ultimately find conscious expression in their subjective interests, but the process, more complex than either economist or politician could grasp, was full of knocks and blows, errors and disappointments, vicissitudes and defeats. The tactical astuteness of the party of the proletariat lies wholly between these two factors and consists in easing and abridging the road from one to the other. 56 The politics of social democracy was thus, in essence, the education of the workers to their objective interests through the cultivation of proletarian self-activity. The economists, though immersed in practice, had proven incapable of transcending the subjective aspirations of the workers. The Bolshevik politicians, though armed with the theoretical knowledge of objective proletarian interests, would not engage with the practice of real workers. 57 It was not the Social Democrats, pace Lenin, who must go among all classes of the population, but the workers themselves. 58 Social democratic politics consisted in acting through the proletariat and not in its name. 59 The constitution of a substantively proletarian political party must proceed by searching among the masses for forms of action that contain in themselves the possibility of their subsequent development and their transformation from methods of education into primers of political tactics. The logic of such forms of action would lead the most conscious strata of the proletariat to oppose themselves politically to the institutions of the dominant classes in the very process of the general democratic struggle against Tsarism. 60 Not only would the educational activity of the Social Democrats thus assume an objective political significance, but the hegemony of the proletariat in the bourgeois democratic revolution was thus also expressed in and through the self-activity of the workers. Trotsky went on to spell this notion out with striking clarity. Only the free Russia of the future, in which we will evidently be obliged to play the role of an opposition party rather than a party of government, will permit the class struggle of the proletariat to expand to its full measure. But so that the proletariat, led by social democracy in its battle for this free Russia, is already prepared for the struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat, the proletariat must at once stand opposed to all the institutions, standing or provisional, of the class which will tomorrow assume the helm of state. Limiting our opposition to the plane of the theoretical principles of our program or the purely literary plane of our press is not enough, our opposition must be a living fact in the reality of politics. 61. Paltry though the Zemstvo, the Municipal Duma, the liberal press and similar institutions might be in the struggle against Tsarism, they were all that existed in the manner of direct organization of the will of the bourgeoisie, and as such, continued Trotsky, they were the only real point of departure for the self-determination of the proletariat in the existing regime. 62 It was thus incumbent upon Social Democrats to work out the tactics whereby workers could themselves act upon these institutions and thereby bring revolutionary pressure to bear upon the bourgeois opposition. Of course, the practical effect of such action was limited by the very powerlessness of the bourgeois opposition, but this very limitation can serve to point up the distinctiveness of the Menshevik conception of hegemony, which consisted essentially in the prefiguration of the proletariat, in its very self-activity, as a class for itself, that is, conscious of itself as an independent political actor with its own historical vocation. Although our political tasks went unmentioned in Trotsky's autobiography, in which he remembers having spent the whole year of 1904 arguing with the leading group of Mensheviks on questions of policy and organization. 63 It spells out with some rigor a theoretical foundation for the distinctive tactics the Mensheviks would evolve. The Tsar's ill-fated war with Japan exacerbated the contradictions of the autocratic state, and, as winter approached amidst rising popular discontent, the liberal opposition was set to embark upon a campaign of meetings that would urge more or less far-reaching political reforms upon the government. To the Menshevik tacticians, chiefly Axelrod and Dan, this campaign provided a perfect occasion for demonstrations of workers to exert proletarian pressure on the liberal opposition. 64 It could thus become the focal point of social democratic political activity provided, first, that the demonstrators fully understand the radical difference between an everyday demonstration against the police or government, on the one hand, and on the other a demonstration designed to combat absolutism by the Direct influence of the revolutionary proletariat on the political attitude of liberal elements, and second, that the leadership ensured the necessary self-discipline and informed the liberals of the action so as to avoid a fiasco in which panicky bourgeois would call in the police. 65 Only those affected with bourgeois revolutionism, for which the external effect is everything and the process of the systematic development of the class consciousness and the initiative of the proletariat is nothing, could object to the apparently cautious external form of such revolutionary activity. 66 Making the bourgeois opposition the focus of working class political action was thus fully consonant with the notion of the struggle for hegemony as the expansion of class consciousness through appropriately concrete forms of self-activity, but if the strategic significance of the form of self-activity was indeterminate, its contextualization and concretization would do nothing to undercut the assumptions of the unilinear historical logic of Marxist orthodoxy. Rosa Luxemburg's critique. Written in response to Patrasov's solicitations and to the appearance of Lenin's own account of the factional struggle in One Step Forward, Two Steps Back, the most celebrated critique of the Bolshevik position on party organization, Rosa Luxemburg's Organizational Questions of Russian Social Democracy, 1904, was published in Koskai's Die Neue Zeit as well as in the Menshevik Iskra. It was perhaps the strategically indeterminate character of the notion of hegemony as class consciousness through self-activity that enabled Luxemburg to articulate the main themes of the Menshevik critique in an article addressed, despite its title, to organizational questions of social democracy in general. Indeed, the problem of hegemony, though not entirely absent from the article, is indiscernible to those not already familiar with the background of the argument. Apart from the fact that the working class movement was in its early stages, virtually the only specific feature of Russia with which Luxemburg deals is the alleged proclivity of its intelligentsia to equate discipline with humiliation of the ego. 67 She describes the difficulty facing the Russian Social Democrats, as Axelrod did, in terms of the abstract character assumed by socialist theory and practice where the domination of the bourgeoisie is veiled by absolutist force. Without the political raw material supplied by bourgeois society itself, they must nonetheless make up by their own efforts an entire historical period, and lead the Russian proletarians from their present atomized condition to a class organization. Like God Almighty, they must have this organization arise out of the void, so to speak. 68 Rephrasing a line of argument advanced by Axelrod and Martov at the Second Congress, Luxemburg claims, social democracy is not joined to the organization of the proletariat. It is itself the proletariat. Since organization is thus simply the form assumed by the substantive process of independent working class activity, the only appropriate centralism is the self-centralism of the advanced sectors of the proletariat. It is the rule of the majority within its own party. It is a tendency, which becomes real in proportion to the development and political training acquired by the working masses in the course of their struggle. 69 In an argument that recalls the transformation of Axelrod's party members into so many cogwheels, nuts, and bolts, Luxemburg, citing Lenin's claim that the factory accustoms workers to organization and discipline, dissects the confusion allegedly implicit therein between the spontaneous coordination of the conscious, political acts of a body of men and the absence of thought and will in a body with 1,000 automatically moving hands and legs. It is not in imitating the old habits of obedience and servility inculcated by the division of labor, bureaucracy, and army, but in tearing them up root and branch that the workers will come to grasp the freely assumed self-discipline of the social democracy. 70 Reliance upon two procedures or principles, according to Luxemburg, enabled Lenin to replace social democratic centralism with conspiratorial centralism and transpose the latter mechanically onto the working class movement. First, an airtight partition, suggesting the Menshevik caricature of Lenin's definition of party membership, is erected between the class-conscious nucleus of the proletariat already in the party and its immediate popular environment, the non-party sections of the proletariat. There follows the blind subordination, in the smallest detail, of all party organs, to the party center, which alone thinks, guides, and decides for all. Subjected to organizational automatism, the self-activity and the consciousness of the working class movement are eviscerated, organization is severed from the mass struggle, form from substance. The unconscious comes before the conscious, and the directing organs of the Socialist Party tend to play a conservative role, merely preserving the conquests already made by the movement but reluctant to venture into uncharted territory. 71 Since socialist consciousness, the substance of social democratic self-centralism, arises only through the independent activity of the workers, the appropriate measure of centralism increases only as the working class movement grows and develops. The opportunist danger to the movement posed by bourgeois intellectuals thrives under just the opposite conditions, where, as in Russia, the workers still lack cohesion. It seeks to impose a rigorous, despotic centralism upon them, but where the party of labor is already strong, decentralization represents its best chance to secure a foothold. Lenin's fetishistic anxiety about the form of organization, conceived in abstraction from the historical phase of the class struggle, is not only an inadequate defense against opportunism but itself constitutes the opportunist danger. Thus, while stricter centralization and party discipline would be appropriate for the mature German movement, in Russia the same policy would merely stifle the as yet untried self-activity of the workers. 72 It is striking that, thus abstracted from its specific Russian context, what is essentially the same argument as that put by Axelrod, Martov and Trotsky loses remarkably little of its rhetorical force. Indeed, its logic is perhaps more easily discerned. Something like the Menshevik notion of proletarian hegemony resounds in Luxemburg's exaltation of the creative powers of the workers. In the beginning was the act, something inattentive readers have even confused with advocacy of a premature socialist revolution. In other contexts, notably in her analysis of the mass strike, the theme of self-activity might serve her as a means of calling conventional assumptions about the limits of working-class struggles into question. But in the present argument, the contrast she draws between Russian aspiration, her reference to the godlike powers required of the Social Democrats to form an organization ex nihilo, and German experience suggests that the creative powers of proletarian self-activity do not transcend the unilinear historical logic of orthodox Marxism and, hence, that the social democratic claim to hegemony in the impending Russian Revolution is implicitly waived. The definition of available alternatives is subordinated in Luxemburg's argument to a concern about the conception of agency required to grasp the relation between the end of socialist revolution and the appropriate means thereto. Is revolutionary activity to be conceived, according to the view she attributes to Lenin, in mechanistic terms, such that the relation between means and the end is an external, technical, and hence merely contingent one? Or is socialist activity essentially organic, self-conscious, such that the end must be implicit in, prefigured by, the means employed? To pose the issue in this way, however, as a choice between mutually exclusive alternatives, is to spirit away the relation between organic self-activity and the mechanistic circumstances in which it must unfold. Lenin and the logic of factional struggle. The very form of Lenin's rejoinder might seem to confirm the charge that Bolshevism was predicated on a pettily formalistic understanding of the role of organization in the class struggle. His major statement, 1 step forward, 2 steps back, took the form of a narrative history of the controversies and decisions of the Second Congress, complete with painstaking analysis of voting patterns, designed to bolster the contention that the Mensheviks' refusal to work with the Central Party institutions violated party decisions and subverted the very principle of party, as distinct from mere circle, organization. He would later complain that Luxemburg, following suit with the Mensheviks, puts in my mouth commonplaces, general principles and conceptions, absolute truths, and tries to pass over the relative truths, pertaining to perfectly definite facts, with which alone I operate. 73 His preoccupation with form, precedent, and the facts of the case, to the apparent detriment of the political content at issue, might seem to betoken a narrowly formalistic perspective. I will argue, on the contrary, that this optic, permitting him to locate his opponent's criticism in relation to a strategic logic of the political struggle as it developed during and after the Congress, enabled Lenin not simply to condemn their political conduct but to contract overt the substance and the method of the Menshevik critique. The premises of this critique were not just dismissed as erroneous. Such notions as proletarian self-activity and the priority of political content over organizational form were, he concurred, the ABC of Marxism. Considered as a guide to the concrete political situation confronting the Russian Marxists, however, they were lamentably, even dangerously, abstract. In the context of Lenin's relative truths, pertaining to perfectly definite facts, the political and theoretical significance of the Mensheviks' general principles and conceptions would be decisively transformed. Each party to the controversy thus contrasted the abstraction of the opposing position unfavorably with its own attentiveness to the concrete. The connotations at work in each case were not unrelated, but they were quite distinct and even opposed. When the Mensheviks and Luxemburg argue that the Leninist project of distinguishing an organized vanguard party from the working class itself merely stifles the self-activity of the workers and thus perpetuates the abstract character of Russian social democracy, the abstract designates the merely nominal, the formal, the insubstantial, the theoretical, and the concrete; conversely, the real, the effective, the substantial, the practical. The abstract indicates an aim, an intention to be realized; the concrete is the realization of the abstract aim through the medium of the increasingly self-conscious activity of the proletariat. Since the concrete end is thus implicit in the abstract aim, the accusation of abstraction bears the implication of hypocrisy, betrayal, and manipulation. In his controversies with the economists and now with the Mensheviks, however, Lenin's criticism of their abstraction was typically directed at an alleged failure to modify theoretical analysis or political stance to take into account some new, or newly important, aspect of the conjuncture. To invoke the concrete, in this context, was to call for clarity and precision, for determinate analysis that would guide specific action. But the dialectical assertion that the truth is concrete was not simply an injunction to subordinate abstract rules to the concrete case, for the very efficacy and truth of an analysis that had served hitherto as a concrete guide to action might help to bring about circumstances that would now render it abstract. Lenin's dialectical orientation to the concrete also expressed, therefore, an imperative to criticize and to modify the concrete analyses of yesterday in conformity with the social and political struggles of today. It is not enough to qualify an analysis as abstract or concrete, one must also assess how concrete it is. The concreteness of an analysis is thus itself a relative magnitude and one that may be transformed, either unconsciously as it is outrun by developments or consciously through the cognitive appropriation of the new or the hitherto unknown. 74 The appropriate determinations may be specified in accordance with the politico-strategic logic that serves to situate political struggles in the context of the social and political order considered as a whole. No aspect of the socio-political totality was immune to seizure in the strategic sights of an adversary, hence none, especially not internal disagreements in the social democratic camp, was beyond the reach of this logic of struggle. Without an analysis of the political groupings, without having a picture of the Congress as a struggle between definite shades, the divergence between us cannot be understood at all. 75 Although not explicit in Lenin's analysis, the struggle for hegemony was implicit in the way he delineated the contending groups. The delegates were broken into a majority who adhered to the strategic and organizational perspective of Iskra, a minority consisting of those, the Bund and the economists of Rabo-Chi Delo, who had consistently opposed Iskra, and the center or Marsh, a variety of groups and individuals who, pursuing plans of their own, wavered between the opposing tendencies. The Congress may have altered the terms of struggle between tendencies but could not do away with the struggle itself. Under these circumstances, the Congress could not but become an arena of struggle for the victory of the Iskra trend. 76 That is, for the recognition of the strategic project of proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution and its practical implementation through the agency of a Marxist vanguard party. Lenin's survey of voting patterns was designed to show that Iskra's opponents had, with considerable effect upon the unstable center, urged derogation wherever possible from the centralism required for the authoritative implementation of Congress decisions. An issue had only to arise which did not quite come within the already established and customary pattern and which called for some independent application of Marx's theory, and Iskraists who proved equal to the problems only made up 3/5 of the vote. 77 Still, had the Iskra contingent held together, the consistent adoption of its perspective would have been assured. But Martov's definition of a party member, not coincidentally with the support of most of Iskra's adversaries, yielded hostages to fortune, that is, it yielded scope for initiative to those, such as the economists, whose demonstrated lack of initiative in working out an independent political position for the working class movement would in effect have conceded the struggle for hegemony to the bourgeoisie. The Congress's adoption of this definition thus raised the specter of a party unable to distinguish itself from, and therefore effectively subordinated to, the spontaneous movement. In itself the error was remediable, a mere chink in the party's armor that could be repaired, and Lenin sought to repair it by ensuring a working majority in the central institutions of the party for the most reliable activists. This move, a double knot to bind tight the pot broken by Martov 78, put the strategic logic of the struggle for hegemony to work. The application of this logic to the incipient rift between hard and soft adherents of Iskra extended its practical reach into the councils of the Social Democratic Party itself. The Mensheviks' refusal to cooperate with the Central Party institutions authorized by the Congress was tantamount to a refusal to recognize the authority of the Congress. Although justified as a democratic revolt against bureaucracy, it was in fact a revolt of aristocratic or intellectualist anarchism against central authority, and thus, on any reflective definition of the term, itself a perversion of democratic principle. It was a revival of the circle spirit and, once fitted out with an elaborate theoretical justification, it generalized the original mistake over party membership into a quasi-system of opportunist views on matters of organization. 79 In so doing, the Mensheviks breathed new life into the remnants of economism, the philosophy of tailism, or, to recur to the terminology of Lenin's earlier polemic, of spontaneism, which flourished 3 years ago in questions of tactics, is being resurrected today in relation to questions of organization. 80 Instead of addressing the specifics of the current controversy, the Mensheviks paraded an elaborate defense of such commonplace truths as the greater importance of the content of ideological struggle relative to its organizational form. The content of social democratic political practice had outgrown the economism of the old circle days, argued Lenin, but the form. The lame and undeveloped character of the form makes any further development of the content impossible, it causes a shameful stagnation, leads to a waste of energy, to a serious discrepancy between word and deed. 81 To counterpose content to form, practice to organization, in the abstract was not simply to misconstrue the process of political struggle but to debate it as though from the outside, without situating oneself in relation to it. Does not this remind you very much of the character in the folk tale who, on seeing a funeral, cried, "Many happy returns of the day"? 82 It was to mistake the very context of political debate. The point at issue, wrote Lenin, was whether our ideological struggle is to have forms of a higher type to clothe it, the forms of party organization, binding on all, or the forms of the old disunity and the old circles. 83 The higher organizational form, comprising a party organized by a central authority from the top down and therefore clearly demarcated from the spontaneous movement of the working class, could only enhance the content of its political practice. Precisely because there are differences in degree of consciousness and degree of activity.